uniforms and looking smooth and ready to go. This is Road Gang Radio with your man, Jimmy to the Mac. Good morning, my brother.
Hey, I don't know if you noticed this, the folks that are calling in already at 615-292-6366. Don't know if you noticed, by the way, but he's been saying Road Gang Radio. At one point, I wasn't really listening that closely, and I thought he said Rogaine Radio. Let me tell you something, brother. Let me tell you something. We are, in fact, the juice in your caboose. Welcome, guys, to Road Gang Radio here on RadioNemo.com. You know the drill, guys. If you're listening on the Tube of You. If you're listening on the Book of Face. If you're listening on the Eye of Heart. You're also listening on Odyssey, by the way. Ooh. And by the way, you can tell Alexa, play Radio Nemo. And she will. You can jump into the conversation. You can be a part of it. Big show today. Canada Calling makes its first debut on this new platform. Joanne Ritchie and Jim Park with news north of the border. Washington Trucking Week as the boys from OIDA roll in here with the latest and the greatest about the fat cats on the hill. Megan Kate Nelson's going to be here to talk about The Red-Headed Stranger. Yeah. Which, by the way, is not just talking about Willie Nelson. It's a movie with Willie Nelson. As Lindsay Lawler joins us, as she always does, for the last 2 hours, the second 2 hours, the place in Road Gang Radio where we make a life after having talked about how to make a living. Bob Noha and Lauren Hare are going to be talking Aikido, not a keto diet, but actually how you put somebody in a hurt locker and slap the pain combination on them and stay in shape-orama. And we'll close with Grammy Award-winning Shelby Means. Continuing our conversation with badass women. That stuff is terrific. You can find her on Spotify, and I get to say Spotify and not say the other one. Yeah. Actually, I use Spotify. I had to not be able to say Spotify before for obvious reasons because the platforms don't allow all of that. Let me take you through it again. Canada Calling, Washington Trucking Week, Western of the Month, Bob Noha and Lauren Hare talking Aikido, and we'll close with Grammy Award-winning Shelby Means, continuing the conversation from yesterday with more badass women. I left somebody out. I left him out because he's taking the ride for the first hour of the show with us. New format. He's supposed to only have a half an hour, but I don't like that. I called an audible. I called an Odyssey audible. And good morning to you, Mr. Dean Croak. That guy is here. Hey, my man.
The legend himself.
Good to be with you guys. This is exciting to be here on this new platform. It feels different. I mean, you guys are the same, but it just feels different. It feels much better. Loving it.
Well, I just wanted to let you know that our good friend Beach Bum is over on the Tube of You, and he's saying good morning. Our friend Chowder is over there on the Tube of You. Yep. He is saying good morning. Lots of folks are jumping in and kind of participating. I know you float around to different platforms as well. So let me ask you something, and let's just kind of jump into this. We've got some trucking stuff to talk about and some people calling in at 615-292-6366. But you're a guy who actually didn't come late to social media, but you amped up later on social media. Do you still enjoy exploring it, figuring out how it works, figuring out how to get more of your message out there, how to connect with people more? Is it something that you are frustrated with, or for the most part take great joy in kind of diving into?
The latter. I absolutely love it. I love the connections. I'm fascinated by how I can live vicariously through, you know, the goings on of whether it be Chowder or my good friend Joe Walk in Australia hauling a triple road train of cattle. I can watch him live do this from Boston. And I can see my friends in Colombia. I can even see my heavy hauler friends in, believe it or not, Tehran, Iran, which is one of my more popular cities that watch content because of the Mack truck joint manufacturing deal way back in the 80s. Big Mack truck audience in Iran, believe it or not. So I'm just fascinated by how the algorithms work, but how we can connect with people of a like mind. And I'm particularly liking it more as we get into, I'm kind of getting into my mid-60s, and I'm loving connecting with the historical part of the industry, particularly through the Historical Society and the American Truck Club. So I just think it's something that I still haven't figured out. I'll be honest with you. I still haven't figured this out. I still don't know how it works because it's not the only thing I do. It's more of a part-time fun thing to do because I just love trucks. I love truckers and I love trucks, and I have done since I was a little boy. So, but this is just a great way to connect. But the part I love the most of all, Jimmy Mac, is the fact that we are a global community. social media has connected us globally. I can message someone in Australia right now that's, hauling some of the biggest loads in the world, or I can communicate with someone here locally that's an auto hauler in Boston. It's the ability of social media to connect us all on a single platform is just staggering to me.
I'll tell you this, by the way. So last night I was on the Book of Face, and one of the things I really like about our new platform is that rather than sharing an hour of content or 3 hours of content, I can actually get stuff broken up. I can actually go to Tara and say, hey, can you remove this section of the interview? And because of the way Nemo Nation is structured, they really are 8 to 10 minute interviews, sometimes 6 to 7 minute interviews. And I was putting all that stuff up there. And I noticed that Rebecca Brewster had shared the ATA's announcement of ATRI's big kind of cocktail announcement about, in October when they make their lists, when they come out with their list. And I said, that would be really cool if we could somehow get them on the air at the moment. And then I paused and I said, it wouldn't be cool. We can do it. That the idea that I could literally make an appointment to make sure that Madison or Dre is here at 8 o'clock at night on a Sunday, we could then hook in to Rebecca. We could actually then tell people they can be a part of the announcement no matter where they are. That the ability to be anywhere people want to be when they can't be there and to be there for them is just like an extraordinary seat to be sitting in. I'll tell you that straight up, man. You just feel so connected. The other thing I wanted to tell you, we had a young woman on the show who has a podcast. It's a spooky podcast. She tells true crime and true life stories. She had so many listeners in India, Dean. She actually added Indian content to what she was doing, because she was able to look at her metrics and go, I have an audience here. I'd like to pay them some honor. I'd like to tell them some stories that they know, that they're familiar with, and they have them help out too. You got a chance to go to India recently. That's a pretty big trucking industry, isn't it?
It's wild, and I've connected with several guys over there that run long-haul freight. But one of the guys, Roel, sent me a video of him hand-loading, because you don't have a lot of forklifts and pallets over there, so everything's live, load, unload, by hand. And he was loading 32,000 coconuts by hand. So he's a produce hauler. Just learning about that stuff was just fascinating to me, because the one thing that is common, whether it's someone in Peru or Brazil or Australia or Russia or Iran, I have all of these followers in this global network. The one thing that is the commonality is we're all the same. We're all hardworking people trying to get a job done, going through the trials and tribulations of trucking, because it'll beat you down every single minute of the day. And unlike most people, we've got to get up and keep going because we've got to be somewhere. We don't have the option of giving up. And I think that's when I look at trucking across the world, having been in some terrible situations myself when things break down and you're in the middle of nowhere and you feel hopeless, it's the same stuff that happens across the world. So even though we have language barriers and cultural barriers and ideological differences, truckers are exactly the same the world over. We're a very unique breed of people, and I think for those outside that haven't experienced the loneliness and the highs and lows, it's very hard to understand what makes us tick. And but I'm in awe. That's part of the reason I do it, is to promote the industry. I'm just in awe of people that are out there doing what I did for many years, because I know how hard it is. I can feel what they're going through, and that's what social media really does. I think for most of us, it connects us in a way that breaks the isolation that we have. We have a lot of windscreen time, but social media is that glue that holds us all together.
Well, and I'll say this too, is that we're having a conversation about this after the show. A whole bunch of us were talking about the idea of how many people are disconnected from what they do, meaning that they drive their truck. That's what they do. They drive their truck. They don't have any understanding. And by the way, I don't mean our listeners here, many of whom have been riding along with us for a long time and actually get the gag. But the ability of social media, when used properly, to actually allow us to understand our place in the supply chain actually helps both increase the stakes but makes us feel less isolated at the same time. Because there's always a thing that happens at a job when there's always one or two people who says, nobody works as hard around here as I do. I call it the hardest working, the indispensable man syndrome that sometimes grabs people. It's an easy trap to fall into behind the wheel of a truck. And I don't mean that as an insult. But the connectivity of what we're talking about, the people who stay connected understand what the people on the loading docks, the people on the shipping docks, people on the ports, people behind the desk, they have a better understanding of what they do. And they may say to themselves, I still don't like what you do, and I'm doing a lot more than you. But at least at that moment, they understand how they not only do their job, but how their job is important and how it makes a difference and how it actually connects the whole kind of planet together. Like I said, we make the joke, though, when we can trace computer chips from Taiwan into a PlayStation where the price is maintained at a low level so a mom and dad can get a kid a Christmas present, the truck driver really understands what's happening right there. We got a lot of stuff to talk about this morning, a lot of stuff to dig into. And I have a news story I want to kind of talk about it here for a second with you as well. We're going to be talking about the import plunge in May, grilling season, produce season, and the 100 deadly days of summer, all of that with Dean Croak here. But I do got to do that little moment where we take a deep breath, do a little bit of a pledge, a little bit of a national anthem, courtesy of Lindsay Lawler, and then our good friend Pastor John from Bennett Trucking. He will give a word of affirmation. Then we will return with Dean Croak. Here's the joke of the day. I told it to Dre. He wasn't happy with me, but I'll tell you as well. You, Dean, and all of our friends out there in Rogaine Nation. Did you hear about the mechanic, Dean, who got addicted to brake fluid?
No.
He said he can stop anytime he wants.
Love it.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
It's Thursday. Good morning. Hey, I want you to think about it. It's Thursday. I want you to sit back and relax. And I want you to enjoy the last day. Now, this is going to sound crazy. I want you to think about it. This is the last day of spring. I know it's been hot out there, but tomorrow is the first day of summer. So I want you to think about that. But I got a passage you found in Hosea chapter 11, verse 4. It says, I lead them with cords of kindness, with the bands of love. And I become, well, I said, well, this is going to get you. And I became to them as one who eases the yoke of their jaws. And I bent down to them and fed them. You know what Hosea just said? Hosea says that when life starts to happen, and he's using the analogy of a yoke being in the mouth of a donkey. And he says that he wants us to understand that when life starts to happen, the struggle starts to come. He says, I bent down to serve. Let me help you understand something, ladies and gentlemen. There's a lot of people out there going through a lot right now. And there's a lot of people that are hurting right now. And what God expects for us to do is to bend down and help. If you see somebody that's down and out, God says it's our opportunity to bend down and help out. Now, I'm finna help you. I'm not saying get out of your truck and go run and help everybody you see, but the bending down is is a process of, of praying. You can pray for everybody that you see that's going through something, and you can do that by bending down and towards the earth and asking the God of heaven to lift them up. See, you don't think it's always connected to you giving somebody money. It's not always connected to that. Sometimes it's about you bending down and praying. That will do more for them than any amount of money that you can give them. God bless you and enjoy your Thursday.
Get down.
And your last day of spring.
You had to put that last word in. Get down and bend down. Amen.
Amen. By the way, big thanks to Pastor John and, of course, Bennett Trucking, who actually has him as their in-house minister, or actually they're in the cab minister is the way I'm kind of thinking about that. A lot of people do that kind of stuff now. A lot of trucking companies try to give people content, spiritual advice, a whole bunch of stuff because the lifestyle, if you heard Kevin Birch the other day. Dean Croak joins us this morning. We'll talk to Packrat here in a minute. Dean, it's interesting, too, because I've got a story I'm going to probably get a chance to unpack later about the numbers came in from the ambush that the CVSA does. The you gotta be kidding me brake ambush they do, which is their brake safety day on April 22nd of 2025. Those numbers came in. I bring this up because the last guest on Monday's Nemo Nation, the long conversation, the post-trip, as we like to call it, is Adrian Gilday. The CVSA Deputy Executive Director is going to be joining Dave and I on the show. And I wanted to kind of give you a sense. You'll recognize some of the names that are coming up on Monday. Ramel Watley, Ed Garston, who is a Forbes contributor in transportation, Chris Jolly, Sergio Avedian will be joining us as well, and Ramon Dillon is going to be joining us as well, too. So to kind of give you a sense of, we are on, Nemo Nation and here trying to reach out and give people perspectives not only from inside the country but from all over the place as well, too. There's so many people that have a stake in trucking right now, and I don't think a lot of our listeners realize all of the stakeholders in the industry, right?
Yeah. We had part of our outreach at DAT is we had Damon Grewell from Centurion up in British Columbia, and he runs refrigerated teams into the US, and he has a lot of drivers that are from minority groups, a lot of immigrant drivers, and we had a great discussion about some of the challenges they face as it relates to food and culture. I think there's a lot of different subcomponents of the industry that we tend to ignore because to use the analogy, the squeaky wheel always gets the most attention. I think some of the headlines don't really capture the essence of this industry. It's like people talk about how bad the industry is, yet I go to a truck show and see a completely different story, because it doesn't get the headlines, but it represents the majority. And I guess it's a case of, good news doesn't sell in the current era.
No, and
maybe always.
That's an absolute truth. If it bleeds, it leads. I mean, it's much more fun to talk about what bad is going on than what good is happening. And look, the only time that good news really floats is when there's a good vibe. Every once in a while, when people are feeling particularly good, they actually will jump on board. I think about 1994-95, 1984-85 are 2 years in American history that come to mind where people are like, hey, I'm feeling pretty good. I'm willing to accept good news. But most people have a hard time kind of dealing with that. We're going to talk to Packrat in a second. He has a question for you. But I wanted to talk about that import plunge in May. Can you kind of unpack that for us?
Yeah, we've the trade war has really had some damage in the Port of Los Angeles in particular. Volumes dropped because we've been bringing in record volumes since September last year to get ahead of tariffs, even fireworks. Jimmy Max fireworks, we get about 90% of our fireworks from China. They doubled the volume of fireworks in November last year, even before Liberation Day, like 4 months before. But May, they were down 51%. Lower, 73% lower than last year, the containers that are filled with fireworks. But here's the thing, with the pull forward of everything to get ahead of tariffs, they already have all of this year's fireworks in warehouses around the country. So no surprise that we've seen a big pull forward of imports. The damage, though, this is the bad part, is the damage has been done in the Port of Los Angeles in particular Gene Soroka said that longshore jobs are down about 50%. On a normal day, they do about 2,000 jobs. The last 3 weeks, they've averaged 900 jobs a day. Truckers hauling 4 to 5 loads a day before the trade war, down to 2 to 3 loads a day. So I think there's been some systemic damage done to the Port of Los Angeles because 50% of its imports come from China. And even with a 55% tariff, we're still going to see a lot of reduction in the volume of work that's coming over to there. So for a state that used to be the bellwether for the US trucking economy, from a data perspective, certainly, it's losing its importance as our largest economy, which is not good for a lot of truckers and dock workers and people in warehouses over there, and truckers that rely on getting out of California with decent volumes. So the trade war is having an impact. Volumes are down. I think there's a lot of imports that have been already delivered into the country. There will be some deficits, though, if I could sort of wrap up on one point. China's great with labour-intensive manufacturing, where you need a lot of labour, menswear, toys, linen, women's apparel, footwear. They were down about 25% in May, about 21% year over year. So we're seeing a big reduction in those goods from China that require a lot of labour. I don't know that there's time to catch up because we're already past the point where a lot of those imports have to be ordered in Asia to get them into warehouses here before peak shipping season. So the general consensus of us analysts is that all of the advanced ordering of imports from overseas has meant that we're in peak season now. So we're seeing a peak season, and that the rest of the year will be pretty flat.
Interesting, by the way, this is complete Freakonomics thinking right here, so I apologize for what I'm about to say. I'm interested to see if these policies maintain, if we're consistent about them, if we begin to see there's been a great leveling in American fashion over the past decade. More and more people dress like more and more other people, a certain kind of, except for, freaks on one side or the other. Everybody kind of looks the same. I'm wondering sometimes if, in fact, we might begin to see a separation again, because for people who have money, the impact on clothes is not that high. For those who don't, they may start buying stuff that's being recycled. You know what I'm saying? They may start buying stuff that fashion-wise is 3 and 4 years older as people kind of run down inventory that doesn't get the markup because it doesn't have the tariff attached, if you dig where I'm coming from. I don't know if that's a reality, but it just occurred to me. I wonder if we'll see a change in fashion based simply on our access to cheap clothing may, in fact, change a little bit over the next couple of years. Your thoughts really quickly.
I think it will. I'm dusting off my platform shoes and bell-bottom pants.
I don't know if that's a reality, but it just I suddenly hear myself out there, Dean. That's kind of crazy. Something popped in. That was a weird thing that happened. By the way, though, our good friend Joe J told me that my joke was platinum dad joke there. Fred Flintstone has joined the conversation. Mark has jumped in. Our good friend Chowder says that mechanic also does transmission fluid, so he doesn't get stuck in one gear. Very bad. Thank you, sir. Thank you. We got Packrat on the phone who actually has a phone call question for you, Dean. Let's bring him on in. Hey, Packrat.
Hi, good morning, Jimmy, Mac, and Dean. Before I get to my question, Dean, where do you find time to work, given that you do all those truck videos?
I'm on pretty much 24/7. I find time. I'm busy, but everywhere you go, trucks are there. It's easy. It's not difficult if you're looking, because trucks are everywhere all the time.
That is true. I asked my brother. You put a picture. You put on a video of a Diamond T reel, and I asked my brother if he'd ever worked on those trucks. He says yes. In his early days as a mechanic, he's actually worked on the Diamond Ts.
Yeah, there was a lot of them at Madison, Wisconsin.
Yeah.
A lot of Diamond Ts of all vintages, gorgeous old trucks. Yeah.
Okay. Well, the question I have for you is, as I think everybody knows, there's a little unease in the Middle East there with Iran, and the fuel prices already jumped yesterday in Canada, 10 cents a liter, which you're buying 1,800 liters a week. That's a poke in the eye. So where do you see this going? Like, is this going to help our freight rates going to adjust accordingly? Because right now they're not very good. We are in a freight recession here, and I wouldn't say recession, probably more like depression.
Yeah, we are. But we've been in one for a couple of years. Now, the impact of last week's 10-cent per gallon rise here in the US was it effectively put operating costs up a penny per mile. The problem is that rates are still going down. So for those that have a fuel surcharge mechanism to add onto the line haul rate, fuel surcharge went up about 2 cents a mile last week because of that 10-cent per mile jump. But I fear, West Texas is sitting at about 74.36 this morning. I fear that if futures prices continue to rise, the retail market will catch up eventually. It generally lags by a couple of weeks, and then it'll stay high and it'll be very slow to come down. So diesel prices went up 10 cents a gallon last week. I expect them to continue going up while ever this war continues, because the risk is that Iran starts to impact global oil supplies through the Strait of Hormuz, which is where about 20% of the world's crude transits. It's only 30 miles wide. If they start to impact global crude supplies, you will feel it at the fuel pump within the month. So that's the biggest risk we face, because on the other side, the risk of them doing that is kind of relatively low at the moment, because most of their crude goes to China, and if they impact the Strait of Hormuz to impact global shipping, they're hurting themselves. So there's not, and we've got a lot of supply of crude oil in the world. So the risk of diesel prices hitting $5.80 again this summer, relatively low. But if this war continues in the Middle East and we see crude at $100 a barrel, unfortunately, you will see a lot of carriers that are struggling to get by exit this industry really quickly. And of course, that will flip the rate situation in the favor of carriers again.
Well, I hope so. I hope because if we go like back in 2022 when our fuel got up to $2.35 a liter, if it gets up to $2 a liter, I might as well call my trustee and pack it in, because loads right now from Toronto to Chicago are paying $8.50. At that rate, once my carrier takes their cut, I pay the fuel. I'll have $125 left over, maybe, and it's a 10-hour drive. So it's not looking good.
Yeah. Packrat, we got to. Dean, we're going to take a break. We'll come back on the other side, and we'll let you keep unpacking that. Packrat, we got to let you float. All the best. Dean will continue to answer that question as well. Thank you, sir.
Okay, Jimmy, Mac, and Dean, all the best.
By the way, Dean, one of my favorite far sides of all time as we head into the break, Dean Croak joins us this morning on Road Gang Radio. Go to RadioNemo.com, go to the Tube of You, go to the Book of Face, go to Odyssey, go to iHeartRadio. I'm going to keep going. It's going to get longer and longer as this whole process goes on. One of my favorite far sides of all time, Dean, I don't even have to tell you what the picture looks like. It simply says, through a gross navigational error, the love boat steams into the Strait of Hormuz. We're going to be back on the other side of this break as the sounds of Dixieland jazz drift into the Degas House over here in the city of New Orleans, less than 2 minutes drive from where Dave started the Road Gang. We'll be right back. Hold on tight. Don't get thrown to the wolves.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the Chicken Parm Stack, the Big Country Combo, or the Ultimate Smash Melt. The Ultimate Smash Melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop. Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Oh, this is Road Gang Radio, and you're riding shotgun with not one, but two very intelligent guys. Jimmy Mack and I guess Dean Croak still here?
Dean Croak is still large and in charge. By the way, we're broadcasting from the Fastport studio. Fastport, by the way, solves America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges through research, technology, and the people. From registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness, you can learn more at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. By the way, truck down, truck up, and get down. Truckdown.com serves over 50 states because it also serves the 8 provinces as well. If you break down and need to find a provider, download that app. Go to Truckdown. They've been doing it since 1997. They know of what they app. Go to the Truckdown app and make the world a better place for yourself to get back on the road. Really quick, on the media of social, I posted a picture, Dean. Our good friend Showtime, I'm going to give him full credit, sent me a little gift for the studio here. We're going to put it up. We're debating whether it goes in the studio or outside, screwed hard to the door, so people can see truck route at the door and not knock and look for a hotel room here at the Degas House. It happens from time to time. We're still breaking stuff in over here, man. Welcome back. How are you? What's the week looking like for you? Where are you headed next? Where's the next adventure taking Dean and his Grumpy Pete machine?
Yeah, a couple of weeks off, but then I'm down for the opening of your new studio. That'll be my next trip.
July 23rd. That is right. We're going to have Lindsay Lawler down here. We're going to have Jedi Mind Trick. Some other performers are going to be joining us. We're going to be launching Lindsay's new show, Absolutely Correctamundo. We should write. People got a preview of it yesterday, Dean, with the two guests, the female firefighter, who's also a gifted writer of a memoir, and then we had an artist who joined us as well, who was just spectacular. We'll get over that in a second. But speaking of some time off, a lot of people are going to be grilling, right? So grilling season is heating up, and that can help the industry, right?
Yeah, it can. Can I just finish off Packrat's point?
Oh,
and then
please.
we can jump into grilling season.
Go everywhere you want to go. Go.
One of the things that's happened, and he's right on the money. I went back and looked at 2019 rates in July. So June of 2019. On the Toronto to Chicago lane that Packrat's running, you were getting $150 a load more in a freight recession in 2019. Right now, he's getting about $1,035 according to our 7-day rolling average rates, excluding fuel. So when I go back and look at Toronto into the Great Lakes, Ohio River Valley, because of the trade war, there has been a shift down in the number of loads moving and rates. So it's observable now. There's a step change down. Rates are down about probably 13 cents a mile compared to the monthly average last year. The volume of loads moving across the border out of Toronto down 13%, and they're stabilised around there. So some systemic damage that's been done to that particular lane. That's why rates are sitting at some of the lowest we've seen probably in 5 years. So we just wrap that up because that's a pretty big deal for all those carriers that run out of that market.
Well, and the other thing about a war with Tehran, whether it's Israel and kind of a localized regional war, or if things really heat up and the Russians, who actually have aligned themselves with Iran, and the United States is then caught in a pretty sticky wicket of a predicament at that point. But it isn't so much the war or not the war, it's the uncertainty. It goes back to the same thing as tariffs. A lot of the price increases we've seen haven't been about the supply of oil as much as they've been about speculators feeling like that's going to begin to become a problem. When it becomes a real problem, then that sticker shock you talked about. But right now, a lot of the issue is uncertainty. And, to war or not to war becomes a big uncertainty, correct?
Yeah, and I mean, Jerome Powell said it yesterday during the Fed Reserve statement. There's a lot of evidence that the economy is sheltering in place. To use a hurricane season analogy, we are sheltering in place. There's a lot of business and consumer uncertainty surrounding tariff policies. Retail sales are soft. There was a big drop in housing starts yesterday, a huge drop in permits for single-family homes, which are permits that builders lodge to build a home, to break ground. They are dropping. They're down about 8%. GDP growth is down. Unemployment's forecast to go up. So higher inflation forecast, no more rate decreases. So there's a real pause that's been going on. Now, that extends to all of our customers in trucking that make things that we put in our trucks. So that's where there's a real freeze that's gone on. We are seeing some large carriers cut costs in ways that are unprecedented. We saw earnings calls in the first quarter, some of the worst in 35 years. So there's some real pain going on in the trucking industry at a time when you really need volumes to be rising through the spring into summer. The demand is not there. It's moving sideways, and the predictors that we look for are kind of disappearing off the horizon. It looks like 2026 before we start to see this market improve. Like, that's a long way off for a lot of carriers who are struggling at the moment. Packrat's talking about really marginal rates. I'd hate to be in a position trying to finance an expensive truck right now because the rates aren't there to support it. I mean, even if you have an older truck that you paid off, you're eating away your equity. Your return on capital is diminishing quickly. So these are tough times for carriers, and it's been tough for a couple of years. We're in a perilous situation here. And Jimmy Mac, the trade war couldn't have happened at a worse time because we were just coming out of this freight recession. There's no question we were improving in January, February. And then March hit, and it kind of tanked the second quarter that we're still in. But the second quarter really needs to be a cracking quarter where volumes are up, rates are up, volumes are up, and you're moving a lot more freight. And you kind of recover a little bit more revenue that you lost in the first quarter, always the slowest quarter. So the rest of the year, as I said to the folks at the Wall Street Journal yesterday, the rest of the year we're going to be playing catch up. But I don't know if there's, some of the carriers out there are really going to struggle to get through this if we don't see certainty in trade policy. People that make things that we haul on our trucks, they need certainty. They need policy that they can bank on, literally bank on.
Here's the other, and by the way, the domino effect or the ripple effect, however you want to look at it, are unintended consequences, occult patterns, as it were, or these irregular patterns. Here's the problem. Forget about people who are doing bad. Let's say you're doing okay and you need to upgrade the people that work for you. You want to go out and recruit a really good group of drivers. One of the ways you recruit them is people can compete with you on pay. They can compete with you on giving people a proper lifestyle. The last component of recruiting, I always feel like, is do you offer people the equipment that they can slide into that will give them a quality of job? Quality of life is wonderful, but you want to be in comfortable seats. You want to be in the newest of technology and all that stuff. If you don't know what the Fed is going to do, because the Fed doesn't know what the trade policy is going to be, and we go on and on and on, you don't make the upgrades, which means you don't have the equipment to attract the kind of employees you want to, and maybe lose out to the guy who made that investment a year and a half ago. So you're also caught in a stasis as well. That's the thing about sheltering in place, is that there are some places that are a little further upstream where the world continues to roll on. You see success stories when you go places. If you're in a position to begin to compete with your competitors, you can't do it if you can't buy new equipment. So you may be doing okay, but you can't take the final step. It isn't just about people who are hurting. It's about people who want to get better, correct?
Yeah. I've been studying financials at truck companies for probably 40 years in various roles. And the one thing that I see that's common throughout, the world, I've worked in 3 continents, and the one thing I see carriers not do is get a return on capital employed, ROCE in accounting terms. A lot of guys don't figure out, and girls, don't figure out, if they've got 50 grand in a truck and they put that in a bank, that's going to generate a return on capital. So if you've got 50 grand in a truck, how much per mile do I need to get the equivalent return from that money invested in a bank? And I hardly ever see that in the rate calculation. I see fuel, tires, phone costs, communication costs, oil, all that sort of stuff. I rarely see a component, that says, I need 7 cents a mile to give me a return on capital, because if you don't get the return on capital that you've got in your business, you're always trading down. To your point, you lack the capital growth in your business and the cash flow to actually be able to buy another truck of the same standard or even better, a newer truck. Return on capital is absolutely critical, but it's one of the least discussed in the industry globally.
It's the second biggest reason people go out of business in the first year. Sometimes people don't make a bad choice. They know exactly what the market needs. They find the niche, they amp up, and they get so many orders, they get swamped and overwhelmed, and they collapse. It happens. It happens. They can't keep up with the staffing. The work quality begins to suffer. And in the middle of having an overworked schedule, their business simply collapses under the weight of being undercapitalized in that particular situation. We have pitched enough gloom and doom. I want to talk about grilling. Let's go on to grilling here, Dean.
The good news.
The good news.
May was strawberry month. July is hot dog month. In the middle of all that, we've got grilling season. So that's some good news, because it means summer. It means we've got a lot more people partying, buying things, buying proteins, buying produce. So we've got a produce season that's underway. It's not so exciting. Grilling season is underway, although sales are down. When you look at some of the earnings calls of the big food service companies like US Foods and Gorton's and the likes of those, they're seeing their box count down. So people are buying less, to your point a little bit earlier. We're buying less. We're buying more frozen. We're buying more canned. But I think we'll still be grilling. You know, it's interesting stats when you look at this. The average American's going to have 5 barbecues and host 4 over the summer. And the ideal cookout, for those that are interested, 11 guests. And they believe it's essential that people bring something to share. But the deal is that barbecues, hamburgers are the top choice. 77%, hot dogs 65%, chicken 55%, steak 54%. So a lot of those go into refrigerated trailers. So that's a reefer market boost. That's why we typically see reefer rates go up around July 4th.
Reefer madness. I just wanted to do that.
This
Sorry.
year it's a speed bump. Yeah, reefer madness. It is a crazy season because, Jimmy Mac, rates normally go up right now. We're a couple of weeks away from July 4 when rates, peak seasonally. When I look at rates today, reefer rates have dropped 5 cents a mile this week. So still time to catch up, but we are not heading in the right direction. There's still an excess of capacity. When you think about the excess of capacity and then lower demand because we're all buying less, it just means rates are not going in the right direction, except in Central Florida where there's a bit of a shortage of trucks at the moment. But I give you a sense of where, if you think about national loads of produce in relation to July 4 and grilling season, produce loads this week, according to the USDA, paying about 13 cents a mile lower than what they were last year. So that's not good news for carriers because we're seeing lower rates, and volumes are down because we've got a very sluggish produce season underway. So not enough to lift us off the ground. Produce volumes out of California are down about, probably year to date, they're down 19%. I counted the number of loads moved out of California this week. They're 5,400 fewer than last year. 5,400 fewer loads of fruit and veg out of California. California's the bellwether. As goes California, so does the rest of the country when it comes to grilling and produce season. Those rates are down substantially on last year, and we've got about 5,500 fewer truckloads of produce moving. So when you think about where do we go this year, we're already heading in the wrong direction compared to where we normally would be leading into July 4, because you could almost always bank on July 4 being the spike in reefer and dry van rates. This year, almost like a speed bump. It's almost like they're heading flat, and this week they're heading down. Now, they'll probably change next week. There'll be some markets that are pretty hot for carriers, but nationally, not heading in the right direction. But again, it's like everything else, Jimmy Mac, whether you're talking housing or construction or solar panels or machinery, demand is really soft at the moment.
Yeah, and by the way, once again, 2026, I mean, we know next July 4th, God willing, and the creek don't rise is going to be huge. But I mean, there are real echoes of 75 to 76 here. I mean, history isn't repeating itself, but there are certain late 70s, mid 70s vibes going on here in regards to the economy. There seems to be, in regards to purchasing, a creeping sense of malaise. I almost feel like we're having this July 23rd party just to kind of give people something to look forward to. I just feel like people aren't looking forward. Is that what you've got? I mean, are you getting that sense?
Normally I'm incredibly optimistic, right? The American consumer is very resilient. They've proven that over the last couple of decades.
Fantastic. They're great. They're the best.
Yes, something feels different this time around. Like, not just economically, but ideologically, geopolitically. There's a lot of stuff happening in the world that kind of makes us shelter in place. We go to our worst place. We go to protect everything. You know, if you've got a business, you budget for the worst case scenario. So I just see everybody pulling back. I see truck companies cutting from 230 trucks down to 90. You know, I see them cutting headcounts. I see large fleets parking trucks, furloughing drivers. I just think until we get some sense of direction and we have more good news, because I look for the good news every day and I struggle to find things that tell us that we're on the right track from a trucking perspective. I'd struggle. Normally, every week there's some good news in trucking. At the moment, it's generally not that positive. And I haven't seen that for a long time because we just don't have strong oil production. You know, they're drilling fewer wells. We're not hauling as many drill pipe casing loads out of Houston. Everywhere you look, there's just things are at a much lower cadence.
And it's the uncertainty. It's the uncertainty, because I want to make this point about what you're saying, because even in the darkest times, people always forget that even during the Great Depression and the V-shaped recession and you could make a case that there was a recession from 1978 to about 1982, and it got really deep. The one kind of compensatory thing in the middle of that was because of the oil crisis, there was a genuine boom in Texas and Louisiana because of crude oil. Yep. I mean, a genuine boom. I mean, I don't mean like a little boomlet. I mean, literally people racing down there. And please, I would love you to tell me, where are people racing to? You know, talk about the idea of, staying at home, sheltering in place, but are there any safe harbors? Because safe harbor is a different thing. Safe harbor is not the same as sheltering in place. Safe harbor means, wait, there's some action going on over here. Let's get in on this. Because as you know, one of the things reason we love you here is you're a guy who chases the action. Where is the next big thing happening? How do we get there? Do you see anything like that, Dean? Anything?
I do. Yeah, I do.
Awesome.
Ironically, it's got to do with AI and data centers and this new, we're in a seminal moment here in the US where AI technology is changing our landscape at an exponential rate. I think we mentioned it on the show before. I listened to Bill Gates from Microsoft talk about their 50-year anniversary. And he said that we're about to see more change in the next 10 years than we've had in the last 50. It's Bill Gates, a guy who knows a little bit about technology. So I think we're on the precipice of change that we haven't ever imagined in our lifetimes. I haven't. I'm seeing it in our business change the way truck drivers negotiate with brokers, using AI agents to do the negotiation and bidding for them. Like these sorts we haven't seen this before, but I think the rate of change is what's scariest. This isn't sort of a technology that's, gradually coming into the market. This is coming on fast. And I fear that those that aren't ahead of this or certainly on top of it, they're going to get left behind. We're in a crazy time right now. So my point is that what's driving that are these huge data centers and then the demand is still going on. It'll be there for a long time, but these are over-dimensional loads of these big, high and wide units that are data centers, cooling units, cooling systems, air conditioning systems. Data centers are the big growth market. You probably need a triaxial drop deck or a extendable or probably an RGN type setup, but you were talking about specialized equipment a little bit earlier. That's one market that I see incredible growth opportunities for carriers.
I'm going to say this too about and by the way, I think you're right there. Mark Cuban also was speculating on this, saying that the real opportunity he thinks with AI is for people to begin to pivot to IRL. Is that if you really are looking for any action as well too, remember that in real life sort of things, and that means events, which means as AI begins to accelerate, people's desire for the real is going to get even, and it literally is sometimes a vibe thing that you spend so much time online, and then of course what AI contributes to being online is extensive in its ability to kind of rapid fire do a summation of a search you do, to help you find what you're looking for, to structure people's thoughts for them to a large degree, but then it does also on the flip side make people not want to look at videos online when they've been manufactured, not want to look at news when it has been done that way. And I'm only half joking that the reason we decided to do an event on July 23rd was to bring people into the real, but also, reaching out to Rebecca and making the half joke about the Atri event was, partially pitching it, but also this awareness of the sense that there is a desperate need now for more immediacy. And because immediacy requires construction, requires catering, requires all that in real life stuff, there may be opportunities there, but that's still in development. That's still kind of unfolding because we don't know if there's an AI wall point where there's a point where it begins to hit a wall and, begins to hallucinate. You know about the whole thing that there's a point where if you feed too much data to AI, it begins to hallucinate in how it responds to you. It becomes almost absurdist in what it begins to say at some point. But all of that stuff has a lot of possibilities. So just kind of wanted to add my 2 cents in on that. All right, let's talk about, and our good friend Mike Lutzenberg, Mike Lutzy came on the show and talked about this, the 100 deadliest days of summer. Let's talk about that a little bit, shall we? Since tomorrow is, as the good pastor pointed out, today is Thursday and tomorrow is the first day of summer.
Yeah, this is a wild time for truckers in particular. On top of construction season and having just done 3,000 miles out to Wisconsin and back, the construction season is just nuts. I mean, we're still seeing infrastructure projects all over the country. So we often joke that there's 2 seasons in trucking, winter and construction. Construction adds a lot of stress and delays for carriers in particular on a lot of our interstates. Worse, though, is that we've got an increased number of car drivers out there, passenger vehicles. Even worse on top of that, we've now got a lot of teen drivers on the road for the first time, very inexperienced. They're about 3 times more likely to be involved in a fatal crash compared to older drivers. Distraction, using phones, multiple passengers, speeding, impairment, you name it. But the broader issue is that for truckers, accidents actually increase in summer. And this applies to drivers of trucks, not just car drivers, but because we have up to 15 hours sunlight, we get less sleep over the summer. So when you get less sleep, you're more impaired, you're more tired, and that's the real reason I think we see. Summer's a great time. You have a lot more fun. You go out later, but when you go out later in the evening and you have more light, you shorten your sleep window. And less sleep means more accidents, more impaired, distracted driving. So the 100 deadly days of summer are very, very real, but not just for other drivers on the road, but for truckers themselves because of the amount of sunlight we get. So it becomes really important. I was listening to your guest yesterday talk about sleep, and it was very interesting because truckers have got to control light. You've actually got to simulate darkness in your sleeper cab, and a lot do to block out the light, that's sort of up till 10 p.m. You've got to block that out, trick the brain into thinking that, sunset was 7 p.m. instead of 9:30 p.m. So 100 deadly days of summer, really dangerous period. If ever there was a period of the year where you really need to be on your guard and driving for everyone else, it's from tomorrow onwards all the way through to Memorial Day. Or Labor Day, sorry.
This is what I love about this new platform. Dean was referring to Dr. Ben Kligler for Highway to Health, of course. If you missed that, guess what you can do? You can go to YouTube, and that interview in and of itself is there for you to be able to enjoy. And it really was a really upbeat approach to how we can go about sleeping as well. So we actually have access to that. People want to check that out. Something interesting is happening over here, though, Dean, and this is why I always encourage people to remember this kind of stuff. So it's a little tweak they can do. If any of you guys out there ever have access to a pool, and I know a lot of you guys say, I don't have a pool, but there are clubs, there are opportunities to go swimming all over the place. I think part of the reason why, I don't think people even think about it, why parents love taking their kids swimming in the summer is, despite all that extra light, man, getting a good swim in, Dean, puts you to sleep. It puts you out, doesn't it?
Does, yeah. I think it makes you feel better too, right? So the positiveness of swimming and the exercise, you actually feel better as a person. It's not just the fact that it tires you out, but I think it's the mental aspect is just as important. I know I feel good when I do some exercise. Swimming is always one of those great therapies I've found. Just you sort of disconnect from the world.
Yeah, it makes a big difference. And I wanted to kind of shift there for a second since we are talking about those deadly days of summer. By the way, our good friend D. Taylor says, good morning, resistors and Radio Nemo. Jimmy Mack, 15L resisting this morning. 15L is resisting this morning. The other thing is, I wanted to ask you, as somebody who drove a lot, did you have any regular R&R activities? Was there something that if you could get that squeezed into either the day or the week once or twice, it actually allowed you to have a better sleep or a more relaxed, focused drive?
It's going to sound strange, but
nope, it won't.
having a 20-minute or an hour and a half nap in my hammock under the trailer in Australia. That was absolutely magic because you had a nice rocking motion. The wind would blow. You could be high enough off the ground so those nasty things that want to kill you don't bite you on the rear end. But it was the best time. There's nothing like sleeping in a hammock under a trailer. That's probably the weirdest thing you'll hear today, I think.
No, actually, it's really funny because, Lindsay has a great line. She says, in between over and next is a hammock that we should take a moment to lay inside of. And I love that. Yeah. That is it. That a hammock, just like a really comfortable reclining chair, puts you in a position where you're like, I'm not going to bed, but I am taking a break. I'm not going to get a long sleep in here, but I am going to recharge my battery. And just a really kind of great place to kind of sit and exist. So you got the next couple of days off. I know you're going to have a wonderful weekend. I know you get a chance to see some folks that you care about. Wanted to ask you really quickly before we have to wrap up this segment. What is the next piece of video that you're posting? What are you getting up there next? What should we be looking for?
Well, I was just counting it this morning. I'm up to a couple of hundred videos from Madison, Wisconsin's the Historical Society show. So I've still got a bunch of editing to do there. So for the next few days, I'll be finishing off some of those editing extents. Then I've got a bunch of other content from the road trip itself, from the GoPro cameras that I have sitting on the side of the truck or on the windscreen and the dash cam. So it'll be more of the road trip to Madison and finishing off some of those videos. I just finished off a video on the truck from Convoy, one of the trucks actually used in the movie Convoy, with Patrick Bruno, the owner of the truck. He was in Madison, and I did an interview with him, putting the finishing touches on that. Now, that was a great interview to see the original truck and trailer used in the movie. Of course, not the truck at the end that goes off the bridge, but one of the other trucks. So I think there were 4 or maybe 5 of those R700 Max in that movie. Jimmy Mac, did you realize that when Steven Spielberg made that movie, was he 23?
No, it's not Spielberg. That's Duel. That's Duel. Spielberg is 23 for Duel. Yeah, I know that. He actually had just done a night gallery episode and lied his way into it. Here's the cool thing about Duel, Dean. Watch Duel and then watch Jaws. And you see he's actually warming up for it, dude. It's the coolest thing. Jaws turns 50 years old next week.
Yep.
Do you feel old? Wow. Do you feel old? I feel
I haven't been in the water since.
Yeah. You're Australian. What are you talking about? You're supposed
I live near Cape Cod. I was going in the water near Cape Cod ever.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. You go in the water. Shark goes in the water. Farewell and adieu to you, fair Dean Croak. That's it. I got to let you go, man. Thank you. I get to say this, DAT's chief analyst, but I also get to say this, regular contributor to Radio Nemo and original member of RGR. Dean Croak, thank you very much, brother. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Thanks. See you soon, guys.
Canada is going to come a-calling. It's their first shot at the title here. I'm giving them a little heads up. We don't get a chance to talk over the break. We just get thrown into this thing hurtling. We'll do a warm-up version because Jim and Joanne will reach out to them over the course of the month. They're going to be making appearances all over the place. Crazy new lineup.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. To learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Pittsburgh Power's OPS EcoPure gives you cleaner oil and saves you money with extended oil drains. The proprietary synthetic microglass bypass oil filter captures particulates down to 3 microns and gets rid of liquid contaminants too. Pittsburgh Power's industry-leading oil analysis allows them to monitor your engine's health and anticipate maintenance needs. Catch potential issues early and extend your engine's longevity with practical solutions tailored to you. Don't wait for breakdowns. Visit PittsburghPower.com and learn about OPS today.
You know Sap Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires, so hold on to that fifth wheel, because when you buy 4 Salem S624 EFTs, the perfect line haul trailer tire, mounted at Sap Brothers, your price is an amazing $199.99, originally priced at $299.99, and prices are good through June 30, 2025 while supplies last. Save on 4 or more at Sap Brothers, and nobody's going to beat that price. Salem Tires, advanced compound technology for maximum mileage and rolling resistance without compromise. When you think tires, think Sap Brothers.
Oh, yet again, live from the Fastport Studios in good old NOLA. This is Road Gang Radio, and I am extremely sorry to not have any. Get it done, Colleen!
In the arms of America, although it's the people of America, but I always want to say in the arms of America, because after all, that's the Bob Marley song from which that draws inspiration, etc. ad nauseum. We're still figuring things out here in the most positive, groovy way at Road Gang Radio, all part of RadioNemo.com. You can find us on the Tube of You, the Book of Face, the Odyssey, and the iHeart. Rumbling, bumbling, stumbling, and figuring out our way through this whole process. I still owe my good friends Jim Park and Joanne Ritchie a phone call, one that doesn't involve being on the air right now. But everybody is kind of getting their bite at the title over the first 2 weeks to make sure people know that we're still trying to kind of hold serve, as it were. Guys, I don't know if you've been a part of what's been going on here to any degree, but on Facebook, on YouTube, everywhere that our platform is live, people are participating in all kinds of interesting and wonderful ways, by texting, by chatting. They're just jumping into the conversation. Joanne, Jim, good morning and welcome.
Woo! Good morning. Good morning to you from the Great White North.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
We're still here.
Good to have you both. There's been a lot of stuff that's gone on over the past few weeks. It's funny because there are a few people who have stopped by that I've gotten a chance to talk to. Other people who have been doing these shows with us forever and a day who I haven't gotten a chance to talk to. You guys fall into that second category. So we're not just like ramping this back up. We're checking back in. I mean, there's been a lot of stuff going on. The good news is that even though it's only quote-unquote a half an hour, SiriusXM used to take 6 minutes at the top, 6 minutes at the bottom. We then had to remove 3 minutes in the middle of each segment. So we're not losing as much time as we thought in regards to unpacking all this stuff. It means a few less phone calls, but it also means that we get to talk and dig in deep. So good morning to you both. Joanne, would you like to begin? We're going to get through this and see where we go and see how we figure this out together. Good morning to you.
Good morning. Yeah, I would like to start off with a shout-out. Get things off on a positive note. Canada has a new highway angel. I know that there's many American drivers who are honored as highway angels, but, we like to give those who have been recognized by the Truckload Carriers Association, the Canadians, a special little shout-out when we get the chance. So this shout-out is for Alexander Kachuk. He's an owner-operator from Edmonton, Alberta, and he working for Trimac. And this incident happened near the small town of Hardisty, Alberta, last month. He saw, he saw a lone vehicle on the shoulder of the highway. That's not it's not a major highway, and it's not a busy part of the province. But the vehicle was pulled over, and there were 3 young people there out of the vehicle. One was unconscious on the ground, and CPR was being attempted by one of the other young people, but they were both distraught. So Alexander, who's trained in CPR, by the way, took over and performed chest compressions while the others called 911. And the 911 dispatch personnel stayed on the line and helped to talk Alexander through the procedure. And it was 20 minutes. He kept that up until the emergency personnel arrived and took over. So the young man did not regain consciousness while he was there. So we don't know whether he survived or not at this point. We're just hoping he made it. So thank you to Alexander for your quick thinking and willingness to rise to the challenge. And we're happy to have another Canadian angel. Highway Angel on the roster.
You know, for all the first response and for all the, making sure that people are okay, the thing that I find most moving is staying with them, Joanne. I don't know what that's the one that touches me the most. I mean, there was a story many years ago about a man who was badly beaten, and the elderly couple across the street that saw it happen, they called the responders. She went across the street and took this man by the hand, and he was barely holding on to consciousness, and she just kept telling him that he was a child of God and was loved until the EMTs could get there. And the idea of when you save somebody and then you stay with them, it just reminds them that there's somebody out there. It really, it's what completes the picture of angel. It really does, because they stay with you until the help can arrive. Just remarkable story. Just a great story. What a great way to begin our segment.
Yeah. I'm always happy when we can find something positive to give a little shout out for.
Yeah, and it's important to begin with something positive so that when we turn to go clean up the mess over with the IRP in Ontario, we don't feel too bad about it. Hey, Jim, you want to pivot into this and let us know what's going on with the mess over in Ontario?
Well, a bit of good news on this front, too, I guess. Not quite as good as the Highway Angel story, but apparently they've got things nearly stabilized with the IRP renewals in Ontario. A couple of weeks ago, we told you about the transition with Service Ontario picking up that task now rather than IRP itself. It didn't go too well. There were lots of problems, but they seem to be having it under control because they're cutting off the extensions as of June 30th. So there'll be no more renewal extensions beyond the 30th of June. So just a warning to all the golf fleets and owner-operators who might be tuned in. If you haven't got your IRP sorted out here in Ontario yet, get on it, because you're not going to get any more extensions. It seems that they're just about got things back to normal, and I guess that's pretty good news too. I guess just stay on top of this and don't let it get ahead of you.
Jim, I'm going to go back in reverse, like I said, because we've gotten a whole lot of new people on this platform and people who've kind of lost the thread here. Kind of catch us up. I mean, you don't have to go deep into the weeds on this, I know, because it's given us all a headache. But if you could kind of let people know what has gotten us up to this point, it'll help people understand how the mess cleanup. We're like, oh, that's what they picked up. So kind of take us through that a little bit.
Well, bureaucracy being what it is, doesn't always function as smoothly as bureaucrats would hope. The province of Ontario made some changes to the international registration plan earlier this year. Basically, they moved it under the Service Ontario umbrella, and carriers were now dealing directly with Service Ontario for their IRP renewals, rather than going directly through IRP as they used to do. Not sure why they did that, but that's what happened, and all hell broke loose. Didn't work that well. Carriers were sidelined, owner-operators were sidelined with trucks they couldn't register, new trucks, but they couldn't put plates on because it was taking sometimes 2, 3, 4 weeks to get the registration processed, which was unacceptable, of course, but you can't hurry. You can't hurry the bureaucracy when it decides, you have to do it a certain way. Then God help you if you try and buck the system. So anyway, they seem to have that sorted out, and that's what they claim anyway. The Ontario Trucking Association even has acknowledged that this looks like it's going to go ahead a bit more smoothly. But they, in a press release they sent around to Truck News and various other media outlets, they used some kind of threatening language with respect to MTO and said, this cannot happen again, and we're not going to let it happen again. So they're aware of how much it cost their members in lost productivity with trucks parked against the fence because they couldn't get the registration done. And any owner-operator will tell you, I'm sure, leaving the truck parked in the driveway, there's no way to make any money. And without your IRP, you really can't even hang a base plate on the truck. So it was a real problem. But hopefully they got it sorted out. They say they do anyway.
I read that press release, Jim, and I think you're spot on. I mean, essentially it was the OTA's version of basically saying, go and sin no more. Everybody always misses the point of that particular statement. They all think it means that you get let off the hook. It's basically saying, this is the last chance, pal, and if you don't do this, if you do anything like this again, we're going to take action. I mean, there really was, you're right, there was a veiled sense of menace at the end of that statement, and I was like, what exactly would they do, was my kind of thought. What would they do to kind of respond to any other kind of screw-ups? I mean, what could they do, Jim? I mean, what are they saying there?
I really don't know.
Yeah, that's why it's got me creeped out. I have no idea. I mean, what are you talking about, guys?
I guess they could make it uncomfortable politically for the government of the day if things didn't go well. They could mobilize their social media machines and get some news coverage on it, and that probably would be what they would do. I really can't see them having any other sort of forceful alternative to bring MTO to bear on this problem, because they certainly can't take over Service Ontario and start doing the work themselves, right? That's not going to happen.
Well,
so,
and
we'll see.
And by the way, people have tried to take over other institutions in Canada. It hasn't worked out very well. Joanne, I am you like that? Joanne, I am interested in moving to Canada, and I am interested when I move to Canada to have a non-driving career in the industry. And I happen to be 30 years younger than I am right now. What can I do, Joanne? What can I do?
Yeah, well, you're joking, but we have a lot of Americans that are moving to Canada. Just thought I'd throw that in there.
I ain't leaving. I ain't leaving. I'm not leaving. I like it here.
Healthcare professionals, and anyway, this you don't have to be coming in from the storm to take advantage of this program. It's Trucking HR Canada. They're a national not-for-profit association, and they've secured new funding from our federal government for student work placements in the trucking and logistics sector. This particular funding, they have many things going on, but this particular funding will help introduce for the next term coming up, 335 post-secondary students to non-driving jobs in the trucking industry. And that could be, technicians and safety specialists and dispatch and warehousing and a host of others. So they've got, Trucking HR Canada has partnered with 125 post-secondary institutions that have transportation and logistics programs. These would be, community colleges across the country. And the idea is to connect these institutions and employers and help deliver real-world training for post-secondary students. So the way it works, the employer gets a wage subsidy of up to $7,000 per student, and the student gets a job, a real job. They're put on the company payroll. The job's for up to 16 weeks at a minimum of 10 hours a week, and this has to be directly related to what they're studying at their community college, their program. So since the program was launched 4 years ago, it's been pretty successful. There's been more than 1,600 students that have taken part, and they've completed work placements paid work placements with the trucking and logistics sector. So, it's a great opportunity for students who are actively looking at postgraduate employment opportunities. And it's also a good opportunity for the employers to build a future talent pool with experienced candidates. So Trucking HR Canada is taking applications now for fall student work placement funding. And you can get more information and application details from their website. And it's fairly straightforward. It's just truckinghr.com. I know you love that HR in there.
Oh yeah. Any chance I get to have, as they say in California, Uber Alles, the suede denim secret police who have come for your uncool niece. I'm always down with those guys. Oh yeah, fantastic.
So just remember that Trucking HR Canada, and then their menu is fairly straightforward. It's under student. Career Expressway. That's what they call it.
It's right under inform on your fellow employees here. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No. I think this is a program that's moving in the right direction. They started off just kind of feeling their way. This was post-pandemic, and it's been quite successful. They've had. I think there's probably 250 or so employers, companies in Canada that have taken advantage of hiring those students while they're still, gives them a good, before they graduate, while they're still looking around. It gives the students, as I said, a chance to kind of get the lay of the land, and it also gives those employers. They're building up the future labor pool. So I think it's a win-win all the way around. What is this? That we've got nothing but good news stories?
Oh, don't worry. The last half of Canada Calling, to quote the late great Karen Carpenter, we've only just begun. Kevin Gill wrote me, by the way, to say Service Ontario isn't run by Ontario government anymore; it is done by third party. Thank you for your contribution there, Kevin. We appreciate you. Good to hear from you, my friend. He also gave us a thumbs up in our general direction. That's a lot of good news. And matter of fact, it's a good news sandwich. So it's Joanne, Jim, and then Joanne. I can't believe how spoiled we are with the good news. So now we turn back to Park. And we now come to the main event and the longer conversation in this particular situation. Hey, Jim, I know you're not fake, and I hope you guys know that you're not talking to AI over here. And Joanne is as real as they come. But you got some fake news for us, don't you?
Yeah, I got some fake news for you. I caught some fake news.
Outstanding, by the way. Nice piece of work, by the way.
It just... What was that?
I said, nice piece of work, by the way.
Oh, thank you. This came up a few weeks back. There was I got a flurry of emails from some of my pals in the business going, say it ain't so, Joe. Are we getting new hours of service rules in Canada? And they're bringing in a national speed limiter mandate. And all of a sudden, these emails were coming from a bunch of different drivers and owner-operators and different sources. And I thought, what the heck's going on? So started looking around, and one of them actually sent me a link to one of these stories that was on a Facebook page, of all places. So if it's on Facebook, it has to be true.
It's constitutional if it's on Facebook.
Paragraphs.
It's locked in stone. I mean, it's Mount Sinai truth. Go on.
Yeah. You can trust it, right?
Yeah.
So there was a post I saw that had 4 or 5 short paragraphs about these changes that were coming to speed limiters and hours of service and a few other things. And it's first I'd heard of it. So, being in the news business, editor and journalist and all that, I sort of figured, well, if I don't know about it, there's probably something going on here that merits some investigation. So contacted a few friends over at not directly at Transport Canada, but friends of friends at Transport Canada, we'll call it that. Started doing a bit of research on the likely sources of these stories. and found like nothing. There was nothing in the news anywhere, nothing from Transport Canada, nothing from any other reliable source that suggested any changes were coming to hours of service or speed limiters or anything else, licensing provisions. So it got me wondering how quickly, well, how quickly this stuff spreads on social media. Like, it's almost instant. As soon as one person gets bad news, they pass it on to their friends, and then more bad news gets passed around to more friends, and before you know it, we have a crisis on our hands. And that's when I get the call. Hey, Jim, is this true? So I just thought it was ironic that the folks who, it seems to me anyway, the folks who are decrying fake news in the mainstream press and media, and indeed on truck news sometimes, would fall so easily for a story like this. I just got to wondering, like, why? You know, it's back in 2007 when we changed the hours of service significantly here in Canada. We went to the 36-hour reset and a bunch of other big changes that caused, you know, all kinds of concern. They were consulting on that. They, the government and various agencies, were consulting with industry and stakeholders and everybody else for like a couple of years before any changes were made. And the original version of those hours of service never saw the light of day because industry, you know, insisted on some changes, and the government said, yes, that's a good idea. So, I mean, how would anybody think the government is simply going to come along? Well, I know this happens in the U.S. a lot these days, but when they're going to make some significant change to the way the industry does business, they generally consult with industry, and very little ever moves forward on an instant basis. It takes time. So, does that not occur to them? To the fake news crowd? Whatever happened to critical thinking, I guess,
Jim?
This boils down to.
Jim,
when you see something outrageous, they may question it.
Yeah, Jim, I actually, you know, I dug in, Jim. I dug into what you were saying, and I will tell you, I actually have a theory. I want to bounce it off of both you guys, and it's like not me. I'm not explaining it so much as I think this is what's happening. One of the ways that capitalism functions is that it succeeds when people find markets for which there is a demand. The idea that, you know, very rarely do people succeed saying, oh, there's a glut of this, I should get into that. That is not a good model for business. A good model for business is you see a gap in regards to demand. You can make an argument in a capitalist functioning society, there are two areas of demand, a demand of need. You know, the idea that, you know, I need certain foods, I need shelter, I need mobility. Those are things you need. Then there is emotional need, the way I look, the way I feel, how I hold myself, who I want to be associated with. And people make purchases in that direction. I think that there's a group of people out there who have an emotional need. Their priors demand that whatever a government does, whatever the mainstream opinion is, whatever the consensus is, they are skeptical. And by the way, that is not a bad thing entirely, that they actually, you know, want to check, want to make sure. But that goes from wanting to...
skepticism's good.
It's a good thing. But I think what happens is that skepticism, when it becomes the only reflex, becomes calcified into simply not accepting anything, no matter how logical the pattern of it seems. So what you do then is that you search for, your immediate reflex is not to examine what is being presented. Your immediate reflex is to reject what is being presented and immediately go searching for evidence of the contrary. When there is no evidence of the contrary, that means there's a gap there, which means that grifters and peddlers of nonsense in a capitalist society say, hey, these people have an emotional need, and that emotional need is to be a contrarian, is to be opposed to whatever reality is, or the consensus opinion. And so I think that there's a lot of really smart hustlers and grifters out there who go, you know what? These guys don't believe anything, so we're going to give them the opposite of whatever everybody else is saying so that they can feel like they got someplace first. I think it's also, and it's a human need, to be in the know, to be on the inside, to know it before anybody else does. And the possession of that makes them feel important and inflated. And I think a group of very clever and sinister players are testing the waters to see how much nonsense they can flood the zone with. That's what I think goes on in these situations. That's my take. I would love both you and Joanne to talk about that.
What I noticed when Park brought this to my attention, and I said, "Have you heard anything?" And I started looking around. I'm skeptical of anything I see on social media, by the way. But it was interesting because I think, which is the case in a lot of these scenarios when you start checking your sources, is that you go round in a circle. You know, you go to this source and that source, and they all point to other sources who point to other sources. You all come back to like really nothing. The other interesting thing is that there were a few things in this list of changes that they had, massive changes coming to the trucking industry in Canada, and there were those outrageous ones. It was hard to believe, for hours of service, as Park said, and for speed limiters across Canada in an instant. But there were also a couple of little things in there that were actually almost right. That they had been gleaned from bits and pieces of other things that were going on in the industry with, in a province or this sort of thing. But of course, there were a couple of websites too that kept leading back to. A lot of this was on Facebook, obviously, but the websites were, they were just. When you started looking at who are these people, there was no information on who they were, how to contact anybody. It was just a list of quasi news items, I guess. The 5 best things and the 10 best ways to do such and such and all that sort of thing. But I think it's a good lesson in how people can educate themselves in trying to determine. When they start doing their research, what's credible and what's not. The first thing that caught my eye, of course, being a stickler as a copy editor, was a lot of the grammatical errors, the spelling errors, and that sort of thing that you wouldn't see in any kind of a government press release. And also this overall thing of individuals not really understanding how our government works. That you're not going to have the federal government doing things that provincial governments have jurisdiction go.
Joanne, the speed of which this episode has gone by has been wonderful. By the way, rack-packed and stacked with great news, great content. I owe you both a phone call over the next 2 to 3 days. Thank you so much. It's good to have you back. We should have our theme song back in a couple of weeks. Can't wait to get that going as well. Joanne Ritchie, Jim Park, OBAC.ca, 2 of our favorite people from north of the border, 2 of our favorite people in the known universe. We like them better than even those folks on Zebulon 5 who we like. Thank you both so much. Get out of here.
That was fast.
That was fast, man.
Catch you in a couple of weeks.
Thank you, sir. Guys, Washington Trucking Week is next. Colin Long is going to be here helping us wade through the swamp and to take on the Fat Cats, punch for punch, blow for blow. You know him. He's that dude over at OIDA who actually keeps the government on its toes. Calls them to task. Lots of groovy stuff to talk about here. Dre will bring up that music now, by the way. Hey, the future is so bright, I got to wear ShadyRays.com. They have a great lost and broken protection program, terrific customer service. They've got your back at ShadyRays.com, and we'll be right back.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Freight is moving at Creek Carrier and Schaefer Trucking. We are growing and our customers keep growing with us. If you want to be part of a company that appreciates what you do and rewards you for it, you should check out Creek Carrier Corporation. We're looking for safe drivers that have at least 1 year's experience and take their job seriously. Then we reward you with great pay and some real serious benefits. Freight's moving, so check out Creed and Schaefer today. Go to creekcarrier.com and find the right job for you.
Wait a minute. Are you running all of your rig's accessories?
All of them. You like that?
No, why would I? Your engine's turned off.
That means I ain't violating no idling laws. You like that?
No, why would I? That means you're running off your battery.
I'm running on an Odyssey battery. You like that?
No, why wait, did you say an Odyssey battery?
Odyssey battery. Rugged, maintenance-free, thin plate pure lead technology, and massive deep cycling capability. Plenty of reserve power to run onboard accessories. Engine on or off. Twice the power, 3 times the life of conventional batteries. That's an Odyssey battery. You like that?
No, I don't like that. I love that. Wait a minute. The crickets stopped.
Odyssey hasn't.
Get yourself an Odyssey battery. Performance you can count on.
Oh, man.
Oh, man.
Oh, man. This
Oh,
is
man.
Road Gang Radio with me, Andre, Phone Master Dre, and the man, the myth, Jimmy Mack, live from the Deha House.
Hey ha, day ga. Hey guys, how you doing? Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Of course, the dulcimer sounds of Jimmy Mack on Road Gang Radio here. Guys, go to truckdown.com. Connect those dots on the map between yourself as a driver and the maintenance provider you need. Download the app. They've been doing it since 97, 50 states, 8 provinces. Truck up, and get down. Truckdown.com. Big shout out to our friends from Fastport, who have been solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges through research, technology, and people. From registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness, you can learn more at fastport.com, nationalapprenticeship.org as well. Quick reminder, too, by the way, on today's Trucking with OIDA, that's right, Trucking with OIDA is immediately after Road Gang Radio. The association's executive vice president, Louis Pugh, joins hosts Ashley Blackford and Scott Thompson for a wide-ranging discussion about unannounced safety blitzes, strains on the supply chain, OIDA's efforts to make the industry work for everyone, and much, much more. That is 11 in the center and noon in the Eastern Bloc, which, by the way, is where Colin Long does most of his business. You know that dude. We know that dude. Good morning to you, sir. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me. Good to be back.
It is good to have you back on here as always. So what is on the docket? Friday is always a slow day, of course, over in Washington, D.C. Sorry, I'm being sarcastic. It's a gigantic news dump is what happens on Fridays over in the nation's capital. But what you got cooking, what you got going on, what are you looking forward to seeing about tomorrow?
Folks are starting to talk about how we're going to pay for our infrastructure again, which has kind of been a dormant issue for a little while. I think folks have been, excuse me, you're always the first people I talk to in the morning, and my throat is never quite ready.
Oh, you should hear me in the Colin, let me tell you something. The first 10 minutes of this show is Stray and I hitting the mute buttons going, I mean, Nemo has a button on his microphone that is called the cough drop. I am not kidding you. It literally is a button that says the cough drop, and you push it and he goes, Nemo. That's what he does. So we understand. We understand.
Thank you. Thank you for your compassion.
We're right.
Like I was trying to say, people are starting to talk about how we're going to pay for our infrastructure. There's a highway bill coming. A lot of folks have been talking about what's going to be in that as far as policy is concerned for what happens on our roads. But now people are starting to think, actually we got to pay for this thing. And I think that will come much more to the forefront in conversations in the Capitol in the next couple of months as we work towards getting that bill potentially debuted this fall. So it's going to be fun. I mean, there's going to be folks that are certainly going to come after trucking. do all the time. They always want to impose more fees.
Well, I mean,
on us.
why should they? You guys don't pay anything. I mean, trucking doesn't pay anything. I mean, given compared to what a four-wheel car, what a transport passenger car pays, that's nothing. 20 times more. 20 times more. You want to? I've talked a little bit about this. You want to unpack this for our friends out there to help them understand how the piggy bank analogy continues to this very moment.
Yeah, I don't think anyone appreciates the fact that truckers pay 20 times more than the average passenger vehicle driver. I mean, it's like $40,000 for a small trucking business like the ones we represent every year in federal taxes and fees. And I think passenger vehicle drivers certainly don't know that, but I think a lot of folks on Capitol Hill don't necessarily know or appreciate that either. And I think it's something we're going to have to certainly educate them on again now that we're talking about reauthorizing a highway bill. But they look to us and they say, well, let's just squeeze more money out of them. And I want to be clear, our members are willing to pay more, but they believe everyone who uses the system should be willing to pay more, because that's how we start to modernize our roads. There hasn't been an increase in fuel taxes in decades. So certainly the cost of building our infrastructure has increased dramatically over that time, and we haven't been able to keep pace. So I want to be clear that OIDA supports increases to user fees to pay for our infrastructure. We just want everyone to be ponying up. And when Congress starts looking for ways to generate revenue to pay for our roads, we think they got to do it in an equitable way. And there's folks talking about fuel tax increases. The Truckload Carriers Association chatted with us earlier this week about some plans they have. I imagine we're going to support them because, like I said, we've been in support of fuel tax increases for a number of years. And I think there's promise in the fact that folks on Capitol Hill are now starting to talk about the need to bring EVs, electric vehicles, into the fold. I think their owners have been getting literally a free ride for too long. They don't really pay anything into the system because they're not buying fuel. So having them start to contribute, I think, will be important. And having hybrid vehicles starting to contribute more than they currently do will also be important. I mean, hybrid owners, I should say, also have had a pretty good deal because the efficiency of their vehicle allows them to pay very minimal fuel taxes while getting all the benefits of the road. So it's time everyone starts paying more, including truckers, but we want to make sure that folks who aren't currently paying in the system are there and are contributing.
Colin, I'm looking at Dre right now, and we both notice this. There's a certain sense of people need to pay more, but there's also in your voice, maybe it's just Thursday morning, maybe it's because usually when you talk to us, it used to be on Friday, and there's lots to look forward to for the weekend, so you can get past the cynicism and despair. But there just seems to be a note in your voice of, I'm going to say this, but there's no way these guys are going to raise taxes on their own constituents when it's easier to raise taxes on a bunch of guys who drive through their areas and they never have to see again and won't punish them. Do I detect any of that there? Or is there a sense of having to gear up for battle again? Is this more of a moment of pause? Yeah. That's what it is. Okay, good.
I think we will have to, as an industry, come together and fight proposals that unfairly target truckers as revenue generators. And we as an industry have a history of defeating those proposals. We've done it for the last two highway bills, and we'll be capable of doing it again. But I think until Congress musters the chutzpah to go after passenger vehicle drivers and make sure they're contributing at a sustainable rate, we just won't see any increases because, like I said, we've demonstrated that the trucking industry can resist punitive fees being increased on us. But as a result, Congress just throws up their hands and doesn't do anything. But those days are gone. I mean, they've been transferring money from the general fund, which is the big pot of taxes here in Washington, D.C., for a number of years. That's going to become more difficult because Republicans who control both chambers here in Washington want that transfer to be offset. And, they've cut a lot of money. They're in the process of cutting a lot of federal funding out there. I don't know how they're going to be able to cut more to generate enough of an offset to backfill the Highway Trust Fund. So it's a very complex issue. It's a very divisive issue, but thankfully I think the trucking industry is pretty united in our opposition against fees levied solely on us, and also pretty united in our support for increasing user fees in an equitable and fair way.
There are two things at play here that actually, in some ways, create cognitive dissonance. The first of which is, it's what I don't get from a lot of lawmakers, and I know there are people who are like, you never raise my taxes, never increase my fees. If you do that, you are an enemy of the state and have basically betrayed Adam Smith and Alexander Hamilton, even though I don't know anything about them. On the flip side of that, though, it is one of the easiest cases to make. I mean, everybody in their community has at least one bridge whose actual nickname is the Die Instantly Bridge. Everybody's got at least 2 or 3 roads in their community where it's like, if I hit that pothole, I'm going to be able to have a secret backdoor trade deal with China. I mean, that's just the reality of what we're talking about here. So it's an easier sell, and you use the word chutzpah. Use it properly, by the way. But what really is chutzpah to me is the idea that millions of Americans who, sit there and say, well, truckers should pay more as they drink their coffee. Where did it come from? As they stand there in their cheap clothes, how did they buy them? We can have that conversation. But the chutzpah is the American public, not the truckers, the American public somehow believing that it can use interstates, which, by the way, were created for the military and interstate commerce, that they can use interstates as if they are just simply a free lunch. And this is the issue here. And what I don't get is there's a lot of things that are hard to sell. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of things that are hard to get. They're fabulously wealthy people who don't know why they have to pay into the Social Security system. I can explain it to them, but they don't want to hear it. The one thing you can tell somebody is, what is this money going towards? The road that you almost drove off of the other night. The one that wasn't fixed. And I'm wondering why even on this, people have a lack of political will to go to the people and say, if you don't pay these fees, you're not going to have any roads, or you're still going to see more expensive prices, because at some point you ask the truckers and the companies that employ them to pay more and more. They've got to pass the money off to you, right?
Yeah, I think, not to oversimplify things and not to be critical of the American public, but...
That's my job, not yours. You get to be very positive. You get to be very positive. I get to insult them. That's my job. Go ahead.
I just don't think they appreciate what they have. I mean, the interstate system is pretty darn good, but, there's always going to be potholes. And I think people just, every winter, they're like, well, there's potholes. Our infrastructure is in disrepair, and what good is our money doing? And I think there's this disconnect between the fact that you need to pony up more to pay for the system. I mean, I think if more Americans sat in traffic or had damage done to their car related to the poor condition of the infrastructure, or, God forbid, had safety implications affecting them, maybe they would better appreciate the highways. But it shouldn't come to that. And I think that's where truckers really have a great argument to make and a great role in this discussion is they appreciate our infrastructure, and they're out there saying we're willing to pay more for it because we know it needs to be maintained at a higher level. I don't know that that's the case with the average passenger vehicle driver, unfortunately. And those are the folks who a lot of members of Congress, whether it be the House or the Senate, whether it be Democrats or Republicans, are concerned about bothering by increasing their taxes right now. And
hey, I hate to do. Yeah, what is it?
Hey,
I hate to do this, but would you mind me asking you to give us money for the roads you use all the time? I don't want to bother you, but I see that you're taking a whole bunch of produce off of the shelves. We just would like you to pay for that, please. I mean, that's what's happening here. I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, it's like I said, I just think my biggest problem isn't so much the people either, because I'm not going after the American public. I'm going after the people in Washington and the people at the state level. I really think you could make that case. Look, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it takes somebody with one of those, fake voices like Senator Kennedy to go like, I say, people got to pay that fair share. I mean, maybe so. Maybe we can all adopt like this low baritone voice and just tell people it's time to pay. Speaking of voices, Dave Nemo wrote me, Colin. He says, for early in the morning, what he does What he does is that he actually drinks pineapple juice in the morning, and it really does get him right with the vocal chops.
Pineapple juice.
He said pineapple juice. Pineapple juice. He's really a big supporter of that, along with guzzling buckets of water. That's a big thing. And if you actually, and the reason he's really promoting it is because all pineapple juice cans have a tracker on them. No, that's not true. I do want to pivot to trackers, though. Let's talk about trackers a little bit here, okay? Trackers on truckers.
Sounds good. Well, I mean, it doesn't sound good. We oppose it, but I'm happy to talk about it because this is another thing that's coming through the lens of the highway bill here in the next couple of months. And if folks remember, this was something we defeated a few years ago. Again, as a unified industry, I don't think anyone on the motor carrier side was interested in these proposals to require everyone to use a universal electronic identifier, UEI, or whatever the term is they're going to be using. But it's widely unpopular amongst truckers. It's extremely unpopular among OIDA members and board members. And if you remember, the Department of Transportation was sniffing around this issue, and they put out a request for information, and I think they ultimately got what they knew they were going to get, which was pretty broad opposition from the motor carrier industry.
You think?
And
you think? You think? I mean, it's like
yeah.
I'm going to say something really quick here because I want to get a shot in here. In what universe do they think about people who can actually explain to you how the moon landing was fake and how there was a third shooter in the grassy knoll and know about the Fair Play for Cuba committee? Do they think a bunch of guys like that are going to accept what they're talking about here? I mean, what is wrong with these people? Yeah, good. Okay, go on. I'm sorry.
I mean, and there was either some brilliance in what DOT did, or I don't know. But one of the things they included is, well, what do you think, truckers, if we included information on these identifiers related to you, the driver? And I mean, that was the end of the game from our perspective. And I think that kind of poisoned the well for this issue for the long run. We're never going to come around and support it. But the fact that folks went so far as to say, well, there is a slippery slope here. We might actually want to include information beyond just the VIN of the truck and have information related to the motor carrier and the specific driver operating the vehicle. I think that kind of ended it. So maybe there was someone over at DOT that didn't want to see this come to fruition.
By the way, I followed this. I think it's exactly what happened. I'm just going to tell people this. And by the way, you know me. You've known me for a while. You know I'm not a paranoid conspiracist. But I'm going to tell people this right now. When Social Security numbers were first handed out, everyone was told this will never be used for anything else but your Social Security number and can't be used for anything else. How's that working out data-wise?
Good point.
How's that working out? That's a slippery slope right there. Oh my God. That is just okay. Go on. I'm sorry. Continue.
We were promised the same thing with ELDs, and if not for OIDA, I think you would have seen an expansion of ELD information and the use beyond just compliance with hours of service. I know the third parties who provide the apps do whatever the hell they want with the data, frankly, but we've been careful in preventing the federal government from going beyond the initial authorizing language of the ELD mandate. But I think that has given us pause when it comes to things like this, like universal electronic identifiers. We know that it may enter as something that simply informs law enforcement that there is a truck coming up on an inspection station and provides the VIN number. But that's only where we start, and our concern is where does it end, and does it ever end?
Oh, I can tell you where it ends. You know what? Since you are the one with the DOT number, sir, we're going to actually ask you to wear it. That's where it ends.
Yeah.
I mean, we're laughing, but I mean, come on. Like I said, no one will ever use your Social Security number for anything else, and no one who isn't authorized will ever have access to your Social Security number or the data contained there within. How'd that work out?
I'm laughing because I remember one of my first jobs as a teenager was a busboy at a Red Robin, and to enter into the system to track my hours, I had to enter my Social Security number, and at the time I didn't realize it, but looking back, I'm like, wow, it really was just used everywhere all the time.
Just absurd. And people, and I'll tell you what, the paranoia crowd in the 30s when they first passed it were like, this, of course, they were convinced that it was, because, everybody always looks in the book of Revelations for how they can match things up with their own present day, because everybody really wants the world to end on their watch, how beautiful that would be. There were people, I kid you not, who thought that it was the mark of the beast.
Yeah, maybe they were on to something, but I think that's how truckers use these universal electronic identifiers. It's just a bridge entirely too far, and we're going to oppose it. I don't think there's any safety value to them, and if there is, we haven't quite heard a compelling argument yet. So maybe we'll learn more, but I don't think there's much more to learn about it. I think truckers are just going to remain adamantly opposed, which means OIDA is going to be fighting it tooth and nail.
Well, it's always one of my favorite things, too, when it comes to Washington, D.C. The great shutdown is, okay, if you do the following things, we'll have a conversation about it. And you give them your wish list and say, will you give us that? No, then we won't have that conversation, because they'll never give you the stuff. It's like,
Correct.
Yeah, if you pass all the things that we actually have that are written and ready to go and good to go, we will do this. That parking bill, let's talk about that first. That bathroom bill, let's have a discussion about that. That overtime thing, let's take care of all of that, and then we'll have a discussion about tracking us. And then you can track me while I walk into the bathroom so I can let you know what I think of you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Welcome to Road Gang Radio. It ain't your mom's Dave Nemo show, I'll tell you that right now. It ain't Dave Nemo's show. He actually thinks you should drink pineapple juice. Colin, what are we looking forward to in regards to the highway bill passage? I mean, what is the deadline on this? When is this going to happen?
The deadline is, this is a tricky answer. The deadline is not until September of next year. They've got time, but the highway bill is a massive piece of legislation, and it takes a lot of work to not only satisfy the needs of members of Congress, but industry as well. And we all play a role in shaping this. And members of Congress from both the Senate and the House have submitted their priorities to the committees who are writing the bill. So now they have to do the difficult work of trying to satisfy as many folks as possible, try to include as many provisions in the bill that will ensure its passage without jeopardizing it getting derailed. And that's really difficult work. And I mean, just think of the trucking industry. I mean, we're not on the same page with everyone in our industry. We know that there's folks who represent larger carriers, who represent brokers, who represent law enforcement, who are pushing for things we don't like, just as much as we're pushing for things they don't like. And it's a difficult dance to try to satisfy as many people as possible. And that's just within the trucking industry. We're certainly not the only collection of organizations who are lobbying on behalf of their members for things in the highway bill. So it's going to be a long process, but they've targeted the release of a bill, at least in the House T&I committee, by this fall, by the end of the year, which would be great. Although without the funding mechanisms in place, it gets really difficult. And we're positive. We think this is going to be a great bill for truckers because we've been doing a lot of great work here in Washington.
And you got a lot of friends. And all jokes aside, I've been picking on a lot of people this morning. And by the way, guys, when the Democrats are in power, I'm going to give them a whole bunch of grief as well. That being said, you do have on the Republican side of the equation a lot of friends who are really, really busting their butt, and some bipartisan support. But there's some folks who really, and some surprising people who have gone to the wall for a lot of the other stuff that's in the highway bill that you guys actually are looking forward to, right?
Yeah, and it's a one bill that covers all of trucking policy for basically the next few years, and it's I give credit to the staff who has to cobble it together because they're being pushed and pulled in so many different directions. But from our perspective, there's a lot of things that unite our industry. Truck parking. Everybody in the motor carrier industry and beyond supports truck parking. That should be an easy one. Actually, I think that will be an easy one. The House T&I committee has already voted for it in the previous Congress. I don't think dynamics have changed where they're now not going to include truck parking.
Is there going to be a party? Is there going to be a party in Grain Valley when that thing finally passes? When they finally get the truck parking in there? I mean, can we? There's
going to be a party in Washington, D.C., I'll tell you that.
I'm coming. I'm coming, brother.
Fly out to Grain Valley. There certainly will be. I mean, OIDA's been leading the charge on truck parking for as long as I've been here, so almost a decade. And sometimes that's just how long it takes to get things.
Well, no, and that's the
especially
stick-to-itness. That's the stick-to-itness of this, guys. I mean, I'm talking to our listeners now, Colin, but the idea is that I don't give Dave a lot of advice. He's got a few years on me. The one piece of advice when it came to legal matters, I said, you have to act quickly. And he goes, why? Because things move so slowly. So it means you have to constantly be out there reminding people, jumping in their face, saying, don't forget about parking, because, the world lurches from crisis to crisis. Parking is a slow-rolling crisis, and that's the truth of the matter. And you've got to kind of keep in these people's faces, and it becomes a drum beat rather than just an orchestral explosion. You've just got to keep that thump going, right?
Yeah, absolutely. We encourage our members, let's say you live in Arizona, call your senator and tell them to get on board the truck parking bill. And we'll occasionally get feedback from members saying, why bother? We've been trying to do this for so long. It's not going to happen. And that's frustrating. But I do appreciate the fact that a lot of owner-operators, if there's something wrong with their business, they remedy it lickety-split. And there's not much of a long burn trying to get something done in that industry. Otherwise, you wouldn't survive. But here in Washington, it's a different mechanism. It's a different beast, and we have to be patient. We have to take time, which is obviously difficult when we're trying to get our members to advocate on behalf of themselves over a 10-year period for truck parking. But they still do a really good job. We just want more of them to do it. I mean, we have 150,000 members. If all 150,000 members were weighing in with their elected officials about the issues we're pushing here in Washington, they'd be done lickety-split too. I think that's important to remember, is that there's strength in numbers. And we do have great advocates, don't get me wrong. That's one of our strongest powers here in Washington, is our grassroots advocacy. But we can do more, and we can do things more quickly and more effectively if really everyone starts getting involved. And it's a highway bill year, and it's even more imperative now that we get folks across the country weighing in with their lawmakers about the things we're pushing.
The way I kind of explain to people who don't understand how government works, and this is I'm not being a jerk or facetious, it's lawn care. It's lawn care. I mean, it really is the idea that it's like, no, you never have to stop weeding. No, it never goes away. No, you never have to stop cutting back that bush that keeps growing over the tool shed. No, you never have to stop, making sure you lay down the right things to stop the bugs you don't want and encourage the bugs you do want. And it goes on and on and on. And if you focus too much on one thing, then you find there are other areas of the garden, other areas of the lawn that go all to pot. And if you can conceive of it like that, it makes that grind a whole lot easier to kind of fathom, because you're not just making things happen like building that new shed, you're also stopping the weeds and the invasive species from coming in. There's a lot of invasive species in Washington, D.C., and Colin Long is stopping them from coming. Thank you, sir. Always good to have you on.
Absolutely. I love being on. I'll talk to you next week, probably.
You got it, my friend. Washington Trucking Week, as always, is a recurring segment here on Road Gang Radio. Good to get a couple in the books, by the way, Dre. We're going to take a quick break here, and of course you know what that means. It means Lindsay Lou, double L on the Mac Attack. Well, we talked about how you make a living, and now we're going to talk about how you make a life. Our good friend Megan Kate Nelson is going to join us shortly after Lindsay and I kind of crack open the bottle of champagne that is the second 2 hours of Road Gang Radio.
I love champagne.
I figured you might do that, my dear. Dre, with that in mind, let's get this party started with a little bit of music, shall we? Look at that lady.
Hey.
I'd ask you what you're wearing, but I can see. You look terrific. That's a good word for it.
24 hours. Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
I'm a long-haul trucker. I don't have time for nonsense. So when I fuel up, I need to get in and get going with a fuel card that takes me there. Founded in 1978 by a trucker for truckers, Multi-Service Fuel Card is run by real, honest people who are there to help us road warriors keep our freight moving. And with nationwide acceptance, fuel discounts, and dedicated customer service, no matter where I'm going with Multi-Service Fuel Card, I never roll alone. Learn more at neverrollalone.com.
You know Sap Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires, so hold on to that fifth wheel, because when you buy 4 Salem S624 EFTs, the perfect line haul trailer tire, mounted at Sap Brothers, your price is an amazing $199.99, originally priced at $299.99, and prices are good through June 30, 2025, while supplies last. Save on 4 or more at Sap Brothers, and nobody's going to beat that price. Salem Tires, advanced compound technology for maximum mileage and rolling resistance without compromise. When you think tires, think Sap Brothers.
Well, that song only tells you one thing. It's time to switch it up. Yeah, this is Road Gang Radio, and it's time to get with our friend, your friend, everybody's friend, Lindsay Lawler, with a little help of Jimmy Mack.
Aww.
A little help from Jimmy Mack. Hey, guys.
I get by with the help of my friends.
You know, Lindsay, we make a living with folks like Dean Croak and, of course, our good friends, the Canadian duo, the two best neighbors anybody could ever have north of the border, and then our good friend Colin Long from our buddies from OIDA. Big shout out to them. Trucking from OIDA will immediately follow this show, by the way.
So exciting.
Louis Pugh is going to be Ashley and Scott are going to be talking to. All that's groovy, but here in the second half of the show, we make a life, and I can't think of a better person to make a life with than our good friend Lindsay Lawler, my co-host on Road Gang Radio. Good morning to you, my lady.
Well, good morning. It's fun making a life with you boys. I also put my pineapple juice down while listening to Colin Long, while I was thinking, am I being tracked right now with my pineapple juice?
Tracking that little pineapple juice.
It did make me think of my good friend, your friend as well, Mark Evitts, who plays fiddle for me.
Evitts?
So last year, we had done a gig, and he was flying home from the gig, and I was driving, so I took one of his fiddles for him, or his mandolin for him, and we're driving, and I kept hearing this beeping in my car, and I was like, what is happening? What is happening? And then I found it was coming from his fiddle case, and there was a tracker in it, and I was like, is Mark Evitts tracking us on the road? What is happening here? But I realized it's something, obviously, he has in there for when he travels. But now I literally look everywhere I go. I'm always looking for the tracker in my life. I know it's in my brain because I have a cell phone, so I know it's there everywhere. But now you've got me thinking about trackers this morning. I know it's different than what you were discussing, but
it's
trackers
not.
in my brain.
It's not, actually. No, it's not, because and here's the thing, too. Like I said,
Bring it back, Jim. Bring it back.
Some of these guys, no, I'm serious, Lizzie. Some of these guys, like I said, I know they have a third shooter in the grassy knoll, and they know about the Fair Play for Cuba committee, and they actually think that Stanley Kubrick got those cameras that you can shoot without actually having to light a scene from NASA because he faked the moon landing. All that kind of groovy stuff.
He did fake the moon landing, by the way.
Actually, you know, if you go through The Shining, man, there are so many ways he's telling you that, right down to Danny having a NASA sweater. You think I'm kidding around? Go watch that. Listen, you think those guys for 1 minute are going to be like, hey, we want to put a tracker on your truck. Excuse me? Sorry? Really? How about no? How about no? How about absolutely not? You know, I mean, Musk talks about that, too. He wants to put a chip in the back of everybody's neck.
I thought he already did.
He's trying.
I thought he already did. He also,
you know what? Is that the voices in my head?
I'm fine. Put it in my head. I'm so tired of worrying about who's watching me or not. Just track me. I'm done. Don't track me, but tell me what to do. If you'll make my life easier, I don't even care anymore.
You know what?
Nothing matters anymore. Nothing matters anymore. I got nothing to hide, so just make my life easier and let me move on.
I refuse to be tracked. Now, excuse me while I text 17 people here. Okay.
Yeah. I love when people are like, I don't want to be tracked. Hey, Alexa, what's the weather today? I'm like, well, now she's in your house in your brain, dummy.
Hey, Alexa, play Radio-Nemo.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Jimmy.
Hey, so, by the way, Lindsay, I got a chance to get visited by Jamie and Randy this morning from CDL Life. They stopped by the studio right before the show started.
So cool.
They were driving to the Texas Trucking Convention, making their way over to Houston. They're going to come back on the way back. But they stopped in about an hour before we got started. I had donuts. I bought donuts for them. Dreg and I have eaten the majority of those donuts, though, for them.
That works.
In their honor.
Hey, do you consciously say Houston instead of like your H's? Is that a conscious thing for you, or is it just what naturally comes out that you say the U instead of Hugh?
Oh, I just say the U, Houston.
But is that like, was that one day you were like, I'm going to do it this way? Was that a conscious thing, or is that just how it naturally comes out of you?
No,
this is actually a real question.
It's an Irish Channel thing. It's an accent thing. I mean, the fact of the matter is that everybody in New Orleans tends to drop a lot of the first parts of a lot of things they say. And
is that because they're still drunk from last night, or?
No, it's because they're hungover.
Okay.
You want to get it over with as quickly as possible to kind of get through it. That's the big thing. And and while I quit drinking, I never really acclimated to the idea of not talking while hungover.
I haven't drank in 30 years, but man, I'm still hungover. That's how much I drink. That's why you needed to stop.
Yeah, exactly. I was drinking somebody else's alcohol. It was time for me to share their alcohol back with them, and not in the way they didn't like it the next morning. You know what I'm saying?
Speaking of sharing alcohol, you know who I love to share a cocktail with?
Let me guess. Let me see. Is it a writer?
Yes.
Is it a historian?
Yes.
Does she split time? Has she split time between California and Massachusetts?
Yes.
Okay. Does she dig the Civil War, U.S. Western history, and American culture in general?
I mean, yeah.
Okay. Has she written for the New York Times, the Washington Post, the Smithsonian Magazine, Preservation Magazine, and the Civil War Monitor?
Check, and check.
Well, you know what? I'm beginning to get a sense that the person we're going to be talking to actually earned their BA in History and Literature from Harvard, their PhD in American Studies from Iowa, and taught at Texas Tech, Cal State Fullerton, Harvard, and Brown. And if I have winnowed it down enough, I've come to believe that she might in fact be the author of The Three-Cornered War, Ruined Nation, and Trembling Earth, and for the purposes of this show, I think she wrote Saving Yellowstone. I just can't remember her name. Lindsay, what is it?
I know. Well, not that it's forgettable, but maybe it's because you're still hungover from 30 years ago.
Hugh.
That could be it.
Hugh.
But, we transitioned in this to say, you know who I want to share a cocktail with, and then you went into your boat of Fides, and then I hear that giggle in the background, which means it's time for Western of the Month, which means it's Megan Kate Nelson.
In the house.
Welcome back to the main stage.
On a Thursday.
We're going to sing some Blue Eyes Crying in the Rain.
Oh, my God. Blue eyes crying in the rain.
See, you should sing it, and Jamie and I will just listen.
You know what, I'm fine with that as well. Ladies and gentlemen, I sound like a stripper, like a strip club, but please welcome back to the main stage, Megan Kate Nelson. Hey, Dre, should we give her a proper intro?
How's that?
With her intro.
I don't know if we can play it.
I'm not sure we can play it, Lindsay.
Why?
We don't know if we own the rights to that particular music.
Oh, my God. Play it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, I'll play it if you pay it.
Yeah. This is a pay or play situation we're talking about here. By the way, actually, Lindsay, the other reason we can't play it is it's Saturday morning. Actually, Claire mentions the fact that it's Saturday morning when we do it. She actually
Well, what,
says,
is Claire like busy or something and can't do a new intro? What is she like booking 97 guests a week right now and doing imaging or something?
I know. And by the way, have you checked out the new website?
And doing a website?
I didn't do that. I didn't do that. I know. Maybe you did it. Maybe Megan Kate Nelson did it. By the way.
Oh, I didn't do it.
I definitely did.
Sure.
I'm going to tell you
I
both.
almost deleted my own website twice this week. So, you don't want me in charge of any of that technology.
I mean, you can't figure out a title, pal. Let's get real for things.
Hey.
No, didn't you solidified on a title for the new book, right?
Oh, yeah, I fought for that title.
And are we unveiling it? Can we say it yet? I can't remember.
You can, yes. It is, in fact, up on the Simon & Schuster website and up on Amazon.
All right, go for it. Now, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, so you know, let's welcome, because this is Megan Kate Nelson's first time appearing on Road Gang Radio, which is the new installation, which you're going to have so much fun on moving forward, Megan Kate, because we do what we want to do, say what we want to say, so just, let it all hang out here. It's just us girls here.
Nice.
You can say ass now.
Can I swear?
Yeah,
sure.
Do me one.
Let's steer clear of the F word, but other than that.
Yeah, and the see you next Tuesday. We can avoid that one.
Right.
Well,
Yeah,
Megan doesn't use.
I would never say.
Tara uses it all the time. She loves that word. Tara the Terrific. It's amazing. Please.
You can only
say
use that if you're British. The British people use that.
That's true.
Just all the time. Yes.
So Megan is our in-house historian and just bona fide badass author, and we talk to her once a month, every month, as we did on that last platform, which shall not be named. And she like so many other guests and sponsors and friends, has decided to make the move with us into this cause. Yes, into the next generation, which is Radio Nemo here at Road Gang Radio. So today, we are talking about Red-Headed Stranger, starring the good and the great Willie Nelson, Red-Headed Stranger, which came out in 1986. It was a low-budget Western film based on Willie Nelson's 1975 concept album, So Good, of the same name, Red-Headed Stranger. Willie plays a preacher named Julian Shea, who's battling grief and guilt and vengeance. And he has coming through personal tragedy. It leads him down a dark path, starting to sound like Willie's life. He rides from redemption to rage, back again across the dusty terrain of an old frontier town. It's parked a morality tale and then a Willie dreamscape, but it's all Willie. I'm still high from watching it. Megan, was this your first time watching it?
Oh, it was. I've never heard of it before.
What?
I know. It's terrible.
That's okay. I'd never watched it, but it was filmed in Texas. I'm going to guess, Jim, this was not your first time seeing this film.
It was not my first time seeing this film. It was not my first time seeing this film, although I was glad I saw it because I had a couple of really great thoughts in regards to this segment, a chance to actually open up this segment and give you, Lindsay, a chance to broaden of what we can choose for Western of the Month. I think you really will enjoy what I actually realized when I was watching it, because it falls under the same category as Kenny Rogers the Gambler and Kenny Rogers in Coward of the County, where a famous musician plays a character that they actually help create in the form of a song. This is a tradition, by the way, that goes all the way back to Roy Rogers and Gene Autry. This is a Hollywood trope that has been with us since the invention of sound. The Western joined us early with the invention of sound. It existed during the silent pictures. It makes its way up into the talkies. And as soon as the talkies are invented, Roy Rogers and Dale Evans and Gene Autry and a whole lot of other singing cowboys are on horses, pulling guns and having hot lead fly all over the place and singing a little song in between. So this is part of that tradition, and a rather groovy one. So it was kind of great to revisit it. I did want to ask you both one question. So you guys, in our last Western of the Month, we did My Darling Clementine, which I was delighted you both really liked. Did you guys notice how structurally similar visually it was to My Darling Clementine? How it had a lot of the same elements in regards to the town, the bare landscape, the tower. You know, the gunfight at the end had no musical scoring. It was quiet, mean-spirited. You had a father who abused and loved his boy simultaneously, and the sons were kind of incompetent. There was a lot of the same stuff kind of rolled through. I don't know if you noticed it. Would kind of want to toss that to both Megan and then Lindsay.
I did not notice that, but I'm not surprised by that because, aside from the silent shootout, we see so many of these themes, right? And really the Red-Headed Stranger, it has all of them. Like, it packed a lot of our usual Western themes and images into, a relatively spare movie, like an hour and 50 minutes or so. The revenge plot, the big bad family plot that has taken control of the town, kind of morally dubious main character, the romance plot the kind of feisty woman, I actually quite enjoyed the Catherine Ross character, Lori. I thought that was a great kind of plot line, and I sort of wanted to know more about her and her son and where they came from and where they picked up their Chinese laborer, who unfortunately was only on screen for a minute, but is, moves the plot forward. And it had everything. I loved Willie Nelson in a lot of it, except for the romance stuff. I just did not.
It was terrible.
I love Willie Nelson, but it was just so, if I may use the language of the young'uns, it was cringe.
Well, I think that maybe that's just art imitating life, because Willie hasn't been the great in romance in life either. He's had a lot of women, but that doesn't mean it's, Listen, I haven't been there when Willie's been making love, but but it feels like he's probably, and okay, here's how it would be in my head. I feel like Willie's like having a romantic or a intimate moment with a woman, and all I can think about is, what am I going to write about this? I got to get out of bed and write
You're
something.
always
You know
on
what I
my
mean?
mind.
You're always
Except
on my
when
mind.
I was with you.
Yeah, like I got to get out of bed and write a song, and that's not hot. It's just not.
It's not. And I just couldn't figure out. I mean, I loved seeing Morgan Fairchild as his wife, who ultimately runs away, and then he kills her in cold blood along with her lover. I was like, it was a total blast from the past. I don't know if you guys felt that. I was like, I have not seen this iteration of Morgan Fairchild. Like, she is so, like, I came of age in the 1980s. So, like, Dynasty and Falcon Crest and the kind of the nighttime soap.
And Pee-wee's Big Adventure.
Embedded.
Love.
And Pee-wee's Big Adventure.
The greatest Western of all times. So, Jim, to your point, I don't know if I made a connection between Clementine, but yeah, as far as the set, I mean, because the sets in this, they aren't polished, and that's kind of the best part. Like, it feels almost like handmade or something. Like, it's not perfect, and so it really makes the desert be a character in and of itself, I think. But that also, it also correlated to me that the sets and the kind of sparseness of that goes along with the music, which obviously, I love the music in this, and we want to talk about the soundtrack from this, but it's the same way that the music from the Red-Headed Stranger album tells a story. It does it in this too. It weaves its way, through the film. Like, it's not a soundtrack, it's the narrator. There's so many times where songs are just in the background, or they're setting a scene, like they're setting the mood. But these songs are really, to me, were the real soul of the scenes. And I don't know if I was pushing that, wanting for that, or if that's really, it was kind of, y'all think the music carried it through. But it feels like you're watching a music video before music videos even existed, almost.
Well,
yeah, totally. And I thought, I think you have to watch this movie. If you don't know who Willie Nelson is, I think you miss a lot of that stuff. I know, but, ask some of the kids these days. Do you think they know who Willie
I think they know who he is. You know why they know who he is? Because he hangs out with Snoop, and because he likes that Mary Do You Wanna.
He's got a new weed drink. That's why people know who he is. He's got Willie Juice out on the market now.
At 92. At 92.
Yeah, dude.
It's tremendous.
Willie Juice at 92.
I know. You have to kind of know who he is to sort of get great joy, I think, out of the way that this movie kind of unfolds. And I don't know, Jimmy, that was a great point that you made about this being part of that kind of long history of Westerns and singing cowboys. But, are there other movies where they're doing exactly as you're saying, Lindsay? Like, the character has been created by the songwriter and the musician.
Kenny Rogers in The Gambler.
Is it The Gambler?
An urban cowboy is with John Travolta, which you could make a case as a neo-western. It's literally the result of two things. It's a magazine article that then is turned into a song. Or Looking for Love. All those songs that come out of it, where they actually came up with they had the article, then the songs, then the screenplay.
What about Christopherson?
Yeah, and then you get Christopherson, who does the thing is, though, Christopherson's interesting, though. He doesn't create the character, but in Sam Peckinpah, who actually has a minor role in the creation of this movie, The Red-Headed Stranger, Christopherson and Bob Dylan, of course, do the music for Pat Garrett and Billy the Kid, where he plays Billy the Kid, and Dylan is actually in that movie as well. There's actually, here's the thing, there is so many movies like this in regards to Gene Autry and in regards to Dale Evans, and there's so many singing cowboy movies. If you just look up the genre of singing cowboy, watch what you get. You'll get like a ton of them. What has happened now is, rather than, like I said, with The Gambler and with this, and it happened a lot with Kenny Rogers, Dolly Parton, and Willie Nelson, where you get these people, they write the song. Eddie Rabbitt actually is in a movie. It's not a Western, but called Step by Step. I kid you not, where the song he wrote, Step by Step, gets turned into a movie. The whole thing about, Tulsa Time, Lindsay, the song
was written by our friend David Malloy, by the way.
Very cool. Very cool. So Tulsa Time by Don Williams, right?
Mm-hmm. The lyrics from the writer hanging in my living room.
Yeah, and he says, here I am in Hollywood, wishing I was doing good, talking on the telephone line, is that Williams goes out there because the big thing in the mid-'70s to late 70s was you get out there and you write a song, and then the song gets you in the movie, and then maybe they make a movie of your song eventually. Was kind of one of the strategies. By the way, our friend D. Taylor said Willie said he can't inhale anymore, but he doesn't smoke any less.
That's true. Let me tell you, if you go, so it's called, the drink is actually called Willie's Remedy, by the way. And here's the quick you can go to drinkwillies.com. They are not a sponsor of ours, although I would love that. Here's the vision behind the drink, Willie's vision. Imagine a world where peace flows freely, where hangovers are a thing of the past, and every sip invites clarity, calm, and connection. This is the vision behind Willie's Remedy, a cannabis-infused beverage line inspired by the legendary man himself. Crafted to honor his lifelong journey with cannabis. He just, so if you want to write like Willie, or listen, I can't smoke. I couldn't smoke with Willie if my life depended on it. Okay. Anyway, but yes, he can't inhale anymore, but he doesn't smoke any less. That's a good point.
Hilarious. Yeah.
Let me.
Yeah. I mean.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. We're all excited. Everybody's like trying to be polite. Don't be polite, Megan. You're the guest. Talk.
Okay. All right. Oh yeah. Here we go. No. I just thought, like, one of the things when I looked up the story of this film, the idea that Robert Redford was attached to it for a little while.
And Sam Peckinpah was supposed to direct him.
Yeah.
How about that? Crazy.
And I'm like, now think about that. Because, I mean, Catherine Ross and Robert Redford had been in Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid.
Correct.
And they were great and very sexy and a lot of charisma and a lot of like crackling energy. And I was just kind of thinking about what this film would have been like with Robert Redford in the main role, and maybe like Willie Nelson as the sheriff. That would have been interesting.
Yeah, that's what I kept.
Plot twist.
I kept thinking about. Actually, that was exactly what I thought too. And I thought if Peckinpah had directed this with Redford in the main role, and and the idea of and by the way, this was pitched around as Heaven's Gate. They really wanted Redford, Jane Fonda, and Catherine Ross as the three as one of the triangles they talked about in that film. I mean, can you imagine this movie with that combination? And it ends up getting made for like $1.5 million because Willie just wanted to make it so bad, and he wanted a starring role for himself. He really wanted to play a starring role. Lindsay, I'm going to come back to Lindsay's point because I don't like this movie. I don't like the way it treats women in this movie. I feel so bad for Morgan Fairchild. He is such a selfish man. He never checks in on her. They never go riding together. He doesn't do anything with her. He just ignores her. And then it's like, and then I will walk over and commit a worse crime. At least when they hang the guy, that guy really was trying to defend himself. Well, he just walks into a bar and kills two people because she's cheating on him. And nothing happens
with his
to him.
collar on.
Yeah.
With his collar
on. But I want to go back to Lindsay's point because you're right about the music, Lindsay. The sound mix on this film is terrible, meaning there are moments where you can't hear any ambient sound. But you're right, Lindsay. The music is so darn good that the moment they cut to those songs and put him on horseback, you suddenly get a sense of what this film could have been. And by the way, you will enjoy it, guys. It's a good, clean plot. It's fine. It's a great way to pass the time. It's just not a good movie. But you're absolutely right, Lindsay. The music just elevates it instantly.
Well, and if you love Willie, I think you
absolutely
you will like this, just to be intrigued around it. But I'm curious what you guys think. And Megan, knowing what makes both of you guys know this, what makes Western characters great, or what makes us, love to hate them. Why is it what makes Willie Nelson so believable as both a preacher and an outlaw? Like what is it about that makes that juxtaposition work?
Yeah, I mean, you know more about his kind of life and his biography than I do. I think
his
I know
biography
his music
is
a little bit more. His life and his biography than I do. I think
his
I know
biography
his music
is
a little bit more.
So good. Speaking of, if you haven't read his biography, I cannot recommend it enough because it's not linear. It's really interesting how he pops back and forth throughout life. I highly suggest it. I'm sorry, go on.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, no, I mean, I think that, musicians have, I think in general, the kind of vibe where they are a little bit of an anti-hero, right? Like they're kind of good guys, they're kind of bad guys. They get mixed up in a lot of stuff. Drugs and violence, and, they are on the road. They are, often away from home and going into new towns. So I think this is actually a pretty good parallel. And I think the role of the preacher is actually really good. And the setup wasn't good enough. Like I kept wondering, like, what were they doing in Philadelphia? Like, how did he even meet Morgan Fairchild's character, Raisha? Like, how did they even meet? How did they court? He seems much older than her. So, like, why would she even marry him in the first place? And then he, drags her out to Montana. But he is this, I think, very good, solid character in a Western that we, see again in Clint Eastwood characters, right? And basically all of his movies, but also something like Unforgiven, where he's trying to live the good life. Right? He's trying to be good, but he just can't help but be bad. And I think that's also a theme. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Lindsay, but I feel like that's a theme in all of country music.
I'm trying to be good, but you're making it real hard today, God.
Well, yeah. I mean, because I think, at least in the good country music, there's so much honesty that is why a lot of people aren't bigger stars and the Willie kind of way, because so many people are afraid to say the thing and to speak the truth and to admit, I did this, I thought this, I was this, but now I'm not, or I'm trying to not be. You know what I mean? Not a lot of people want to say that on a bigger platform, and so I think that's why people like Willie. I mean, we're getting more of a truth-telling stage, but everybody does, for the most part, like to be really polished, especially in pop and other things. So, and it's all about your image and your persona. Whereas country, the outlaw country, the real rough and storyteller country is like, here's the truth, and that's why people identify with it. People identify with it quietly and secretly. Sometimes maybe in their closet, they don't want to say they love it or why they love it, but it's because they're like, oh shoot, I did that too, but Willie just said it for me.
Yeah, and you can see that conflict in him, I think, and especially the first part of the movie, I was kind of like, okay. The middle part I thought was great, where he's on his rampage, it's the revenge plot, and then you see him really wrestling with, especially, he says that he goes back to help on the farm just because he was tired of running or whatever. But I'm I think it's because he knew he got the Chinese kid killed. And he felt terrible about that in a way that he hadn't felt terrible about killing many other people, including his own wife and including the poor girl who, is part of a horse stealing ring. I mean, that's why I think I was this movie had everything. They threw every single Western scenario into this movie, which I think maybe Jimmy is, because I agree with you. This movie is not great.
It's not.
There are many things that I kind of admired about it, and I did keep thinking, like, in someone else's hands,
And by the way,
could have been really great.
Really great. By the way, I was never bored. I want to make this really clear, guys. You're going to enjoy it. You're going to watch it. It's going to go by, and it goes by really quickly as well.
Is it Jim and Megan, at this late in life, can there be a remake to get it right?
I could fix this movie in 3 months. In a screenplay, I could fix it in 3 months.
And should Willie at 92 still play it, or who could play that part?
No, Willie could play the first guy that gets shot. He could play the guy that gets shot. That's who Willie should play.
And then who's Willie?
Well, I'll tell you after the break, by the way.
Perfect.
We're going to have Megan hang around here for a second. We're going to take phone calls as well. Phone lines are open. The conversation is going to get a little bit more loosey-goosey here. Megan, you just tell us when you have to go, but we're putting you on the spot, okay? We'll be right back. RGR. Guys, go to ShadyRays.com. Why should they go to Shady Rays, Lindsay? Quickly.
Because they have lost and broken protection on everything, because they have something for everyone, the coolest styles, and the greatest customer support I've ever used. ShadyRays.com. Use them, wear them, love them. It's a way of life, just like Road Gang Radio.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop. Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Yeah, brother. It's Road Gang Radio, and we live from Fast Forward Studios. Back to Lindsay and Jimmy and good old Megan Kate Nelson.
Fastport, by the way, solves America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges through research, technology, and the people. From registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness, you can learn more at fastport.com or go to nationalapprenticeship.org. Welcome back. Hey, Lindsay Lawler. We got our friend still with us, correct?
We do. Megan Kate is still here. Before we went to break, you said this show's going to get a little, the next part's going to get a little loosier, goosier. Mm-hmm. And so this has nothing to do with what we're talking about, which is why I'm going to say it anyway. But yesterday, I thought about this during the commercial break. Yesterday, right when we got off the air, I was a little scattered, and I went to pull out my supplements to take, my vitamins I take every day, but I was also giving my dog her pills, and I took my dog's pills instead. Yeah. I took all my dog's pills, and then was like, oh my God, did I take my dog's pills? So the good news is I did not itch all day yesterday. I did not itch, and I was pretty reserved. I didn't have any anxiety. Yeah. I didn't itch. The bad news is I shook my butt a lot, and it really got in some people's way.
Well,
so anyway,
let me ask you a question though. By the time you were done doing that, was Seamus disturbed when you were actually pulling yourself across the carpet on your ass? I'm just curious.
No, because that's my mating call. That's what I do every day.
Oh, I see. Welcome back, guys. It's Road Gang Radio. I'm calling it Road Gang Radio these days. I don't know how that's working out for people.
Needs to be a sponsor.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. My God, could you imagine them as a sponsor? They got a lot of people in the chat who are like, I don't need any more of that. By the way, our good friend Doodah Man actually lit one up with Willie.
Yeah, bud. Really?
He really lit one up with Willie. He didn't light one up that'd be kind of funny, wouldn't it? Yeah, I just lit one up. You guys got me so excited I had to burn a big one.
He needs to call in to tell us about that.
Hey, by the way, guys, you can, if you want to actually tell Megan hello for the first time, give us a ring at 615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO.
I wanted to bring up something here, and we'll talk about the remake of this film in a second. But I do want to bring this up really quickly. I think that we can actually open up this, Lindsay, in regards to your choices. I'm not saying that you shouldn't choose Westerns. Love the idea of you choosing a Western. But if you want to pick stuff like Tender Mercies, Coal Miner's Daughter, Patsy, Crazy, there's
Is there a movie called Crazy?
Yeah, there's a movie called Crazy.
Oh yeah, anything. So you're saying anything that has a based in whether it be a country star or country music history.
And I was thinking about this, and here's why: because so much of the structure of country and western movies, like Crazy Heart, Falling from Grace, comes to mind, which was directed and starring John Mellencamp, by the way. The mini
that would be cool.
The miniseries George and Tammy, Grand Theft Parsons, which
Could we do George and Tammy and call it a western?
Well, we could actually. The best way to do George and Tammy would, because it's a series. We would probably do it as a separate podcast, going through each episode is the way you could probably do that. Willie Nelson, by the way, in Honeysuckle Rose. Don't forget Clint Eastwood and Honky Tonk Man. I bring up these movies because the structure of them is the same as a Western. They have to overcome obstacles, and what you're doing is it always ends in a final concert. The concert becomes the showdown, the singer-songwriter with their demons and the audience and everything else to play. There really is a gunfighter element, and the structure is very similar, and the costumes are exactly the same. Straight up exactly the same. I mean, and like Urban Cowboy, which is not, either. Yeah, Urban Cowboy is great, by the way. It's great.
Oh, it is.
It's great.
I mean,
it's
got some super problematic elements to it. Where
Not
you're like,
super,
this
like
isn't
super
aging well.
duper.
Yeah, and I was actually haunted as a child. I watched that as a kid, and because my mother loved John Travolta, and I was haunted by that tequila scene where. It's Scott Glenn, isn't it? Is the bad guy in that?
Oh yeah.
And he drank the worm.
Ugh.
By the way,
And
I
was haunted by that for like several years.
By the way, Lindsay, I love an Urban Cowboy. Her choices are a man who actually physically abuses her and a guy who only hits her occasionally when she needs to be put back in the line. Those are her choices.
Aw, what a great guy.
Our friend...
Yeah, super awesome plot. Yeah.
By the way, Marshall has joined the conversation. He's firing up a cigar. He'll be driving by Franklin tomorrow morning and waving out the window at you, Lindsay.
My cigar smoking buddy. What's up, MP? Marshall Platter in the house. Marshall makes really great dash cam videos, and he'll set it sometimes to my music, which is really cool, but all kinds of trucking songs. They're beautiful to watch. So anyway, if you guys know Marshall Platter, give him a shout out. Megan, that's the thing now. With our new platform, we can see people commenting in real time over on YouTube, as well as FaceTime, letting us know what they want to get in the conversation if they can't call or whatever. So it's a really fun addition.
Awesome.
Yeah, it really is groovy. We had a couple of friends we hadn't seen in a while drop in on Facebook yesterday. Tara often texts me when people are dropping in on Facebook so I can jump over there as well. Don't forget, guys, you can participate on all of those platforms, and that's only going to increase. And don't forget as well, too, that Tara joins us twice a week, once on Mondays and then on Friday for Breaker Back Talk, where she reads the best of your comments and your participation on all the social media. By the way, Doodah Man asked me a question. I don't know if you guys have seen this movie. You both would love it if you haven't. Robert Redford in Electric Horseman. It was Electric Horseman, not Electric Cowboy. And, of course, the director of that was Sidney Pollack, to give people a sense of that as well. It's a really good movie. I know you and Lindsay would love it. Okay, Lindsay, you asked the question, how would you remake this movie? So we will start with you, Lindsay. Who do you cast? Who do you cast in the lead?
Morgan Wallen.
Oh, no, she's not casting Morgan.
No, I'm kidding.
Nate Bargatze. Yeah, no.
Oh, yeah, maybe. Nate Bargatze, yeah. Shoot, I asked. I cast him as lead for everything. Well, it probably would have to be a musician, right? Or be somebody completely different from Willie. Maybe that's the right move.
Let me see. You could probably take a look at Carl Urban, who's always my go-to these days. You can always throw a little Carl Urban your way.
I don't know who that is.
You know Carl Urban. It's The Boys. You know Carl Urban. You know him.
He was also in all the Hobbit movies.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I'm with you.
Yeah,
he's Australian.
He's Australian. He's New Zealand. I think he's a New Zealand guy. Guy. Maybe he's
okay.
He's a righteous dude. Lindsay, when you see him, you'll love. He played Judge Dredd. Terrific actor. But who would you pick, Lindsay? Who would you pick if you had to pick a country and western music star? And by the way, the role has to be cast younger. Willie's too old for the role. He's too.
Yeah,
old
I'm
for
trying to think. Like, is it like somebody that's like a. Zach Top, Tyler Childers, like somebody doing that storytelling kind of. But I don't know if they're actors or not.
Doesn't make any difference. By the
Oliver
way,
Anthony.
By the way, Willie would be great in this if he had a good director, because there are shots of him.
Maybe Lucas Nelson.
Yeah, I mean, Luke, that's a good get. That's a good get. But Willie's not the problem. The problem is that the director isn't good enough to make this work. That's not Willie.
All right, so who do you choose to direct it besides yourself?
Oh my God, who would I actually pick to direct this? Maybe Andrew Dominic, who did Killing Them Softly and the assassination of Jesse James by the coward Robert Ford, comes to mind. It definitely needs a really kind of sure hand and a kind of a really kind of sad overlay to it as well.
Well, and as well, whoever's playing it, like the thing that Willie to me does great in this film. Maybe it hurt it, I don't know, but it was just so peaceful and Willie to me, is that Willie's okay with the quiet. Willie's okay with the space and the pause that creates, even if it's sort of an anxiety-ridden piece, but it's still a piece. You know what I mean? Like there's a scene at one point where I think it's the sun setting. He's on a horse and he's just staring off into the distance. It's like almost for a minute. It feels like.
Yeah.
But in that moment, it's like it's your own reset. And just such a nice recalibration. And there's not a lot of people, I think, that there's plenty of people can do it, but somebody would have to be very cognizant of that quiet. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do actually. I had an interesting idea, by the way, Lindsay, based on what you just said. And Marshall wrote that he would put Dwight Yoakam. I wouldn't.
That's not bad.
I wouldn't cast Yoakam in the lead. I'd cast Yoakam. There's so
Chris
many.
Isaac.
There are so many good country and western singer who are actors and very good performers. It might be fun to simply fill it out with them, to get a first-class director and have a whole bunch of famous folks from the country and western music scene play these characters. Dwight Yoakam is a terrific villain, by the way. If you've seen The Panic Room, he is so good as the most evil of the three thieves, as he almost steals the movie right from under everybody. It's crazy. We got Packrat on the phone, by the way, Lindsay. He's calling. He's got a question for Megan. We want to get him in here.
We love Packrat. Before we say hi to Packrat, Dave Nemo says that Harry Styles should play the lead.
It's not bad. Harry Styles would be good as the young son that gets hung, by the way. That's a terrible piece of miscasting. The guy that gets hung is like basically 80 compared to his 12-year-old wife. But continue, please.
Good morning, Packrat. Welcome to the zoo. How are you?
I'm fine, Miss Lindsay, Miss Megan. Great to have you on, and Jimmy Mack. Good morning again.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning.
I want to bring up my favorite spaghetti western, and I hope you probably remember they call me Trinity, the Trinity series.
I got nothing.
Do you know this one? Do you guys don't?
No.
Oh, by the way, this
No.
stuff is priceless. Okay, Packrat, I'm gonna give you a good 30 seconds to unpack the Trinity series, which, by the way, is a lot longer on radio than you think it is. So tell them what Trinity is.
I saw the movie at a drive-in years ago, but it stars Terrence Howard, and he's a sort of a lawman, I guess, and fastest gun in the West, and he does stupid stuff there, and it's really funny. It's pretty good for a spaghetti western.
Have you ever seen? Have you guys ever seen the spaghetti westerns? Have you ever seen those?
Give me one that
a couple of them, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure I've seen a couple, but give me a couple. Give me some examples.
Well, it's what made Clint Eastwood a star. The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, A Fistful of Dollars, Once Upon a Time in the West, of course, which actually is so good it moves past being a spaghetti western. Did you see Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, Lindsay, with Brad Pitt and Leonardo DiCaprio?
Yes.
That's what Leonardo DiCaprio is based off of, the Hollywood actors who revitalized their career by going to Italy, to then fly to Spain, to then make westerns that were actually set in the Spanish deserts. That's what a spaghetti western is. So they had all these Italian directors built this big studio of like western towns and western locations in the Spanish desert. That's why all the actors in those movies don't look American, because they're not. and by the way, if I remember correctly, the Trinity series includes They Call Me Trinity, and my favorite title of all times, guys, Trinity Is Still My Name, is the sequel.
Yeah, I just looked this up, and then Revenge of Trinity.
Oh my! Oh, that's the third one. It's called Revenge of Trinity. I think
Yeah.
that's just priceless.
Yeah.
That's just quality
Yeah.
filmmaking right there. But they have one, Lindsay, with Rod Steiger and James Coburn called "Duck You Sucker" or "A Fistful of Dynamite." It's got two different titles depending upon what country you're in.
Is it Duck You Sucker or is it Duck You Sucker?
No, it's Duck, you sucker.
Okay. Thank you. The comma is punctuation is very important.
So, by the way, in that movie, Rod Steiger plays a Spaniard, and James Coburn plays a man who has escaped from the IRA during the Troubles, and they go to Mexico to blow up trains.
Oh my God.
That's what.
Of course they do, because they love to blow up trains.
They love to blow up
They
trains.
love to blow up trains. All right, we only have We've held Meg and Kate on longer than we asked for her, but so we will leave with this. Megan, give everybody listening a little, if you can and you will, an overview of the new book, some release date, some information. Break some stuff here first for us on Road Gang Radio, including the title again.
And thank you, Packrat.
Yes.
We love you, Packrat. Oh, hi, Packrat.
Yes, so the book is in production now. It has officially been accepted into production at Scribner. It is called The Westerners.
Yes.
Yes, myth-making and belonging on the American frontier.
Oh my God, I love it. I just got chills when you said the subtitle.
I know. So it takes you through the 19th century American West and kind of goes back and forth between two different narratives. One is the real people who were moving in and around the West in the 19th century and building lives for themselves. And then the frontier myth that's emerging at the same time that's only really emphasizing one group of people, which are the kind of white Easterners who are coming west. So it's giving you a little bit of myth and reality. It's putting you on the ground with 7 super fascinating, charismatic individuals, indigenous peoples, Mexican Americans, Chinese immigrants, also some white migrants, and men and women, kind of equally balanced. And they're all just like these
men and women
amazing
equally
people.
balanced. What is this? A fiction book?
What's happening? What is happening right now? Including, Lindsay, I think the person you're going to love the most, which is a woman named Maria Gertrudis Barcelo, who builds for herself a gambling empire.
Spaghetti Western star, by the way. Just wondering.
in Santa Fe. And is the wealthiest, she's the wealthiest woman in New Mexico territory when Stephen Kearny shows up in 1846 as part of the Mexican-American War. And her story is totally fascinating. She is a total badass. And I loved her. And
Awesome.
I think you would love her too.
I already do. Just like I already love you, always have, always will. So glad that Jimmy Mack introduced me to you. So glad that you have made the move. You have joined the resistance and followed us over to the new version of Road Gang Radio. We love you, Megan Kate. Release date again for the book?
April 21st, 2026.
Will you make us a promise? You can say it now because a year from now, who knows? We could all be dead. But make us a promise that in April next year, when the book comes out, you will we will have a book signing, a book release party for you in Nashville or New Orleans or both.
Absolutely. 100%. I'm there.
Love it.
We'll do it.
Notorious riverboat gambler Megan Kate Nelson has joined us once again. Maybe she'll pull the lucky card this time. Let's give a big hand for the little lady that is Megan Kate Nelson. Thank you very much.
Hey, love you, Megan.
I love you too. Have a great day, you guys.
Talk soon. Guys, Joe J actually says Dwight definitely plays a great creep. Don't forget about Doyle in Sling Blade. He is villainous as all hell in Sling Blade. I kind of like this new format, Lindsay. I'm kind of digging it.
Yeah.
With the people jumping into the conversation on the tweets and the twits and all the newfangled technology. Pretty groovy picture. The 2 pictures today, by the way, because it shifts over to say Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack, and then in the second half it says Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler.
That's me.
And it's got a groovy picture of us in our sunglasses. The first picture was you, Dave, and I. Before
reading the menu at breakfast.
Reading the menu at breakfast, one of my favorites, and then it gave way to me like looking very lonely. And I was very lonely, except for the company of Dean Croak, the 2 Canadians, and Colin Long.
Well, you're not in the picture in that
Talking about the picture, dude. Talking about the picture, dude. You're good. You're good. I actually was praising you this morning with Dean on the phone. Remember that saying the idea of having you over
Dre
here?
needs a hug. Go hug Dre, Jimmy.
How can I hug Dre? Dre
Go
is
caress.
a hug.
Go caress him
He
right
actually,
now.
he actually rubbed some lubricants into my beard. He came by and just rubbed Dre good.
I'm glad you said into my beard. Hey guys, it's Road Gang Radio. Coming up next, Jim, is an interesting guest. I'd never even heard of Aikido.
Aikido.
Guest us, two guests.
Yeah.
Talking Aikido. This is me doing Aikido. That's not. I'm moving. You know what goes well over on radio? Me doing moves in the background.
I think it's pretty fantastic. By the way, that will become a reality very soon. By the way, so we all got to make sure that our wardrobes are in order and that we're in the best shape of our lives, because at some point video cameras are going to start creeping into our locations, and you ain't getting away from it either, Lou.
I know. Put me in, Coach. Hey, Jim, give me your take on Aikido. What's the in 2 sentences? What is Aikido?
Good God, if I know. I mean, good God, if I know. I mean, like I said, the thing that I actually understand about it is it how much more it is about being centered. I know more about Takata. I know more about karate.
Karate.
I don't know Aikido as well, which is why I was so thrilled to get this on. So thrilled. So kind of excited.
Yeah, I'm basically just going to have a lot of questions.
Actually, Dre might have a couple of answers. What's your take on Aikido?
I just got one person to say. Steven Seagal.
Does he do Aikido?
That's what he used to do.
Yeah.
That's what he
whenever
used to
you
do.
see him just like gently touch someone and then they fly through the window. Yeah, man.
Yeah, I mean, like I said.
So it's more like a energetic thing. Like,
well, no.
What are you supposed to do in the morning? Tai Chi? Is it kind of like Tai Chi? No.
It's like I said. We'll ask them this. I'm going to talk out I'm going to talk out of my butthole here and just make it up as I go along.
What's that butthole?
But what happens, I think, is the idea that it's so much about being more centered and using your opponent against themselves.
Redirecting the force.
It's about redirecting force.
Ooh.
That's a good way of putting it. I just know that it
Very Star Wars.
It involves a lot of stillness. And like I said, I hope they come on and say, you got everything absolutely wrong, because I like learning new things. And that's a groovy thing as far as I'm concerned. I'm very excited about these two folks. I can't wait to dig. I actually, when I first started doing this job a long time ago, Lindsay, I actually had somebody come in studio to Dave's home, Dave's studio, this guy Ray, who was an MMA fighter. It was one of my favorite conversations I've ever had on the show. And the listeners loved it too, man. They were calling in, asking for health tips, asking for, how you take a punch, all that kind of stuff. So this is the kind of stuff that just infinitely fascinates me. And I know a lot of our listeners dig this kind of stuff as well. So, as Dave likes to say, guy stuff, even the guys that happen to be gals, it falls under that particular category. Tell me about this last guest, by the way, whose music I enjoyed once again so immensely.
Yeah, she's incredible. Shelby Means. She's a bluegrass Americana artist, but she's a bass player. She plays the stand-up bass. She actually was just doing a photo shoot recently where she's laying on the stand-up bass, but she's got like her heeled boots on and just like totally badass. So she's a bass player, a bluegrass player, very well respected here in Nashville. She's recently won a Grammy. She recently won a Grammy, which is really interesting, Jim, because especially a woman playing bass, especially a stand-up bass in bluegrass, holding down the bass, the low end of something, which is something I want to ask her about. That hasn't really been, not necessarily, I don't want to say supported in Nashville, but that's a new thing to have to make, I'll say maybe shed some light on, to really be in the spotlight. And I'll be interested to ask her now that the Grammys have opened up that new category for Best Traditional Country Album. They already have a bluegrass category, and that's where she falls. But I'll be interested in her take on throwing a new category into the country genre that will make even more space for artists like her, I think, where it's not like we have to lump everybody that's not contemporary into everything else. You know what I'm saying? So I'd be interested in her I'll want to ask her that. But she's phenomenal. I mean, appearing on this record are like Sierra Farrell, Billy Strings, Lindsay Lou, Della Mae, all kinds of people, Molly Tuttle. So it just shows you how respected she is, that these people also work with her and that she wants to work with them as well. So I know we had her on several months ago, but only the single was out. Now the full record is out. It's really good. She does a cover of Lady Gaga's A Million Reasons. That is, you're giving me a million reasons to let go. That song, her cover is so great. So yeah, very excited to have her on.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting too because these three next guests are going to set up a really kind of a great conversation, I think, to a large degree, because the Aikido guys, of course, as we didn't get a chance really to dig into that, but there's a lot about personal transformation that plays itself through. And as you mentioned with the last guest we're having, the idea is that how do you stay authentic while at the same time still becoming what you need to be to survive in a world that's been carved out for men? And I realize that there's a space in country music for women. I understand that. But the route that she takes in many ways is a route that for a long time was reserved for the dudes. Yeah. But I think that the uniqueness, the contrast of what she accomplishes. By the way, her music is so incredibly joyful without being sappy, and I really like that. I really dig that about her work. That is a really, like I said, I like.
It's joyful, but she's still saying something.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't.
Saying a lot.
It doesn't feel schmaltzy or poppy. It just feels like it's very uniquely hers and really speaks directly to her as a person. You get a sense of her through the music. I know people say, "Well, of course you should." That's not always the case, as Lindsay can tell you. A lot of people struggle with that. They're playing a character. Maybe she's playing a character. It doesn't feel like that. That's the truth. That's the truth of the matter. You're listening to Road Gang Radio. I do want to make a point here. I didn't say it in the last thing. We got Shady Rays in there. I want to get truck up, and get down. Go to truckdown.com. If you, in fact, find yourself in a bit of a pinch on the side of the road and you have that app, they will get you the nearest maintenance provider. They've been doing that since 1997. They serve all 50 states and the 8 provinces as well. Truck around, truck up, and get down.com is where you should head. 615-292-6366. We will take one and slip it in at the end if we can do that. But we got back-to-back 3, a trifecta of guests coming your way. The other thing is that the book we're going to be talking about with our 2 next guests as well is in many ways falls into your bailiwick as well, Lindsay. In some ways, it is
my what?
Your bailiwick.
My bailiwick. I haven't heard that word before.
Look it up. You're going to love it because when you get it, you're going to love it.
I won't look it up. Can you just use it again in a sentence?
Well,
like in my wheelhouse.
It's in your wheelhouse, exactly. That's what it is. It's your wheelhouse. He likes, by the way, it's funny. This is from their book. He likes to describe himself as a map maker and a guide on a pathway towards genuine self-discovery, offering universal lessons and practices that apply well beyond Aikido.
Obsessed.
And
I might need to take Aikido.
Yeah, I mean, that was one of my thoughts, too. I thought in my copious spare time, I really want to jump into this. Guys, if you just want a book that is a story about a life and a story about a methodology that is at the same time a great book about self-help, I can't recommend it enough. If that's your bag, this is your bag as well. This is your bailiwick. So it is really, really groovy, and I like that kind of stuff. Have you ever been attracted to something like starting a hobby like swimming or hiking or spinning, anything physical, where you began to realize it was a metaphor for actual life? It can be 20 years ago too, Lindsay. You haven't got to be doing it now.
Thank you. Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, I was a dancer for a long time, and that was how through dance. I was a cheerleader and gymnast and dancer. And those were, for me, subconsciously, those were my ways of expressing myself before I'd really found my way onto stage for songwriting and performance in that regard. So, yeah, I think at risk of stating the obvious, dance and movement of my body in general was a way for me to express, was a way for me to get things out and emotions out that maybe I didn't even know I needed to when I was younger. But I also realized last night that especially when at whatever point in your life you decide that, health is important. Hopefully that's younger than older, but I have decided it's very important. I know it's important, but I've gotten on board with it now. And I realize when you find something, like for me, Pilates has been a thing that I really like. It's my weight. I don't like cardio. I just thought, oh crap, I guess I'm going to be a big fat unhealthy blob my whole life because I don't like to work out. That was like what was running through the back of my head until I found something I really liked. I did bar classes right before Freya was born, and I went every day, and I was kind of obsessed. And then I had a daughter, and I lost my
life is what happens when you're busy making plans. I will say this really, really quickly. That was Claire's discovery when Claire went over to the health center and took the swimming lessons. and finally learned to swim at 31, 32 years old. It changed Claire's life. Everybody is an athlete. You simply haven't found your sport yet. The other groovy thing about this book, Lindsay, is that its division. It basically gives us a biography, and then it moves rather nicely into a lot of personal anecdotes about its subject. And then after that, it swaps into a real kind of self-help, self-discovery kind of thing. I do love the fact that and we'll get into more detail about this, but it's really about finding the energetic dimensions of yourself for yourself.
I love a good dimension. I travel through many every day, so I'm ready now. You guys, it is Road Gang Radio. We're talking Aikido next. Joining us, our guests, Lauren and Bob will both be on. We're going to dive into who they are, dive into what this practice is, what it means for your life, for your expansion, for your presence in the world. It's going to be a great conversation. You don't want to go away. This is a quick break, y'all. I'm talking like 2 minutes. Just take a deep breath. We'll be right back.
Aikido, the Art of Transformation, the life and teachings of Robert Nadeau.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. To learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
This is Road Gang Radio, and you are riding shotgun once again with Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler live from Fastport Studios.
We live, baby.
I'm going to ask a little boon of grace from both Lauren and Bob here as I unpack their biographies for you guys. I'm not a master of all pronunciations, but I can tell you that Lauren Hare and Bob Noha joined us this morning. Lauren began Aikido training in '71, a student over at Cornell University. He was inspired by his first experience on the mat, studied Japanese intensely, moved to Tokyo, entered a dojo as an unranked white belt, earning his shodan there in 1976, spent his formative years with the Kamano Juku Dojo in Japan under the training of, like I said, I can go through all these names, guys. There's a lot of impressive people here. Returning from Japan, he continued his practice with Terry Dobson at the Bond Street Dojo, lived in New York City, then Tokyo, then New York again. Lauren settled into the San Francisco Bay Area. He met Robert Nadeau in 1998 and has been training with him ever since. Hare is a senior instructor at the Aikido of Mountain View. Off the mat, he is president of Pacific Interface Incorporated, an international consulting company based over in Oakland. Bob Noha, by the way, began practicing Aikido in 1966 in Mountain View.
It's all he knows.
I mean, well, he knows a lot more.
He came out of the womb practicing, apparently.
I'll tell you this, man. Shortly thereafter, began training with Robert Sensei, and the start of a lifelong friendship. Bob started the first Aikido school in the D.C. area in the 70s, taught arrest and restraint tactics to U.S. military police at Andrews Air Force Base in 74, and then in 75, founded the first Aikido school in Buffalo, New York. Bob traveled to Japan to further deepen his Aikido training in 98, 99, 2006. He founded Aikido of Petaluma in 1983 and continues to serve as its chief instructor. In addition, Bob is also a devoted student teacher of Tai Chi and has a background in several other martial arts. It is our absolute pleasure. And as I told you guys at the top of the show...
Guys, that's all the time we have.
That's
Sorry.
it. We're out of time. But it is our pleasure to introduce two of the authors of Aikido, The Art of Transformation, The Life and Teachings of Robert Nadeau. Good morning. Welcome to you both, Lauren and Bob. Thank you for being here.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So excited to have you guys. Okay, this is listen. I love to travel beyond the ethers as much as possible of my mind, but also I'll tell you guys, it's that balance of finding the balance of connecting with your inner self and maybe a spiritual world and your own power, but also being able to be grounded and stay present on this earth. And I'll be honest, I struggle with that a little bit, finding the balance between the two. I'm usually all in or all out. And so let's just start from the beginning. We went through this book, but I want our listeners to get a brief understanding. I'll let you two decide who is the better one to give the quick overview. And I know it's not a quick thing, but for these purposes of what is Aikido, and maybe just to each one of y'all, why has it transformed your life? We'll start perhaps with Bob.
Well, I'll take that first crack. So the book is a study of the life and teachings of our teacher, Robert Nadeau, who is an 88-year-old 8th degree black belt in Aikido, and hence one of the first or few Americans, or Westerners for that matter, to study with the founder of Aikido in Japan in the early 1960s. He then returned to California and helped develop the art and spread it not only through California but around the world. He engaged with what came to be called the Human Potential Movement as it was taking off, and he taught for many years at Esalen Institute on the Big Sur Coast and helped spread the inner teachings of Aikido, not so much the martial arts teachings, through a wide variety of people that he came into contact with at Esalen. The book itself is a combination of three things. The story of his life and how he transformed himself from a James Dean wannabe living in Redwood City, California, to a master teacher, world-renowned. It also includes a very simplified version of his teachings that can help anyone, whether you're an Aikido student or not, develop a more mind-body harmony, more energy, more fullness, a better version of yourself. And it also includes 80-plus stories from his students about how they were impacted by his teachings, by their experience of him, by training with him. And so it's a very unusual combination of who he is, what he teaches, and how people reacted to him. There's no discussion about Aikido techniques, put your foot here, put your arm there. It's all about an inner study which is accessible to everyone.
Let's pivot to Lauren for a second, really quickly, and get the other side of the equation, and get your thoughts on Aikido and your relationship with the book and how it gets created.
And actually, that was Lauren.
Oh, you got to. Okay, I'm gonna do a great deal with you guys. I promise you, I will use your name So good, Bob. Give it a shot. Thank you, sir.
Well, one of the primary goals in the book is to provide the teachings of Nadeau Sensei in a way that makes them accessible far beyond the world of Aikido itself. He was, as Lauren was saying, instrumental in working with people in the human potential movement in the 60s, 70s, 80s, and even into the 90s. One example is one of his students was Michael Murphy, who's the co-founder of the Esalen Institute that Lauren just mentioned. And he worked with Mr. Murphy, and together they put together some teachings that Murphy embodied in a book called Golf in the Kingdom, which is a novel about kind of a mystic golfer has a similar flavor to the Carlos Castaneda books, if people remember those. And that book has sold well over 1 million copies, been translated into 19 languages, was made into a film. And there are many other examples like that of people in business, in medicine, psychology, and other disciplines who studied with him, not on the mat in Aikido, but at his workshops and other classes, and took that training and embodied it into many areas of life. In my own case, I worked in the business world for over 40 years and constantly used the training I got from him to help me in terms of interacting with people, both customers and people within my own organizations, to further the goals of the organizations, but in a way that also helped me to further my own goals of growth and development. So you were talking about the importance of embodiment, and Aikido is a very good example of that, where we're working with the principles of universal intelligence and consciousness, but in an embodied way.
Well, and what's interesting to me when going through of it, I didn't know anything about Aikido prior to this. I had heard the term, but that was the extent of it. My daughter does my 6-year-old daughter does Taekwondo. So then I started diving in, trying to see sort of the resemblance, but they are two very clearly very different things, obviously. And for me, thinking about what stood out, and correct me if I'm wrong, that it really Aikido seems to deal more on like the movement and the presence, and like say as related to self defense. It's not necessarily something that you're going to attack an aggressor with. Maybe I'm wrong, but what it did seem like it's useful in perhaps de-escalating situations, which could be a life metaphor. So how much of this, I'll ask you, Lauren, how much of Aikido is that balance to maybe being a life metaphor, but how you're using it not only on the mat, but then taking it out into your everyday life and work, and maybe even how you handle conversations with your family and children?
Yes. And so, your daughter taking Taekwondo, I'm sure it's good for her because little kids can benefit from the discipline and the physical activity and the coordination of practice.
Her discipline
Aikido
at home means she should be taking more classes, apparently, because it's a little rough. But
well, little
send her to you
children
guys.
are a challenge for every parent around the world, and yet they're a great joy.
Yes, luckily.
Yes, and so Aikido as an art doesn't have striking and kicking like Taekwondo, and is a non-violent martial art. And what that means is that the goal is to resolve conflict. It sounds like a trite word, harmoniously. Well, what does that mean as a practical matter? It means I'm safe and you're safe. Even though you attacked me, my goal is not to break you, but to guide you into learning the error of your ways, or neutralizing the attack, or protecting you from yourself. We have techniques that are really good for walking a drunk out of the bar. And maybe
I could use that in Nashville. I could use a lot of that.
But maybe the drunk is your friend, and so you don't want to smash him into the ground. You just want to get him out of that situation into a safer place. So that the techniques themselves are very flowing. They look very much like water. As some people call it, says that it looks like dance, but it isn't at all. It's a martial art with a logic of the martial arts inside it that gives us a discipline and a reality check. So we're not BSing ourselves about what we're doing. In order to skillfully do Aikido, of course, you learn forms. This is shape of technique. But you soon progress past that to understanding that you have to change in order to be able to do it. And the techniques are kind of a feedback mechanism to see how you're behaving, how you're changing, what's your attitude, what's your energy. Myself personally, I worked in Silicon Valley for many years, and I've been a business consultant for a few decades. And I find that Aikido has been extremely helpful in my business and in my career, because it gives me a philosophical approach as well as a practical technique for dealing with conflicts wherever they arise. And that might be, a conflict that is at work. It might be a conflict at home, an argument, a disagreement, a negotiating session where the two sides are, having trouble coming to agreement. And Aikido is a way of making peace between people. We train in pairs, and so it's a very important aspect of the training is your relationship to your partner, and therefore how you communicate, and especially that communication. A lot of Aikido, we don't talk a lot during practice, and so it's nonverbal. It's what do you actually do? How do you move? What is your, as I said before, what is your attitude? Are you trying to hurt somebody, or are you trying to, blend with them? And that makes all the difference in the world when you deal with people, at work or at home or, out in life.
I wanted to follow up to kind of go back to the book in regards to the first of the three triptychs, the biography of Nadeau. It's almost a great value lesson for anybody that is seeking to learn a new discipline, because he tries, and I don't know if he's consciously aware of this, he arrives in many ways as a blank slate. You talk about a former Marine, you're talking about a former police officer as well, but anybody who is looking not to be a cultural appropriator could really take a page from his book. He really leaves himself open. He is a genuine student as opposed to a tourist. And it's a good way to kind of begin any sort of discipline as well. And I either one of you can comment on that, but it feels like that his life is not only a great story, but that his life in and of itself is almost an evangelism for what you need to be in order to receive this sort of training. Is that fair?
Bob, why don't you take that?
Okay, it is fair in the sense that he was looking for something more out of life, and rather than kind of taking a passive approach to see what came, he began training with the tools that were available to him at the time. So here we're talking about the early 1950s in Redwood City, which is near San Francisco. And so he started practicing judo with one of his high school teachers. He started practicing yoga with an interesting man in himself. His name was Walt Baptiste, and he was the first yoga teacher in San Francisco, but he was also one of the first Mr. Americas in bodybuilding, which is an interesting combination in itself. And what Nadeau Sensei recognized, which today we wouldn't be surprised at, but again, here we're talking about the early 1950s, when he meditated and practiced yoga and then he went to judo, his judo was better. And that specific experience motivated him to look more deeply into the relationship between mind and body, between matter and spirit. So when he arrived in Japan, which originally he was there to study various martial arts, including Aikido, but when he saw the founder of Aikido, Morihei Ueshiba, he recognized very quickly that he had mastered this relationship between mind and body, between matter and spirit. And that was what he had been looking for since these early experiences with judo and yoga. And so his quest was motivated by a desire for something more, along with a disciplined approach to working with the tools that were available until he found exactly what he was looking for when he got to Japan.
So we're talking with Bob and Lauren here, and the book is, again, as we've been, you can go to, well, which is the best site? Because I know you both have your own websites, but where's the best place for everybody to find out about the book?
They can go to Amazon, they can go to Inner Traditions, which is the publisher. They have their own website, Barnes & Noble, and we have our own website, which Lauren will tell you the address of,
which is www.nadeaushihan, NADEAUSHIN.com.
And the book is Aikido, The Art of Transformation, The Life and Teachings of Robert Nadeau. So, it's I think, rare for an Aikido book to avoid the technical instruction and instead really focus on the energetic side of the art. And, Bob, you've described Aikido as, and I love this, an embodied functional spirituality. I loved that term because to me, that term was very balanced, which I love a balance, the embodied functional spirituality. So Bob, does that spiritual side ever surprise your students? Like they come in for martial arts and they leave with something deeper? Or for the most part, do you think people know that they're coming in for a more profound experience?
Well, both things happen, but a lot of students are surprised at the growth and development that they experience. One example is I had a student who's a very intelligent guy. He was a computer programmer, and he told me a story about at work after he'd been training for a few months. One of his colleagues at work took him aside after a meeting and said, I don't know what's different about you, but you're a lot more likable and easier to get along with than you were before. And then
backhanded compliment.
Right. Well, it was a change that occurred that he hadn't noticed himself yet. And then a couple of months later, I didn't see him for a couple of months, and he came back. I said, it's nice to see you again. And he said, my wife told me I had to come back and continue my training.
If you want to stay married, you will become an Aikido master.
That's an example of somebody who grew in ways that were unexpected to them. These days, Aikido has a certain kind of reputation. So a lot of people come into it expecting that it will help them to grow and develop in an interpersonal way. But there are still people who come in who were surprised by it too.
And I have a student, he came in as a 16-year-old high school student. His parents wanted to get him off of video games and into some more physical practice, and he was, through video games, was vaguely intrigued by martial arts. He struggled with the reality of it. You actually have to move, you have to do things. You can't just press a button. But he stuck with it, and we're watching him now. He's a sophomore in college now, and he's growing into an adult in front of us. And he's come back. It's his summer vacation. He's off school. He's back in the dojo. And, he was a little reluctant. He was a little flaky, kind of shy. And now he's coming out of himself. And he's finding, a kind of nutrition, a kind of juice in the practice that he finds beneficial. And, it's helping him grow. And but every student is different, and some people come because they've been bullied. Some people come because they want to be stronger. Some people come because they want to be more assertive and less passive. And other people come because they've read about Aikido and they want to become more grounded or more centered. And these are all, valid reasons for coming to a practice. Aikido is not something that you master quickly. It's a life path. And both Bob and I have been at it a long time. Our teacher's been at it even longer. And one of the joys of Aikido is that, while we started as young men, we're kind of gray-haired now, and we're still able to practice.
One of the, and like I said, there's sometimes that doing research of a book can be a really grinding experience, or actually getting people to kind of, give you interviews for things. In the second part of the book, we get deep into people paying tribute to your instructor, to Nadeau, and it's just remarkable the number of authors, people who run companies, people who design programs. It must have been so life-affirming and reaffirming to read and to get these interviews down on record, because it goes from Dan Millman, very celebrated author there. I mean, a lot of great folks really kind of step up, and while each of their stories is different, there's a certain core value that kind of permeates out throughout the book. Was that joyful, that process of putting together the second portion of this book?
Yeah, it was very much so. And one of the interesting things about it is we ran a couple of versions of the manuscript over to Nadeau-sensei so he could read it and see if we were on the right track. And he himself found it rather inspirational to hear a lot of these stories, because he said in a lot of cases people train for a few years and then go on with other parts of their lives or whatever. And so it was actually kind of inspirational for him to hear how much value his teaching had provided for people in all these different walks of life you just talked about.
Yeah, I mean, Lindsay, but I suddenly, as I'm going through them, and I realize it goes from somebody as simple as just as precise as a silversmith all the way to a guy who actually was in the ear of the Supreme Allied Commander and the National Security Advisor of the United States, and at the same time implementing the Marine Corps' martial art program. I mean, it's just, it goes on and on and on, and it just, it like I said, it almost kind of, like I said, reaffirms your own training as well, too. Is that the feeling of it? I mean, did you feel like, what a payoff? I mean, it's as if working on the book for him, it becomes about you and what you've decided to do with your life.
Well, I think that as the co-authors, and there were 6 of us altogether, all senior students of Nadeau-sensei,
the only 6 people that could write a book together would be people trained in Aikido to get along and do that, by the way.
And we're still friends.
There you go.
But we definitely know each other more intimately now after working together. But all of us 6 authors have varied experiences. Bob Noah here is also a teacher of Tai Chi. Tija Bell is a Zen Roshi, as well as a teacher of Qigong. Elaine Yoder is a Feldenkrais practitioner. Susan Spence is a physical therapist working in a hospital. Richard Moon, besides studying capoeira, is also an accomplished musician. And so we all brought our own perspectives, but we shared a desire to, bring our teachers' teachings to a wider audience. And when we sent out solicitations for people to send us their stories, their impressions, their memories, we were inspired by how heartfelt the stories were. People really thought about it and said, well, yes, this changed me. Yes, I use this in my daily life. Yes, it was a challenge, but I, surmounted it. And, each of us, the co-authors, have our stories in the book too, because training with Nadeau-sensei is not easy, although it's rewarding.
That's very clear in the book too, by the way, Lindsay. That's very clear.
Yeah, for sure.
This is not easy lifting.
No, for sure. And I'm curious, sort of on that. Well, on that tip, so to both of you, so you guys know, if you didn't realize this, but a vast majority of our listening audience are over-the-road truck drivers. So they spend a lot of time obviously sitting down, they're traveling a lot, and finding those ways for mind, body, and soul to stay healthy. It's obviously a constant battle. And I'm curious, Lauren, unless you think Bob's a better take on this, but I'm curious to Lauren, for people listening who don't practice Aikido, what sort of, experiential doorway could they explore if maybe it's a breath pattern or a movement or a mindset? Like what could be a gateway drug into Aikido if you're listening and you're like, I don't know, that's may not work for me, but for somebody to open the door to enter it, is there a way? Is there a path through?
The book has many simple, easy to do, let's call them processes, to become more present, to become more open, to become more centered, to become more grounded. And these are things that can be practiced sitting in a car, sitting in a truck, right? How you breathe, how hard do you think about things as opposed to accepting things? How do you allow energies to wash over you or through you? How do you get out of your head and into your feelings? And can you actually sense the world around you? How do you present the best aspect of you for the situation that you're in? And so an example of that is, you go to work and you have a work persona, a character. Whether you're an employee or a manager, whatever it is you do, you have to interact with your colleagues and carry out tasks and, do a good job. When you go home, you better leave that persona at the door, because when you walk in, your kids or your spouse or your pet need the loving you, the playful you, the, leader you, And so what Aikido does through these techniques and these processes laid out in the book to open and settle, to allow, to be present, enables you or helps you learn, not in a mental way, but in an embodied way, how to shift characters smoothly, without friction, without hesitation, to be the person you need to be for the situation that you're in at that moment.
We have to let you guys...
One thing I could add in terms of the driving part of it, my experience in the business world, which was a little over 40 years, my job was to go out and visit clients. So I put approximately 60,000 miles a year on my company car. Not quite the same thing as a truck driver, but in my career, I probably drove well over 2 million miles. And so a lot of the practice during that time, I was able to drive all that time without getting in an accident.
And he owes it all to Aikido. It sounds like we're out of time, unfortunately. Bob and Lauren, we're so sorry. We could talk to you forever, but it's so good. But make sure you check it out. Aikido, The Art of Transformation, The Life and Teachings of Robert Nadeau. Available Amazon, anywhere you buy your books. We will post a link to it. It will be in our Sleeper Cab library once that exists. Guys, thank you so much for taking the time. You've set us off into a peaceful day. So we're going to practice our presence. Thank you both.
Bye. Thank you both. Thank you very much.
Oh, man. I got to tell you, we didn't even just talk about Pump the Pump, dude. I wanted to talk about that, but we got to take a break here. It's Road Gang Radio. Guys, go to RadioNemo.com. You know the drill, Dre. We got to get out of here, take a break. We got our next guest coming up here.
Grammy Award winner Shelby Means, badass, is joining us next. You're going to love her music. You will love her soul even more. We'll be right back.
ShadyRays.com.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Well, you know exactly what time it is yet again. That was a short little break, but this is Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler with our final guest.
Welcome back, guys. It's Road Gang Radio. Jimmy Mack here with Lindsay Lawler. We got a great guest coming up for you in a second, but I want to remind people we're over at the Fastport Studios at the Degas House in New Orleans, less than 2 minutes from Dave's original Road Gang location. Fastport's been solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges through research, technology, and people for quite some time. From registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness, you can learn more at fastport.com or go to nationalapprenticeship.org. Don't forget, if you actually break down, visit our friends over at truckdown.com. Download that app, man.
Gotta get up and truck down. Gotta get up and truck down.
50 states, 8 provinces, truckdown.com. Get out of the ditch and back on the road. And when you do, put on your Spotify or whatever your streaming service is. Lindsay, who should they listen to?
They should listen to Shelby Means on repeat, y'all. It will make those hours traveling down the road go by. I promise it. Okay, so I'm really excited about this. Joining us, we're welcoming her back, by the way, to the show. It's Shelby Means. You may already know her as a Grammy Award-winning bassist. She won a Grammy. I know her. She won a Grammy for Best Bluegrass Album earlier this year for her work with Molly Tuttle and Golden Highway on their 2023 album, City of Gold, which is phenomenal. She's a killer vocalist and honestly one of the coolest, most respected names in bluegrass and Americana right now. She's played with everybody from Della Mae to Molly Tuttle to the Troubadours, and now she's out with her brand new solo record, Thank You Jesus. It just dropped. It's stunning, it's soulful, it's rootsy, it's honest, it's all the things. And she brought some heavy hitters along for the ride. Of course, there's Billy String, Sierra Farrell, Lindsay Lou, No More Than Two, not me, the other actual Lindsay Lou. This is one of those albums, guys, that makes you feel something, and I mean that. It probably makes you want to start a band, and no offense, you will never be Shelby Means. Will the real Shelby Means please stand up? She's the real deal. I'm so glad she's back with us today. Please make welcome to the program with a new album out, Shelby Means. Good morning.
Good morning. How are y'all doing?
We're good. Hey, Shelby, real quick. Shelby Means, what do you mean? This morning, what does Shelby mean?
Shelby means business. Shelby means bluegrass. It can mean anything, you know. It depends on my mood, I suppose.
Fair enough.
Shelby, this is going to be kind of a strange question in regards to its specificity. What have you been up to the last couple of weeks? I mean, what has been going on specifically? What's the day-to-day been like? I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on, but what has the last 3 or 4 weeks been like for you?
Wow, putting out a record is a wild ride.
Yeah,
and
you think?
Feels like now that it's out, it's like it has its own little path, and I've just been enjoying that stepping back from a bit of the business side of it, and then out into the van, onto the road. Played a few shows in Winston-Salem and Charlotte, North Carolina, and then a hometown show for me in Charleston. And then actually this week I am on vacation. I took a vacation to Pawleys Island with my husband's family. They do it every year, an annual beach trip, and we all share a beach house. And so this week the routine has been very out of the ordinary for me, just hanging with lots of family, going out onto the beach. My nephew's here, so we're chasing around the almost 2-year-old. And, of course, my husband Joel and I play music together, so we've been practicing a lot because I have a great album release show lined up next week in Nashville.
Yeehaw.
So
I will be there, by the way.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah.
And by the way...
say that? Oops.
Yes, you can.
You can say anything you
can
want.
say worse.
Yeah.
We can do whatever we want.
New platform.
I love it.
Shelby, and of course, thank you for getting why I asked the question, because you are in between. You are in the hammock between what Lindsay likes to call over and next, and that's kind of where you are right now. And I was kind of curious, and you actually ended up answering the question a little bit because you are playing guitars with your hubby. But my question is, when you do finally arrive at downtime, are you able in any sort of mindful way to turn off your mind, or does it never stop wanting to figure out music and being creative? I realize you've answered a little bit, but picking on strings ain't the same as figuring out what's next.
Yeah, she's on vacation, calling into our radio show and practicing with her husband. So she's not on vacation.
Yeah.
Well, as a self-employed person, I do think it's challenging and something that it's worth talking about, because when do you turn it off? With our little cell phone devices, we can be working from the moment we wake up to the moment we go to sleep, or any time in between. But I have lately, this year, just really gotten reinvigorated with reading books and reading like fantasy books. So I'm reading a book about witches right now, and that honestly is one of my favorite things and favorite ways to just disconnect and disconnect from work and from music. So
it helps.
I'm able to a little bit. Yeah,
it probably helps. Just the plain make believe. I've been feeling this a while as I'm a songwriter as well. And so thinking about that, like, man, I've got to return. I've done so much of nonfiction and self-help and all that. I need to return to some of the fantasy and that childlike joy, which I think will help me in my adult life change my writing, which begs the question to you, how do you, as we write before we get married, and then we write when we're married, and then we write when we're older, and maybe there's kids or nieces and nephews or whatever, like all these different seasons of life. But can you kind of break down your career as an artist and a musician, which spans quite some time, and be like, oh, that was a chapter, this was a chapter, that was a chapter, or do you see it as all one fluid thing, if that makes sense?
I think being a side person in different bands, there's different eras, So that certainly is like, oh, that was the Delamay era, and where I wasn't maybe as aware of my writing in that era, even though I was doing it and I was still completing songs. I wanted to write and be creative, and then as I've gotten older, I guess I've just gathered more tools along the way to help me understand how to dig in and be creative.
No, that makes sense.
When I was younger, it was just like it was a little bit easier to make time for it in a way, and then I just would get busy on the road or whatever and kind of fall out of practice of it. So just keeping that journal handy, I think, is helping me. But it is like, with all the work that went into putting a new record out into the world, which I do hope everyone will give a listen to, if
yes,
Spotify or Tidal or however you get your music these days. That's so much energy went into that I'm in this little period of just nurturing that, and but I'm starting to look forward and think like, oh gosh, I want to make another one. I want to do some more duet recordings with Joel, and I want to do this, I want to do that. So the goals continue to form, and so then I have to keep the creative wheels moving forward.
Well, good, because once you have no more goals, you're done and you're dead. So we have to continue to evolve and add to our toolkit, or else, Jim, it's over.
It's really kind of neat because we just had on two guests who had just written a book about Aikido, about their sensei, and there's a quote from here, and I wanted to actually ask you about this in regards to your own writing. And the book says, "This leads me to a final point, which is that anything and everything can be an opportunity to process, to pump the pump, as sensei might say. Sitting down and standing up, raising and lowering your arms, walking 3 steps forward and 3 steps back, breathing in and breathing out, all are simple, natural activities with a slight focus shift inward, the pump begins to pump and energy flows." And I bring that up because, one of the hardest things for me to adjust to when doing this show and having to create content every day and to read and to write is I find that if I keep flashcards with me and just simply write really brief outlines, it means that I haven't lost the idea when I get home to actually sit down and write them out. And I really, I've come to really love that. And I'm wondering, as a creative writer yourself, if there are little tricks you've done to be like, I can't write this song right now, but I can't lose it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, there's that moment of, I can't lose this, but do you find yourself scribbling on the back of bubblegum wrappers? You know what I'm saying? It's like, give me that bubblegum wrapper and writing down. What do you do?
Yeah, I do. I always have a journal in my backpack, and that's kind of my go-to. Because as a traveling person, I always have my backpack with me too. So that's that. My phone is a really handy tool with voice memos if I want to just speak something or hum a little melody. So often songs will come to me with melodies and lyrics attached, kind of. So I'll get a few lines into my phone. But I do not really like writing. Just if it's an idea and I absolutely don't have a piece of paper, I can type it into my notes on my phone, but those are less likely for me to actually remember to go back to and find. I don't know. It's just the writing. Something about physically writing it down is easier. or singing into the phone for the voice memo.
It 100% is, and I hope that you will come back. When launching a show next month called We Should Write here, which is about the healing power of writing, but with equal parts sarcasm and soul. But just how, because, you know, I know I'll physically write something down and maybe not look at it for 6 months or a year or even longer, but then you come back and see it and you're like, oh my God. Sometimes we can't see it or feel it or understand it in the moment, but when you find it later, it's very profound to me. So hopefully, and I'm putting you on the spot, so say yes that you will come back for that, please.
Totally. I'd love to.
Not when you're on vacation, though. So I'm curious your take on this. We just last week during our Country and Western Music News reported that the Grammys have now opened up a new category for Best Traditional Country Album. Is slotted in there, which is awesome. Thank you, Jesus. And I'm curious your take on that. Not that you would necessarily fall into that, but what I think it does, maybe specifically for someone like you, it opens up. There's so much right now before that category that just falls into the best country album. That's just such a flat general statement. So now there's going to be best traditional country, best contemporary country, and of course there's the bluegrass category as well. Do you think that adding that other category in there is going to make by almost make more room for smaller or more room for more people into the smaller categories? Because before now we just lump everything over. You're either bluegrass or your country. But now with that traditional, I think there's more room for people to stand out. How do you, as a Grammy Award winner yourself, how do you feel like throwing that in leaves more room for people, or do you?
I was excited to see them adding a traditional country Grammy category. I think it's really important to honor the roots, and a lot of artists are doing that, but also country music is so popular in a different way than Johnny Cash or Chris Stapleton. The fact that Beyonce and Post Malone were all nominated for country album for best country album last year with Casey Musgraves and Lainey Wilson and Chris Stapleton. Like, I listened to those records and they were just wildly different. The production and I don't know. It's amazing that they could all be in the same category. So I think it's probably going to be helpful. There's pop country, and I'm not sure exactly what they'll mean by just country now versus traditional country. So it's going to be interesting to see how it goes. And as a Grammy voter, I'm excited for the prospect of what will come up, because that's my those are like country music and folk. That's kind of what I love listening to.
Yeah.
Anyway, so it's exciting to just that the Grammys are recognizing that there is so much of a wide variety in country music right now.
Yeah.
Speaking of music, what are you listening to right now? What's on your playlist? What are things that you're digging into and you're getting a chance to revisit since you have a little bit of space? When you're not picking strings, which strings are you listening to?
I've been digging back into J.D. Crowe and the New South. They call it the 0044, which is the record that Tony Rice, J.D. Crowe, Jerry Douglas was on, and Ricky Skaggs. So I got really inspired going to Brian Sutton's Blue Ridge Guitar Camp and was taking notes on what the instructors were offering us, some of their favorite records. So that was one of them. It's just Tony Rice, and his voice and his guitar playing are endlessly inspiring. I've also been listening to I'm With Her. They just released a record, and I really liked that one. Mason Vi released a new record. So I'm trying to keep up with some of the contemporary songs that are coming out as well.
I'm With Her. I need to check that one out. So speaking of inspiration, though, there's a lot of, as Jim said earlier today, we were talking about you on the show, and just that this record really is joyful, but without being schmaltzy. And yet but it's joyful while you're still saying stuff. Like there's some, there's real moments, there's real talk in it. You have something to say, and that's heard on this record, which is really important as a debut solo record. It's really important that you say something, and you did. So I have a question that's two-part, and the first part is there a lyric on the album, or which lyric on the album that stands out to you now that was the hardest truth to say out loud, but you said it anyway, even if you snuck it in maybe a little sideways? What was the hard thing to say, and you're like, I gotta do it to resonate?
Wow, that is such a good question. The hardest thing to say. I had a lot of, I think we sort of touched on High Plains, Wyoming last time, and but I can't remember for sure. The third verse in that song, I even didn't fully understand what I was talking about. It was hard. That verse was hard for me. And I was singing it the other day and was struck by the meaning of it. Like, oh my God, like the loneliness of this person that is stuck because they're, in my head, like their person was taken from them and never returned. And, and then it struck me, and we all experience loss and we all experience grief, and for someone to feel trapped in a trace, like you're tracing the line of that person, but you're trapped, like you can't go outside the lines. That always was really a challenge for me. As a little kid, I loved coloring outside of the lines. Forcing me to have a little box around something is really challenging. So that could be one of the challenging things.
Well, that's why you're a good songwriter, because that landed so much for you. Even though you didn't, my guess is even though you didn't know what you were saying, you know what you felt, and it probably weighed heavy on your chest to think about somebody else going through that. So then the part two of the question is, pick a line from the album. I don't know if you have tattoos or not, but that's not the point. That you would get tattooed, like in a little tiny script somewhere, even if you hid it, could be on your ribs where no one would see it. Is there a line from your album you would get tattooed, either on your forehead or on your rib?
I think maybe one of my favorite lines is the bridge in Up on the Mountain. She said, "An eye for an eye and a buck for an apple. Lay it on the table or get yourself gone."
Woo, come on.
That'd be a cool tattoo, wouldn't it?
That's what I call a little bourbon and barbed wire country songwriting right there. I want to go back to what Lindsay actually caught up on that too. I really don't understand what I was trying to say. I love that, by the way, Lindsay, because that's the thing that songs are supposed to do.
That's when you know it's good, actually.
Well, that's what songs are supposed to do for the artist. We know what they do for the listener. For the listener, it's supposed to capture something that they have always felt and never been able to kind of put into words or to song. For the artist, I always feel like I'm wrestling with something here, and the only way to really make sense of it is to put it onto a page and then to put it into the mix and then to put it into my mouth. The problem is I can't guarantee that I'll know what I'm saying, but I have to guarantee that I give it a shot. And that's kind of what it feels like to a large degree, that's where the artist, as opposed to the performer, really comes out. It's almost like turning to your audience and going, I'm working something out here. Bear with me. If that makes sense.
Yes. And I think it's beautiful that audiences are open to that, to receive that. Some, especially in maybe like the jam world a little bit, where you're not even using words, but you're expressing emotions through notes or tones. And you don't know where it's going to go, and you don't know what somebody next to you is going to say that might help you get to where you're going. But, like, people are there for it. They're willing to listen, and if there's a mistake or something along the way, it's bold and it's courageous that you keep going, I think, and it's just cool that I hope to cultivate audiences that will appreciate my courage to get up there and try something new, or play a solo in a different way than I have before, just because of a feeling or something. You know, I think that's, hopefully I'm putting that out there.
Well,
You
no.
are, yeah.
I mean, it's true, though. I mean, you think about, like, the Grateful Dead and the Allman Brothers getting together on those epic jams to end those shows, and it's like, I don't know when we're going to stop. I don't know. Are you buckled in? Because we're going to go for a while here. Just hang on tight, folks. And by the way, there's an audience for that, as the Dead
Light a
prove.
joint. We ain't done yet.
As the audience proved, there is an audience for that, is there not? It's really cool. It's really cool. Have you ever been on a jam like that? Have you ever been in a jam where you just felt like it began to kind of break the I guess the bounds a jam that allowed you to color outside the box?
Yes, and it's a beautiful thing, and I play the upright bass. I was giggling because in the beginning you said, well, the real Shelby Means, please stand up, and I'm like, well, I'm playing the upright bass, so yeah, she's up, she's standing up.
No choice.
Yeah, but playing the bass in a jam session like that is amazing and can get a little bit confusing sometimes, like, where are they going? How can I support it so that they can express themselves and feel rooted but not stuck to what it has to be like? You don't want to be stuck to the form, but you want to give them a little structure in a way. And I also, sometimes I've been in these amazing old-time jams where everyone is playing the melody together, and everyone's standing in a circle, and it's like you're shoulder to shoulder, and you're outside, and it's almost dawn, and the fiddles are playing kind of scratchy but wild, and it feels like I hate to say it, but it just feels like the world could end and the song would go on, like, or you know, something.
Oh, that's a great line.
But you wouldn't stop playing because the song has its own power. I don't know.
No, that's
I don't
fair.
know if I answered your question.
You totally did.
It's the final note of A Day in the Life by the Beatles. It just goes on.
The world could end, but the song would go on. So, Shelby Means music will go on. We just have a couple of minutes left, Shelby. I want to say real quick, this interview that we're listening to now will be up live on our YouTube channel this afternoon, as soon as it's over. All the interviews from yesterday, including Tech Talk with TMC, Education Station with Andrew, the Kaylee Bishop interview, and the Kelly Ramsey interview. Those are all up now. These will all be up as well later, so everybody can continue to catch those. If you're listening now, you obviously did miss it, but you can also share the link with somebody else, including this interview we're doing with Shelby Means. So, Shelby, I want to ask you, because, you know, speaking of bold and courageous, like we said earlier, you being I'm going to keep hitting it because it must feel so fun to say Grammy winning woman.
Oh, yeah.
Grammy award-winning woman.
Welcome back to the main stage, or the strip club, depending on how you want to say it. Okay, so you're a Grammy-winning woman holding down the low end in a genre that hasn't always made space for that, you know? And do you feel like you're sneaking through the cracks still a little bit, or have you officially, you know, put your flag in the ground, and have you been able to move past that? Because you definitely stand out in a crowd with that.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's been an advantage and a disadvantage for my whole career, I think. And now I'm married, and I do think that helps. Where there had been perceived threat before of a woman in a man's circle, I feel so much gratitude for my husband, because it's like, well, I'm married. Like, there's no threat, you know.
Right. It's not what I'm here for, guys. Just let me make my music, get out of the way.
And now you can win arguments with your husband too. Say, I've won a Grammy Award. You can't even contradict me. You can just do that. I'm just putting that out there. Sorry.
It is so nice, and I loved that Molly Tuttle included 2 women in her band, so it was
awesome.
3 women, 2 men. That kind of tipped the scales, but it was a beautiful balance, and I'm really looking forward to creating my own band and including women, and as I was included, and it's awesome. I got to play with Alice Gerrard recently, who she is very well known in the bluegrass and old time world for her duet with Hazel Dickens. Hazel and Alice did West Virginia, oh my home. That's kind of their hit. But anyway,
Oh, never stop singing. Please come over and sing to me.
She was so cool to meet because she's like the grandmother that was doing it. You know, we think it's hard for us now. I can imagine what it was like for Alice and Hazel back in the day. They were all having children and still making time to create music and be on stage with the Seeger family, and she had befriended Elizabeth Cotton, and they went on tour with Elizabeth Cotton, and I have a lot of gratitude for the women that came before me to be the trailblazers and open up the crack or whatever. It feels like a road now that we're walking down together, but it's not just a crack anymore, thanks to Hazel and Alice and June Carter and the women that came before.
Yeah, wow. And Shelby Means now. Opening up adding another lane to the highway for more people to come.
Yeah, come on, let's go.
Let's go. Road metaphors, Jim. Road metaphors.
I love every single one of them. By the way, we've taken the trail. It's been paved, and now it's got a couple of lanes in it as well. I'm sorry, but we're now coming to the exit ramp, Shelby.
No.
I did that pretty
All
good.
right. Well, let's have safe travels to everyone out there listening.
There you go.
Happy
See?
listening to the Shelby Means Bluegrass record.
There you go. Shelby Means in on the road metaphor. Please go get this album, everybody. The new record out. It's Shelby's solo debut record. Download it. Don't just stream it. Download it. Download it so you don't lose service as you're driving along the road. Anywhere you stream music, Shelby Means. Shelby Means Bluegrass. Shelby Means Badassery. Shelby Means go get back to your vacation. Thank you for being here.
All right. Thanks so much, y'all. Have a good day.
Always good talking to Shelby, by the way. Really appreciate her presence. By the way, really quickly, on today's Trucking with OIDA, the association, Executive Vice President Louis Pugh. Go ahead and do it, Lindsay.
Pew, 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 pew.
Joins Ashley in the Blackford and Scott Thompson for a wide-ranging discussion about unannounced safety blitzes, strains on the supply chain, OIDA's efforts to make the industry work for everyone, and much, much more. We're so pleased of our association with OIDA and our friends at Landline. Always great contributors to the cause. Thanks for being a part of #RGR. What's the rest of the day look like? Lindsay Lou, no more than 2.
No, that's me. Is that a fat joke? I can't even say Lindsay Lou with Shelby Means around because she works with the actual Lindsay Lou. After this, I'm working on actually, I have a meeting with some people that are coming over to check my space to create an actual studio here. So I'm working on that this afternoon. Then I'm working on a bunch of cool guests that I'm putting together for this here show. I'm working on that. Then I'm meeting songwriter Helene Cronin. We're going to write a song. And then Chris Burris, who's the former TCA president, he and his wife are actually staying at our house this weekend. They're coming in town for a wedding. So I will be receiving them and cooking them dinner tonight. What about you?
I am going to work on tomorrow's show like an SOB and get really excited about the fact that I'm taking my young nephew to his birthday present, which is to go see 28 Years Later tomorrow. We're already scared.
We're already scared. Get scared. Guys, coming up next, the OIDA show. It's so good. It sounded so good Tuesday. It's about to sound even better on a Thursday. Don't go anywhere because you'll be trekking along with OIDA. It's been Road Gig Radio. We'll see you tomorrow at 7 a.m. Bye now.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Fuel prices up, cargo volume down, additional strains emerge in the supply chain, plus OIDA's globe-trotting executive VP stops by for a chat about his recent travels, the state of the industry, and more, as an all-new Trucking with OIDA starts now. Welcome to the show. I'm Scott Thompson.
And I'm Ashley Blackford.
We are joined by a very special guest today.
The one and only Louis Pugh.
Mr. Louis Pugh, Executive VP of OIDA. Louis, how are we doing today?
Oh, I'm fabulous.
Yeah,
fabulous. How could I not be? I'm on this new show. I mean, it's so exciting.
Yeah, you didn't quite make top billing. I'm sorry. That was Todd.
You are
Todd Spencer. You were. I wouldn't say you were our second choice. Maybe you were our first choice. Don't tell Todd. Maybe you were second. I don't know.
I know why Todd got on here first, because he works cheap.
Yeah, that's true. I can confirm. We did not pay him anything.
Did not, no. Yeah, see, he works cheap.
Wait, are they paying you to be on this?
They pay you to be here? You guys get paid?
I mean, I'm volunteering for the love of the game.
Okay. That's what I was told.
One of our engineers, Jim Fetzer, did bring you some free water, though.
Yeah,
with ice.
With ice.
Ice.
Yeah, with ice. So you're doing all right.
From a cool, hilly Grain Valley stream.
And a fine styrofoam cup indeed as well. Louis, we're going to talk to you about a great number of things today, and we'll kind of, anybody who's talked to you knows that we can kind of talk about anything. So I think we will do that over the course of the next, hour or so maybe. But as we are apt to do sometimes, we're going to cover some news here. Ashley, I know you've got your eye on a few things here.
Yeah, a few things have popped up. Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance recently held a Brake Safety Day, April 22nd. This was a unannounced brake safety inspection, happened through Canada, Mexico, the U.S. Out of the 4,569 inspections, 398 of those were placed out of service because of a brake-related violation. Louis, I'm curious. I mean, we report on these safety blitzes a lot. Did they, back when you were trucking, did they have these like weeks, these days? Like, have they always been a thing?
Oh, yeah, we were blessed with those, too. I mean, it was a great time to take a vacation.
I like your optimism there, your glass half full approach, yeah.
No, it was a good thing, because I was like, oh, this is the week I'm going on vacation.
Right, yeah. Yeah, but the unannounced ones, though, you can't. You
no,
don't know when
you
that's
can't,
coming.
man. You can't get you just luck of the draw there. That's when you take a very long nap in the daytime.
When you catch word that they're out and about.
Exactly. Yeah, you catch word they're out and about. But no, I mean, they had these things, and I understand why.
Yeah.
I mean, enforcement sometimes can be stressful, but I would hate to think what our highways and roads would be without them, and they have a job to do. And I mean, I think in every industry you have that small percentage that sometimes take things to the extreme, but most people out here and most enforcement is they're just looking to do the right thing. And I always said, and Doug Smith, some of our board members and people, by attending CVSA, because now I attend there to represent small business trucking, it's the management or most of the cops there, they got some really good common sense, and they just want to do the right thing. Yeah. And I was surprised. It was like the first or second CVSA meeting that I was at. One of the head enforcements from a state I'll leave unsaid said, as much as I'd like to think that my officers in the field use common sense, sometimes there's a few who don't.
Guess what? They're human beings.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah.
So I mean, we can say that about everything.
Yeah. It's kind of like, I always think of it kind of like a sports game, baseball, whatever sport you prefer. But, you need the players obviously out there playing, but you also need the umpires and the referees to make sure that everybody's kind of playing by the rules and, not throwing at each other.
And that's where I think the rub comes sometimes, is the rule. Per se, because we all know that in that great big giant green book, it's bigger than the Bible, that not all those rules make a lot of sense. Some of them have nothing to do with safety. Some of the out of service stuff sometimes doesn't have anything to do with safety. There's some things that probably should be in there that aren't in there that do have to do with safety. But with all that being said, they have to play by the rules they're dealt. That's where OIDA and myself and those who go to CVSA or on the Hill, we try to change the rules and get better rules so the rules we are playing under make sense and actually help. And sometimes that gets frustrating, but that's what we do.
I'd like to fact check that. Can we get a word count on the Bible?
Yeah, and the green book.
The big fat green book. I bet you're right. I mean, I bet you're right. It is massive.
Yeah. Well, they both take a long time to read.
For sure.
I do find it interesting, one thing you said, a lot of people take vacation, and I mean, I've covered like Market Update for a few years, and it is true, the numbers like really show. Have you found that over the years that's when people are like, all right, this is when we're going to Disneyland?
Yeah, I think a lot of people try to plan around, or do, and I think mainly just because hassle. Honestly, I mean, I joke about it, but I don't think I was ever off the week of safety thing. But it's kind of funny because there'd be some weeks that when this would happen, or their big annual safety blitz, and it would be. You'd see them everywhere, and then there'd be other times I would drive all week and never see DOT anywhere.
Kind of congregating in one area or another.
I mean, I get, and it's probably just because we didn't cross paths, or
right.
I didn't go the way they were going.
Yeah.
So, but it's just always, I always found it interesting.
Yeah, certainly one of the challenges that are out there. Check out that segue. Let's talk about another challenge that I've been kind of following. Ashley, I know you have as well.
Yeah.
I'm curious to see with the conflict between Israel and Iran, and we talked about this the other day on the show as well. Fuel prices, it appears, are starting to rise a lot, or a little bit here. I think the concern is that they're going to rise a lot. This is one thing I know, Louis, truck drivers can't control the fuel prices. They're going to do what they're going to do. But I'm concerned as I see this kind of playing out with cost of operations still being very high. If we see fuel prices start to go up as well, fuel surcharges obviously can factor in a little bit. But this is another one of these things that I'm concerned about, at least, in terms of putting another strain on the supply chain and all the folks out there.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, we're in the longest freight recession in history. We feel like we've reached the bottom, at least on rates, from what we can tell from data, barring nothing else crazy in this world happens.
Yeah.
But you're right. Everything's gotten so more expensive. Andrew King in our foundation, I talked to him about this a few months ago. I look at what rates were when I got out of trucking in 2017 and came in the office, and they're kind of like where they were then. But everything costs so much more. I mean, the prices of trucks have doubled, the price of oil, tires, all these things have, which actually I guess tires have went down a little bit. That's the only thing they said in the last couple of years.
Yeah.
But with that all being said, you're right. And not only does this affect fuel prices, because that's your number one expense, but trucking, but it also is going to affect, oil when you serve it. I mean, I can't believe what it costs to change oil on a truck nowadays. It's just, I go in trucks, it's crazy, and with these shops. So the problem is going to be, to get, after we wander around the mountain here, is it's just putting more strain on trucking. It's going to make it tougher. It's going to make this recession tail out longer, unfortunately. The good thing, and the one thing I remind folks, is, try to have yourself a good fuel card, kind of pay attention to where you buy fuel, understand fuel and fuel taxes, because just because the sign on the pump, it looks cheap, doesn't mean the fuel's that cheap. It depends on what the tax is in each state. So, if you're out there listening to this, make sure you understand all these things. If you don't, call in here to OIDA, talk to our compliance department. They're more than happy to kind of help you through that process to understand buying fuel at the best. But those are things, kind of pre-plan. And, when you call in here, we have a great fuel card program here at OIDA.
A shameless plug.
So, I mean, but it doesn't charge anything monthly or anything, no swipe fees. So, and we have great discounts.
And I know Andrew King and Truck of Success is coming up in October, as it does every year. But, you mentioned Andrew King. He always talks about that fuel surcharge and making sure that you're doing that. That is super important too, as we see potentially prices kind of inch up here. Right?
And one of the big myths out there is there's like a set fuel surcharge or percentage or whatever. There is. You have to set it yourself in your contracts and your rates. We have a calculator somewhere.
It's on the OIDA website. Yeah.
On the OIDA website, thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
I thought it was still there.
But
we do have a calculator thing you can go on there and kind of figure out how you want to set it. You set your base price and all this stuff. And again, that's another thing you can call in and talk to our compliance department, and they can help you work you through too. But yeah, make sure you're hauling, getting a good fuel surcharge. Make sure you know your cost of operation. I mean, you can't say, we see all these carriers going out of business, and that's because a lot of guys don't know their cost of operation. And, like you said, with the Truck to Success thing, that's another good tool in October. If you're thinking about buying a truck or you're struggling with a truck, look into our Truck to Success class too.
It's really the best time to go.
Yes, it's in October, and it's a fabulous thing. It's 3 days, and you learn all kinds of stuff.
I know one thing Andrew's mentioned before, the cost of operation. I think we have like a chart or something you can plug stuff in and see where you're at.
We do. There is a cost of operation thing on our website as well that you can go on and see exactly what your costs and purchases are, because it's amazing when people run those numbers and finally figure out how many times they find out, oh my goodness, I'm hauling freight for less than, for less than what it cost me to run my truck.
Andrew has said before, at Truck to Success, people will plug it in and they're like, this must be broken. Like the number's in red.
Not right here.
Andrew's like, no, that's
yeah.
Well, it's important too, because you may have done that, 2, 3, 4 years ago.
Things have changed.
Things have changed, big time since then. So
probably good to do it.
Yeah, every once in a while.
Yeah.
And we were talking to just kind of about fuel and the strain on the supply chain. I just saw something else, Ashley, and I know you were following this too, out of the Port of Los Angeles. Some concerning numbers there with, I think, cargo volume, right?
Yeah, of course, with tariffs, a lot of back and forth. But the Port of Los Angeles is reporting that after 10 straight months of year-over-year growth, overall cargo volume has slowed because of tariffs on both imports and exports. Louis, I'm curious. I know we hear a lot from our members. Have you heard any on, how they're feeling when it comes to the tariffs?
I think a mixed bag. I think, there's a human element in this. Mm-hmm. And as much as the tariffs we hear that aren't really good for the economy and that they're really going to slow things down more, my personal opinion is if tariffs would probably work if it wasn't such a political thing and we stuck to them. What I've seen in my life is we put a tariff on something for a little while and then we trade it off and then it goes away. So it's never really there long enough to have the long-term effect. So we have these short-term things that spike and charge, so it doesn't really play out very well that way.
Yeah.
But I go to the human effect. I come from a place in the Ohio Valley where all the steel mills were gone, the coal mines, all these things have been wiped out. A lot of that stuff is just completely gone. A lot of that stuff has went overseas. There's many reasons for all these things to happen, but usually the first thing gets blamed is it just goes overseas because it's a lot cheaper. Yeah. And I'm not saying that's not the truth, but there's a lot that factors into all that.
It's complicated.
So
yeah.
When you come from a place like that all the good jobs and stuff have left, people look at these tariffs as a good thing, and because they feel like they were wrong, that's what happened to them, so you get that into this, and whether it's right, wrong, or different, people have their feelings and people have their emotions, and that I see that, and I understand both sides of the argument completely. From growing up where I grew up and watching what happened, and then take being, I guess, subjected to bigger picture things and stuff since I've came in here. So I see both sides. But I mean, I could take a notebook and fill it with factories and stuff where I've loaded that are completely gone now. They're just not there.
Yeah. And again, this is one of these things that you talk about the personal level that this kind of thing hits. Ashley, you brought up that cargo volume is down. Again, this is something that an individual truck driver is not going to be able to control. Again, I think it's just when you factor all these things in, it becomes a complicated web of, this thing affecting this thing, affecting this thing. And again, it just kind of puts an additional strain on everybody.
Yeah, and that happens in trucking all the time, because when over here gets slow, the guys or trucks that are over here, they start encroaching in over here where things are really, really good. And then the next thing you know, you've got too much going on over here, so that starts getting really slow. And then you just kind of look around for this, and people, it's just, it's a constant moving of the chess pieces. I mean, you have some guys that are going to do what they want to do and never change, but I was always a guy, and I think most guys are successful, that when things start getting bad, you start looking for something else to do. And I always say, if you have a truck and you got smart and you're willing to work and work hard, you can always find something out there to make money.
Yeah. That strikes me, because I know this week you zoomed in, I guess, to a webinar. And I think the idea was talking to people about how to bring in younger people into the industry? Correct me if I'm wrong here, Louis. But when you talk about all these things, about all the complications and how everything can, kind of affect one another, when you're trying to bring people into the industry, it's pretty challenging, right? When you look at the landscape.
Yeah, it's really challenging, but I think, to me personally, I don't think the challenges are as much as the cost of fuel and freight and kind of that stuff. I was always able to deal with it. It's the other stuff. And I don't mean to pick on them, but it's the dumb stuff that comes out of Washington a lot of times, the regulations and stuff. Like these regulations we talk about, the rule book we were talking about a little bit ago. Some of these rules don't make sense. This isn't FMCSA, but let's get into you. If you're a driver, an employee driver, you don't get paid overtime. You're exempt from overtime. That's the craziest thing in the world when trucking. You work 70 hours a week. To me, the first way to get somebody to be safe, well, I should say the first top two things is pay them and train them. We don't do either in our industry. And I mean, we don't have any problem getting people in here, as we all know.
Yeah.
400,000 to 500,000 people come in here every year.
And they leave because they're getting treated
but they leave because of the treatment and the stuff. I think if you pay people correctly, you train people correctly, you treat them like a human being. And that doesn't go just for the trucking companies. That goes for where you load and unload.
Yeah.
When you sit there for 8-10 hours and you don't get paid, or you sit there for 8-10 hours, you don't get paid, and they won't let you use the bathroom, or any of these kind of crazy, or they won't let you park there. They make you go find somewhere else and call you on the phone. You can come back when we're ready and all this. You wonder why people don't stay in this industry? Why can't keep good people? Right there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so that's the things I try to talk about and remind people. And I tell these city planners and anybody I can, I was on for example, I was on a call here in Missouri, and they were talking about over in Sedalia, Missouri. There's a lot of industry in Sedalia, Missouri, but these people, the ladies but they just can't find trucks because there's this big trucker shortage and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, there's no trucker shortage. And we talked about, and I said, ask the people who are having trouble finding trucks what the turnaround time is on in the gate, load, unload, whatever, and back out the gate, if they know. Find that out.
That's great, though, when someone asks you, or when someone says that to you. I imagine your brain just like, you're like, hey, all right, here's a chance to kind of convert somebody.
Exactly. And I explained to her the wait times, and I said, you may find that they have a really long time in there.
Yeah.
And people just don't want to go there. Yeah. And I mean, Sedalia is not a hard place to get to. And it's, it's just south of Interstate 70. You got 65, runs right down there. There's 4 lane. It's easy. It's not far out of Kansas City. So there's lots and lots of trucks in the area. And I think, I haven't talked to her since, but I'm interested when we meet again to find out if maybe some of these things rang true.
You'll have to let us know what she says about that. I'm curious.
Yeah, me too.
Now, this week you took part in a panel about the younger generation getting into the industry. What is your message for younger people who are considering getting into trucking?
And it was a fun panel to be on, too. Seriously, though, I like to do stuff like that.
Yeah.
But, because we need to get out. My message is always, it kind of goes back to what we were saying earlier. We've got to start paying people. We've got to give them overtime. We have really, 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 really got to start training people.
Those 5 reallys.
Yeah, because that's the thing, because you're not going to keep people in the industry. You're not going to have safe truckers. It's not going to be safe on our highways if we don't train them. We also need to educate shippers and receivers to make sure they're loading and unloading trucks in a timely manner, which if we start paying truckers, some of that will kind of work itself out, in my personal opinion. But those are the kind of things that I'm going to talk about. I'm going to talk about, got to allow people to use bathrooms, treat people like human beings. We have to, we also have to get away from this mindset of we got to get these people trained and get them behind the wheel, and it's so expensive to go to trucking school, and because, that's what we hear all day, it's so expensive, so we got to try to figure out how to make it cheaper and easier and all this stuff. We don't do that with electricians. I never hear anybody say how long it takes to go to school to be an electrician or how long it takes to go to school to be a mechanic or any other trade.
It's a career. They're careers,
You know, they're a career. So why do we have this mindset that we have to make trucking cheap and rush people? It's because they want cheap labor. That's why people want cheap labor.
Let me flip Ashley's question, because I think you point out something that's interesting. And when we look at all the problems that are out there right now, and it is a great career. Once you get going and, you know, you get your footing, it is a great career. However, you know, you talk about all the problems there. When you talk about, or you're talking to a young person who wants to get into trucking, that's a different conversation because, you know, you're talking about fixing these problems all around. What do you tell that person, right, who's thinking about getting into it when all those problems are swirling around? That can be a tough conversation, I would imagine sometimes.
The first thing I tell them is join OIDA.
Of course, of course.
That's on that NASCAR
driver. I was going to say, you want to drop the phone number now? 816-229-5791.
No, I mean, if someone comes to me, and talks about trucking and stuff, the first thing I tell them is find yourself a good training school. Probably go to a junior college or something like that. Don't take anything that rushes you. Think about what you want to do, kind of what you want your career, and it may change. I mean, mine did. Yeah. Whether you wanted it to or whether it's just circumstances. Mine was more of a circumstance as far as what I thought I was going to do in trucking and what I ended up doing in trucking. But with that being said, you know, think of kind of have some goals, get as much out of your training, and then look for the least bad carrier that will hire you. And I hate to say it that way, but it's kind of the way it is because you're limited. I mean, it was the same way when I started. I started truck on my 21st birthday. So it was the same thing for me. But the important thing then is and this is why I tell people to join OIDA. You know, if you feel like they're asking you to do things you're not supposed to do or you know, maybe you just want to run by, like, this is what this carrier offers, or this is what this carrier offers. You know, if you're a member here, you can call our compliance department. They'll walk you through and kind of tell you, help you learn, because you don't know. I mean, that's the problem. Unless you're family members or something. I was fortunate there to a point, but still there's only so much you can do. You know, unless you have family members that can guide you or friends, you just don't know what you don't know. And unfortunately, these least bad carriers, they take very strict advantage of that, unfortunately. So I tell them, once you've picked the least bad carrier, go there and work. Understand that you're probably not going to be home much. You're probably going to get shitty hauls. You're probably going to do things you don't want to have to do for a year or two. But hey, we all started at the bottom. And it's nothing against young people today, but I don't think young people of today have the same understanding or mindset of I got to start at the bottom, and you know, they feel like they should start higher up. A lot of them, unfortunately, and we all got to start at the bottom. But start at the bottom, take a year, 2 years at the most. Keep your driving record clean. Do everything like you're supposed to do, which you should be anyway. And if you can just power through that first year and a half, 2 years of not making much money, being gone, whatever comes your way, you can pretty much write your own ticket after that. You can go to the Walmarts of the world, UPS, some of these better fleets.
Sure.
Maybe you buy your own. I don't know what your goals are, you know, but then you can go LETL carriers. Now, some people can be fortunate enough, young enough, and you know, this is always an option too that I point. Look at some of these LTL carriers. They have apprenticeship programs and stuff like that. Find yourself a good place like that. Things you don't do is go to work for a company that wants to sell you a truck, that wants to make you an owner-operator, that promises you all these big monies.
And that looks very appealing to somebody, as you said, who wants to get off to the races.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to deny when I was starting out, I looked at that stuff. It seemed kind of appealing to me because I wanted to be I always wanted to be an Ann Arbor in my truck, and I was like, this is an easy way to do this, everything. But nothing comes easy. I was taught that, thankfully, and it didn't settle right when you looked at the big picture.
But it's like that in any industry.
Yeah.
I mean, I think my first job I went to college. My first job was not high paying.
No.
And yeah.
But you know what I'm thinking? When you mentioned, OIDA, obviously, compliance, several different departments, they're starting out, they can call any question. I mean, if we don't know, enough people in this building would know the answer. How helpful would it have been when we started our career to have some place to call with questions to get answers?
Yeah, that's a good
in
point.
our journalistic careers? That would have been a game changer.
It would have been, yeah. And you have people in the building, obviously. But if you're a truck driver, you don't have someone in the building. You're in the cab by yourself in a lot of cases. And it can get pretty isolating pretty quick, right?
Yeah, and if you call the carrier to ask them questions, 9 times out of 10, you're calling someone who's on the payroll of the carrier, and they're going to tell you whatever the company line is. And again, when you call here, we're just going to tell you the straight of it. And, we do. Our compliance department's wonderful, and they probably know the answer. But if they don't, they'll get you the answer.
Yeah.
If we don't know the answer in this building, we know somewhere to get the answer.
Yeah. Louis, you're going to stick around. We do have to take a break here in just a moment. But if anybody listening, we want to hear from people who are listening. And if you have something to say about anything we talked about here throughout the course of this hour, please call us. You can call us at 1-800-324-6856. Leave a voicemail. We promise we'll listen to it. We'll respond to it if we can. And we might even put you on the show. You can also email us at podcast@oida.com. We're going to, again, take a short break here. But when we come back, we'll have Louis Pugh still sitting right across from us. We've got a lot more to cover, so stick with us. Trucking with OIDA continues right after this.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
You're looking for the best cetane-based additive for your truck. You need Flashpoint from Pittsburgh Power. This premium formula boosts cetane numbers up to 7 points, optimizing your fuel for peak engine performance. Flashpoint protects critical fuel system components, improves power, and enhances fuel economy. Plus, it efficiently disperses water to prevent corrosion and system failures, ensuring your diesel runs smoothly. Combine Flashpoint with Max Mileage Fuel Catalyst for ultimate performance and emissions protection. Visit PittsburghPower.com to order yours today.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Welcome back to Trucking with OIDA. Scott Thompson here, joined by Ashley Blackford and Louis Pugh of the Bum Steer Cattle Company, which is what his hat says.
Yes.
What
That's my farm.
Oh, okay. All right.
So that's my shorthorn cows that I raise.
All right. You got another plug in.
Yeah,
You plug in OIDA, plug in your farm. All right.
I sell farm to table direct beef right from the farm.
I feel like we're about to venture into an infomercial. See you on late night TV.
Born, bred, and raised right in Johnson County, Missouri. It never leaves Johnson County till it goes to the slaughterhouse.
That's perfect. If there's anybody that could do an infomercial.
Oh, 100%.
Louis Pugh.
Yeah.
In fact, I think we should make that happen. I would love to see that.
That's a good idea.
How much
what about a ShamWow?
Let's start a GoFund. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna start a GoFundMe to fund our first infomercial with Louis Pugh.
That would be good.
Louis, we have you and I have conversations not related to trucking sometimes, and one thing we've talked about doing for a long time, we've never gotten a chance to, and we're going to now, is and I don't remember how it started. I think because we were both watching Justified, the TV show with Timothy Oliphant, where he's a U.S. Marshal. We were talking about badasses on screen and our favorite ones, and it kind of spurred a conversation. And we have I think we have a difference of opinion a little bit on who the biggest badasses ever in TV and film are. And you've got a list. You feel pretty strongly about it.
Oh yeah, heck yeah. I mean, I love cowboy movies and action movies and war movies and stuff. So yeah, I mean, I'm all about Hollywood and their badasses. I mean, I guess the way I look at our lists are, the one thing I've thought about since we've had this discussion is all these people are lucky that you and I aren't movie stars, because they would all be second fiddle.
You're giving me way too much credit. I will say that. I can't speak for you, Louis, Mr. Infomercial over there. But I guess the question, and as we kind of go down this path here, is how do you define it? How do you define a badass on film? Just someone who's...
Yeah, I think he's got to be a tough guy,
Cool. Oh,
or
good.
she.
Ashley.
Here we go. This is coming from the lady off air. I said, "Who's yours?" And she's like, "I think we watch different movies."
Yeah, I think we watch different shows. That's for sure.
Hey, I got a woman one. I do.
All right, let's hear it.
Yeah. So
let's hear some names.
Well, but I want to start off with my top list, top two.
All right.
Is
top
two.
Okay.
And I can't. It just depends on which one you're thinking.
Okay.
It's Clint Eastwood and John Wayne.
Yep, can't go wrong there.
You can't go wrong with either one of those. So those are my top one. They fight for top billing. I guess
they should fight.
Say.
That'd be fun to watch.
Yes.
Bruce Lee, Charles Bronson. I mean, a couple that are on the list for me. Yeah, I think about old Hollywood, and that Ashley's looking at me like she wants to.
From hanging out with you guys around the office, I know you guys are always like, oh, so and so's in this and this, and I've got to watch it. That doesn't. Who's in a movie does not matter to me. What the movie's about matters to me.
Who's in a movie does not matter to you. So there's not like an actor or actress that you're like, oh, I like their films. I'll go see that.
No, I mean Julia Roberts would be the only name that comes to mind that I'm like, I love what she's done. Have I watched a movie just because she's in it? Absolutely not.
By definition, she could be a Hollywood badass.
Yeah.
In a way. She's cool, but not what we're talking about.
I don't really think you look at her as a Hollywood badass. I look at her as a Hollywood leading lady.
Yeah, that's true.
I think she's
I have no one.
I like Julia Roberts.
Of course, yeah.
To be fair, I like Julia Roberts, but I kind of understand you because I'm kind of in the middle.
Yeah.
Because Scott's the kind of guy, in my opinion. Correct me if I'm wrong. He knows who all the actors are.
Yes.
He knows the singer and everything.
That is not me.
Okay.
That is not me.
I like songs. I like movies. I know actors that I really, really like, and the rest of them, it's like, oh, you know that guy, he was in this, or that girl, she was in this. I don't know their names because they have these discussions upstairs all the time.
Yeah.
Rod and Angel are that way. They know all these people, and I'm like, I don't know who you're talking. And they're like, sure you do. And I'm like, oh yeah, I know that person.
But you don't know their name or
but
what they're in.
But I know Hollywood's
necessarily.
badasses. Yeah.
Well, I hope Julia's not listening to this because she'll be.
Oh, I'm sure
I
she
know
is.
Julia Roberts.
You do? You got.
Heck yeah.
Let's check your phone.
She tuning in.
Who is the most famous person in your phone, Louis? Do you have any famous people in your phone?
No, just me.
Just you.
And my best friend Vomit back home.
Vomit?
Yeah, Big Vomit.
Is that his nickname?
That's his nickname. It started out when we were kids.
I don't think we want to know.
Yeah. No, I don't want to know why.
It's nothing you think. In fact, it has a radio. It goes back to radio.
Oh, okay.
So it's even more for this.
Well, now we got to hear it.
So when we were kids, when we had CBs in our pickup trucks, and he didn't have a CB handle, so he worked for Mike Vinca, who was a pig farmer. So we started calling Pigpen. So as time moved on, we went to, me and him and our girlfriends one time, we went to see the Howard Stern Private Parts movie.
Mm-hmm.
And Howard Stern did not like his radio producer at NBC.
Oh, right.
And he called him Pig Vomit.
Yep.
And so I started calling him Pig Vomit, and it went from there to Vomit.
played by Paul Giamatti. I
Yes,
think.
you're right.
See, I do know the
yes.
names. Yeah.
So yes.
So you mentioned you've got a female badass.
Angelina Jolie. She's
Yeah. What was that movie a few years ago where she was like bending bullets or whatever? Remember that one? Wanted, maybe?
Oh, I don't know what that. I
Wanted.
know what you're talking about, but I didn't see it. But she was in Tomb Raider.
Tomb Raider, of course.
And
yeah.
then I liked her when she was in Gone in 60 Seconds with Nicolas Cage.
Oh yeah,
she was a badass car thief.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Well, so you keep mentioning, and we'll move on here in a second, but you keep mentioning older badasses. Is there anybody on the any new ones that you're?
I think we had Timothy from Justified.
Of course, that's the coolest dude around.
He's one of the coolest, but I think we have a new up and comer.
Okay.
And I think it's Tom Hardy.
Tom Hardy, yeah.
I just watched his. I loved him in the movie about the moonshiners and stuff. That's kind of the first movie I ever saw him in. But then I just finished watching Mobland.
Oh yeah, I've heard that was good.
It's very, very good.
Yeah.
It's very, very
deep. You were telling me about that.
You have to watch it when you have nothing else to do because you have to really, really pay attention.
Oh, it's one of those things where you watch one, you got to keep binging.
Yeah,
you got to keep watching.
Yeah,
okay.
But he is really a badass in that show.
All right. Well, Rotten Tomatoes score from Louis on Mobland is certified fresh. From Hollywood badasses to badass trucks, we talked to Todd about this the other day. The American Truck Historical Society. I know you went up there. I know Todd was up there. Obviously, we talked to him about the honor that he received. You had been talking about this show before, and basically said this is one of your favorite shows. I know they're all kind of different in their own way and all special in their own way, but this is one that you really, really enjoy going to.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, this is a great thing to talk about after Hollywood Badasses because we got to talk about Chris Christopherson when he was the rubber duck.
Oh, of course, yes.
You know, I mean, trucking badass right there.
Yep.
So.
Yep.
With a badass Mac.
He wasn't there though. In Madison,
no, he was not, but there was a replica of the truck was there.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah,
okay,
there is a
that's
guy's
cool.
got the rubber duck. He's got the truck and the trailer and everything.
Nice.
Yeah,
a little tribute.
Yeah, exactly. A little tribute.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I mean, I love the show. It's a great show. If you like cool trucks, old trucks, which I think most truckers do, lots and lots of old trucks. A friend of mine who isn't in trucking, he came up to the show because he just loves old cab overs. And I'm like, if you want to see cab overs, come to Madison. And he come out. I mean, he was in seventh heaven and he's not ever been in trucking, has nothing to do with trucking. He just likes trucks. I think they had 850 some trucks there.
Yep.
It was their total count.
Yep.
The people there, it's just like a good 3 or 4 days of hanging out. A lot of people, the show doesn't officially start till Thursday, but most of them guys show up on Monday and Tuesday and hang out all week and you sit around. And I like just hearing the stories. I've always liked to listen to older guys tell stories because they got good stories. And I guess I'm becoming an older guy with stories now. So, but sitting around talking about the way trucking used to be and all the fun we used to have some you could talk about on radio and some you can't.
Sure.
And, so it's just a really good time. I tell everyone, if you're in trucking and you just want to go to a fun show and take your kids and stuff, a family thing, look for when this convention moves around. It's in a different place every year. I think next year it's going to be in Cleveland, Ohio, and it goes out to Oregon, and it's in York, Pennsylvania. Keep an eye. It's always like the first weekend in June. And, keep an eye out. ATHS puts on a great show. They're great people. And there's just a lot of fun, cool things to do there.
And you got to drive the Spirit OIDA truck there.
Yeah,
right?
I got to drive. I love to get out and stretch my legs. I get real tired of driving a desk because it don't start and it doesn't go anywhere. And so yeah, Marty's been on a little sabbatical. So while Marty's been on sabbatical, Lou's been taking his truck and out wearing the tires out. I drove it to Austin, Texas a few weeks ago and with Todd, and then this week I soloed up to Madison. I didn't have my co-driver Todd drove up separate. I don't know whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. I don't know whether he thought I did so good he doesn't need to watch me anymore, or he just was scared to death and doesn't want to ride with me anymore.
It's probably that one, yeah.
But no, it was fun to get back in the truck and run up there and to Madison, Wisconsin, and I went up through Missouri on 2 lanes one way and came back on the interstate, so did a little sightseeing as we call it.
Now, when you and Todd get behind the wheel of a truck, what is that like? And
The dynamic, yeah.
conversation. I assume you guys talk about the good old days.
Yeah, we talk about the good old days, and I tease because when Todd and I went to Austin, or we went down over through Kansas and dropped. I like to go when we come back there, especially on trips like that, and see different things. So we went down through Kansas, came back up through Oklahoma and dropped and coming back. But anyway, we're going through Kansas, and we'd be going by a town there, and Todd be, yeah, he says, one time I broke down over here. He said a head bolt or something broke on his truck, and they come out and fix it right in the parking lot, and the truck stopped. And I'm like, well, those days are gone.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to. And then somewhere else, a valve guide or something, or a push rod tube bent, and guy came out to a parking lot in another town, a gas station, and fixed it. And again, I'm like, yeah, those days are gone. None of this is happening today.
Sure.
And a couple more little things. And finally I looked there, I was like, Todd, I said, I think if I'd have been you, I'd have stayed out of Kansas. It seemed like your trucks didn't like it very well.
The key would be, is it happening if you drove through another state? Would he say, hey, I broke down over there, over there?
Well, he talked about when we were going through Oklahoma, and I'm probably not supposed to say this, but he talked about it. He didn't like going through there because he got a couple of driving awards a couple of times for going through Oklahoma. But, hey, truckers relate. I got my share in Ohio. That was Ohio, my home state. They like to give me driving awards a lot. So back in the day.
You got your face up on a bulletin board, I think, in the post office.
Yeah, well, it's tough in Ohio because the speed limit was, 55 for trucks, 65 for Ohio.
Split speed,
that's a killer, and traffic's just
zipping by.
You're not even trying to speed. You just get up there and you're rolling, and the next thing you know, Smokey the Bear lights you up.
Yep.
So, But yeah, I mean, we have a good time talking about the old days and talking about politics or arguing about politics, depending on what the subject is.
Sure.
And I guess it's like a truck show. There's some things made for radio and some in conversation.
Yep.
How long had you been in trucking, and then when you transitioned coming to the association?
I guess officially, I think around 24, 25 years I was driving. And then I've been here since 2017. So, and I started trucking. I started driving truck in the military out of high school, and then started driving on my 21st birthday, as we talked about earlier today. Yeah. Back then you either got an orange cab over or a yellow cab over. That was when you were 21 and didn't know anything.
Was that transition into trucking harder, or the transition into what you're doing now more difficult? I think I would assume when I know the answer to be. But...
and what I'm doing now.
Yeah, right.
Not so much the going to D.C., which I know that blows everybody's mind because I like to talk, and I'm a person that can talk to anybody.
We can confirm that, yeah.
For sure.
But I'm a person that can kind of talk to anybody, and titles, and I respect them.
Sure.
I'm not. It doesn't impress me.
It's another human being. Yeah.
It's another human being, and they put their pants on the same way I do. And so I've always been comfortable, and that doesn't bother. I like that. That part isn't hard, and I know trucking, and I understand the issues, and I'm passionate about it. So that part's easy. It's the day-to-day office stuff.
The desk thing you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, driving the desk. I have we have a wonderful staff here at OIDA. Yep. Wonderful people. There isn't a greater place in the world to work, and with greater people to work with, but it's just getting up in the morning, coming to the same place, sitting at a desk all day, not seeing different things going down the road, not being able to pull over and take my afternoon siesta that I used to take when I was trucking.
You're not still taking those?
No,
okay.
Todd won't let me. Every time he comes in and wakes me up. I tell him I'm on my safety break.
Yeah, you got the pillow and the blanket in there. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's
safety break. Yeah.
And again, we have great people here, but I miss seeing the brotherhood and some of my friends. And
Wings
stuff.
have been clipped a little bit, I guess.
Yeah.
Is one way to kind of look at it.
And traveling by air is much more frustrating than traveling by a truck.
Oh, for sure.
You
don't have control.
Yeah, you have no control. You talk about detention time. OIDA doesn't pay detention time either. I sit at airports for hours and hours and hours.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you did travel by air recently, I think, right? There was
last week.
Yeah. What was the conference? It was the Eastern Transportation Coalition. Is that right?
Freight Academy.
The Freight Academy.
Eastern Transportation.
TETC.
It's the Eastern Transportation.
Coalition.
Easy for us to say. Eastern Transportation Coalition's Freight Academy.
Okay.
And what it consists of is the Eastern Transportation Coalition used to be the old I-95 corridor people.
Right.
So the states that run I-95 run through. And then they have this Freight Academy every other year, because I was there 2 years ago, and they bring all those people, DOT folks, like not like truck cops, but like DOT people who are building roads, road builders, folks like highway engineers, stuff like that from each state.
And they've done a lot of good stuff, great stuff on truck parking in recent years. They've really tackled that problem, haven't they?
Oh yeah, and it's very good because they bring all the people from the 95 corridor, but then other states, pretty much the whole from the Mississippi River. There was people there representing almost every state from the Mississippi River east, and there was actually someone there from Missouri. And I like to go to these things especially because these are the people that are out there in the real world. You know, kind of like we say with trucking, you know, it's good for the government to talk to truckers because they know more about trucking than I do. These are the people these are the people that are building the road. So it's good to talk to them because they're the people that's going to get the parking or try to get the parking or fix the roads and want to hear what's going on or mark the detours when they close roads and stuff like that. So they have this 3 or 4 day academy thing, and they touch on all types of transportation, rail, air, ships, everything. But the trucking part, you know, we talk about, there was myself, a gentleman there from over the size carrier, and there was a gentleman there from the road team, ATA road team, and myself, and then a gentleman there from the New York State Trucking Association. But we all pretty much, I mean, the good thing is we all kind of sing from the same hymnal. You know, this isn't so much like when we're arguing about driver pay. So everybody's problems are the same when it comes to highways. Our infrastructure is bad. We talk about, you know, the huge need for parking, you know, the bullshit on congestion pricing and tolling and how unfair that is to the trucking industry.
Restroom access.
Bring up what I talked about earlier. You know, you need to be talking to your shippers and receivers in your district or when they're coming in. Talk about when they build an industrial park for letting them to park there, the shippers and receivers, maybe offer tax incentives. One thing we talked about was loading and unloading trucks at night. You know, if you want to help congestion in the morning, let the truckers come in at night and unload and load. They'd rather do that than be, you know, sitting there. So a lot of good conversation and stuff. And these people are very receptive. They want this. And I've made tons of contacts from going in, and since then I get asked to talk to other people and been to other things, and been on lots of Zoom calls and stuff like that. So it's very worthwhile, and it's a very good thing. And I mean, my hat's off. Mary Grace Parker is the one who runs this.
Yeah,
she's from New York. She's a fabulous lady, and I can't say enough. She gets it. She really, really gets it. And she's always fighting for the trucker and making sure that they're doing the right things for the truckers.
Yeah. And that's important. I mean, it's important to have those people out there that understand the problems. Coming up with solutions, obviously a little bit harder, but...
Yeah, and she said, you know, she's from New York, and she used to say when she worked her highway plan, when you close a road, you need to know where you're going to route trucks. You got to remember that. And she said what she used to do was they'd get a truck company to loan them a driver and a truck for a day, and they would go out and ride around in these routes when they mapped them out. Oh, wow. And, you know, and she told her people, this is what you should be doing in your state.
Yeah. A lot of issues out there, obviously, and as you said earlier, you can talk about any of them, Louie. Ashley, any final thoughts here before we say goodbye to Louie, at least out of the studio here?
Always a pleasure, Louie. You are a wealth of knowledge, and you're entertaining.
Ashley's far nicer than me.
You're probably more right on the second part than the first part. But hey, thanks, Ashley. I'll take it.
Hey, so if you, we want to hear from you again. If you want to call in, if you've got a question for us, if you've got a question for Louie too, or any thoughts on what we said today, again, our hotline is 1-800-324-6856. You can leave a voicemail, and what you say might be on the show. You can also email us at podcast@oida.com as well. Louie, this will not be the last time we talk to you, but we do really appreciate you coming by and talking with us, and we'll see you again soon.
Hey, thanks for having me, and thank you, truckers, for what you do out there. We really appreciate you.
Trucking with OIDA is back right after this.
Welcome back to Trucking with OOIDA. Ashley Blackford here. Scott also still here. Great chat with Louie. He is always a fun one to talk to.
He is. Yeah. He was he the one who said it? I think he said it while we were in here. But yeah, he can talk about pretty much anything.
And he wants to talk about
pretty much anything, and he will at the drop of a hat. You don't have to do too much arm twisting to get him to go.
Which is great.
Yeah, always great. Always great talking to him.
Yeah.
We'll have him back.
Oh, for sure.
Maybe. Probably. We will.
One thing we mentioned, he brought up is the Truck to Success seminar that OOIDA has put on for several years now. Essentially a 3-day seminar that kind of just gives you the ins and outs of what it's really like to own your own business, which there's a lot more to it than I think one would assume.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, and the great thing about this, too, you and I have both been to a few of them. Quite a few people there are, company drivers thinking about going out on their own. Sometimes they find out that they're not quite ready, and that's, I think,
That's a success.
Yes, that is a success because they've realized that they're not they're not set up for success at that particular time. There's also people that go there that have been, owner-operators for a number of years, and they go back to get some refreshers. So they've got a couple options, the in-person, obviously, in Blue Springs, Missouri. There's also an online option. So, yeah, it's a great event. They cover a lot of ground, and if you're thinking about making a change or wanting that refresher, it really is a great event.
And I am going to add I think Marriott, is it at in Blue Springs?
Yeah. Yeah, I know where you're going with this.
You know where I'm going with this?
Yeah, I do, yeah. So you talk about it a lot.
I've got a couple of years ago, I went, it is the best, they have the best bacon I have ever had in my entire life. I think I went 2 years ago. I still think about this bacon.
Is it worth the price of admission?
Maybe
they should put that on the flyer for
should.
Truck to Success. The best bacon this side of the Mississippi.
I'll mention it to the powers that be. So, anyway, enough about bacon. But if you do want information on that, OIDA.com, you can get all that there.
Yeah, under the menu, I think there's a Truck to Success tab under that menu there. So, yeah, definitely check that out.
Yeah. Another story that kind of caught our eye, any cargo theft story I find interesting. Just to see how those happened, to see what was stolen. This happened, where did this happen?
This happened in Colorado, I think, near Bennett there, right? At a Love's truck stop, or I guess the theft didn't happen at the Love's.
Yeah, they don't know actually when the theft happened.
But it was like $1.4 million in Nintendo 2
Switch 2, yeah.
Nintendo Switch 2 consoles, which this is the console that just came out. $1.4 million. I think more than 2,800 consoles were stolen. I've seen this one's interesting for a number of reasons. Again, I think, as you mentioned there, law enforcement doesn't quite know where the theft happened. The truck driver doesn't quite know where the theft happened. If you look through the comments, I think there is some
people are suspicious.
Yeah, there's some skepticism, and again, we don't know what happened, and I think law enforcement is still figuring this out too. I imagine they're going to figure it out one way or the other, but people pointing out that this truck driver, maybe should have realized that their load, the load was missing at one point. Again, we don't know what happened here, but these stories are interesting. I think this one's interesting too because of what was stolen.
Yeah,
Nintendo
that's kind
Switch
of a hot ticket item right now.
Very hot ticket, and I think they're tough to find. I think, or will be if they're not already, for sure.
Yeah. Kind of something in relation to that, another scam, if you will, in Tennessee. Saw a group of people targeting truck drivers, asking them to play a betting game
in the parking lot.
In the parking lot, which is this happening a lot? I don't know.
I don't know. Don't do that.
Yeah.
Anytime someone approaches you in a parking lot and wants you to come over and hey,
let's play a game.
Would you like to win some money? I'm good.
Be
I'm
a
good.
little leery of that.
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you.
Yeah. So definitely keep your guard up about that. A few people lost money, jewelry.
Tennessee, right? That was in Tennessee.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which also had another issue there too with texting scam. One of many states is dealing with that. So, we were talking about trucker success and how difficult it is to succeed in trucking, cargo theft.
There's a lot of people against you.
People taking jewelry and money in parking lots, and texting scams. It's a lot, and just be careful out there, and be be cognizant of what's going on around you, and please be safe and smart.
Yeah, for sure.
Speaking of safe and smart, I don't know, was that a good transition? Ashley and Scott Thompson here for Trucking with OIDA. We've got another show coming up tomorrow. Looking forward to that, Ashley, and we'll have a lot more of that when we come back. Same time, same place tomorrow.
I'll be here.
You'll be there. I'll be here. See you then. Today's episode of Trucking with OIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people that includes Jim Fetzer, Keegan White, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
Got thoughts? We'd love to hear them. Call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave us a message. Or you can send us an email to podcast@ooida.com, and we might include it on the show.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount, and make sure you can see where the action is. So they got you at ShadyRays.com.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop. Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
You know Sap Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires, so hold on to that fifth wheel, because when you buy 4 Salem S624 EFTs, the perfect line haul trailer tire, mounted at Sap Brothers, your price is an amazing $199.99, originally priced at $299.99, and prices are good through June 30, 2025, while supplies last. Save on 4 or more at Sap Brothers, and nobody's going to beat that price. Salem Tires, advanced compound technology for maximum mileage and rolling resistance without compromise. When you think tires, think Sap Brothers.
In trucking, financial security and retirement isn't a guaranteed destination. That's why Truckers Wealth is here. A financial hub designed for you, Truckers Wealth combines expert advice and tailored solutions. Tax-free wealth plans grow your nest egg. Guaranteed income retirement accounts provide stability, and no market risk accounts protect your investments. That's hard-earned money, a steady stream of income, reliable growth. That's a retirement. That's a destination worth investing in. That's Truckers Wealth. Truckers-wealth.com. Experts dedicated to your success.